I call Declan Kearney.
Kevni an la Cearta sóisialta dúine faoin na hábhachtaí atá an tíochain gónda cearta an duine agus an tlí idirnáisiúnta. Ar an drothúir, tá na bon fruntabail sin faoi ionsaí inniu ag fórsaí idirnáisiúnta atá sa tóir ar a leas imperial Coilíonach Íon. In nóan fallach an lei inniu, caithí tus áite a thuirt ar an cóireachtail I síochainte don bhas ar an tlí idirnáisiúnta agus ar an taileoireacht. Tá tradiisiún neodraachta agus neamhchomhgulaíochta ag éireann rud a agus go bhfuil más áirinne go léitheideach as ról dearfach a imirt an ngreithe dónda. Tá iontaobh ag daoine asing agus muide gobar ar son neamh-iomadú nucleach an iltéamhais agus cathu na síochananta idirnáisiúnta. Caithimid rún cóchatin a bheith aginne ar dón síochananta a chrothú, dón atá bunaithe ar an cheartas hóisialta agus ar an cóionanis. Mar acal scur sean an fá a chaithí an neodracht fannacht mar bhanclach ag policy achtarach na hÉireann. Gur maigah.
Call down for side.
Mr. Speaker, every life matters. From the moment a baby is formed within its mother's womb, that is a life. From the moment that a woman finds out she's pregnant, she has a baby. She knows her due date, what age the baby will be at its first Christmas, its first summer, when they'll go to school. When that pregnancy ends in loss, it brings utter devastation. And right across this chamber, it has been acknowledged in the cross-party support for the introduction of baby loss certificates in Northern Ireland, as every baby matters and every life should be recognised and the loss mourned. However, the latest abortion statistics for Northern Ireland cause me deep concern. They show a 28.8% increase in abortions carried out in the past year. In 23-24, 2,792 abortions were performed. That is 624 more than the previous year's total of 2,168. These are not just statistics. Each number represents a precious life lost, a child who will never have the chance to take their first breath, and a mother left to bear the lifelong impact of this decision. For so many across Northern Ireland, it is a cause of profound grief and heartbreak to learn of the scale of abortion here. It is my firm belief that we in Northern Ireland remain a majority pro-life people, as evidenced by the most recent Northern Ireland Office consultation, where the clear voice of the people rejected the imposition of Westminster's extreme abortion laws here. We continue to work with like-minded people in exploring what more the Department of Health can do to repeal this legislation, which was forced upon us from Westminster, and introduce life-affirming laws and strategies. The battle to win hearts and minds for the sanctity of life must and will continue. We must ensure that women facing crisis pregnancies are met with real support and life-affirming choices rather than a system that too often leads them down the path of abortion. This month marks 1 year since the organisation Both Lives relaunched with a refreshed brand and a UK-wide presence, an organisation which campaigns on the value of life and health of women and unborn children and pursues the well-being of both. Every birthday is a celebration of the gift of life, yet each year across the UK, hundreds of thousands of women and babies will never experience a birthday due to abortion. This reality drives all of us forward with renewed purpose and commitment. We stand together with people from every background, all faiths and none. We stand for a life-affirming culture and the recognition and protection of every human life. Mr. Speaker, every life matters.
John Blair.
This month marks the 20th anniversary of the Hunting Act coming into force, which banned hunting with dogs in England and also Wales. This law represented a significant step forward and was celebrated by many who believed it would put an end to unnecessary cruelty inflicted on animals. However, while we celebrate this milestone as a positive development, we must also address the concerns raised since the introduction of the Act. Loopholes such as the research and observation exemption continue to be exploited by organised hunts Additionally, the practice of so-called trail hunting, which involves hounds tracking a scent instead of chasing a live animal, misuses weaknesses within the law, allowing hunts to operate as they did before the ban. This exploitation undermines the very principles that the Hunting Act was designed to uphold. The statistics, Mr Speaker, are troubling. According to the British Hound Sports Association and media reports, over the past 20 years there have been more than 250,000 days of hunting, yet there have been only 25 convictions involving hunts. This raises serious questions about the effectiveness of the legislation and whether it adequately protects our wildlife. Since July, following a manifesto commitment, it has been the UK Government's policy to strengthen the Act by banning trail hunting. This marks a significant achievement in the effort to completely eliminate hunting with dogs in England and Wales. However, it is crucial that this commitment is translated into legislation and action by the Labour Government. Furthermore, Scotland in 2023 successfully strengthened its 2002 Hunting Act, enhancing regulation and successfully banning trail hunting. This positions Scotland as a leader now in terms of banning hunting with dogs. Conversely, in Northern Ireland, the situation is quite different from that in Scotland, England and Wales. There is currently no ban on hunting with dogs. As members may be aware, I intend to change this through a private member's bill. My recent consultation on this proposed bill revealed that 80% of respondents living in Northern Ireland believe that ending hunting with dogs is important to them. This statistic, Mr Speaker, sends a very clear message. In conclusion, while we take this opportunity to acknowledge the achievements of the Hunting Act after 20 years, we must also recognise the ongoing work required to close remaining gaps and ensure the welfare of our animals. We must ensure that all regions uphold the same standards of compassion and protection for our animals and wildlife, which we claim to be so passionate about. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Michael Brogan.
Cancórla, I attended a hearing of the Omagh bomb inquiry last week at the Strual Arts Centre in Omagh, and I want to take this opportunity to publicly acknowledge the strength, courage and compassion of all of those who have told their stories and experiences of that awful day on the 15th of August 1998. It has been truly humbling to hear the heartbreaking stories from those who lost loved ones, those who were injured and those who witnessed such horror on the day of the bomb. While the details have been horrific for many, and while people locally find it difficult to relive and remember the day of the bomb, it's also striking how, in many ways, their testimonies also represent the very best of humanity. We've heard of the heroism of paramedics and firefighters who work tirelessly to rescue people, and of the huge efforts of medical staff, both in Omagh Hospital and in surrounding hospitals, who worked around the clock to help a huge influx of patients. I also want to pay tribute to the people who were there on the day, who instinctively rushed to help find people in the rubble or bring the injured to safety, despite the risk to themselves and often having already been injured themselves. All the stories from that terrible day deserve to be heard and should serve as a stark reminder to us all of how precious peace is. As an Omagh woman, I have seen the town and its people recover and grow after that dreadful attack, looking to the future while never forgetting those who were hurt or lost. It is vital that the voices of victims and their families are heard, that justice is seen to be done, and that the truth does not become yet another casualty of that dark day.
John Boating.
I rise once again regarding the King's Mills massacre, one of the most blatantly sectarian murders of the Troubles, in which 11 Protestant workmen were lined up against their van and mercilessly shot by the Provisional IRA in a military-style execution, with one sole survivor. Members have heard me previously describe in much greater detail from the inquest notes the full horrors of that cold, dark night when young men, still in their teens, cried out for the comfort of their mother's arms in their final moments, and where the groans of pain rang out into the night from the injured workmen before the gunmen callously walked through their bodies, which were strewn on the ground, and, to use their words, finished them off. Alan Black, through the pain of a body riddled with bullets, kept silent and pretended to be dead, and that's what saved him from a final fatal gunshot. Members will also know that I work on behalf of Mr Black and the family of John McConville as they seek truth and justice, and that's my privilege. They may also remember that there's an ongoing campaign for the release of the Police Ombudsman report into the investigation. And I say ongoing because that investigation has been continuing for some 13 years, yet there's still no report forthcoming. Some of that time is understandable, as the coronial inquest was underway for 10 years, but there was nothing to preclude the Ombudsman's investigator from continuing their work in parallel over that period. The Office of the Police Ombudsman had previously advised the families that the report was finished and then retracted. The coroner told the families they would receive the report on the conclusion of the inquest last April, but here we are, yet another month on, some 10 months in total, and no report. No timeline for its publication other than in due course, and nothing but a flimsy assurance from the Police Ombudsman that her office is not seeking to run down the clock and that Kingsmills remains a priority. Right? Talk is cheap, it's action that counts, and yet another month has passed with nothing. Mr. Speaker, I assure the families and the Office of the Police Ombudsman that I will keep airing this issue and exposing the ticking clock, which we're told is not being run down to the ICRIR, because I believe this 49 years of waiting for these families is frankly ridiculous. I believe it should be an utter embarrassment to our system and those engaged in it that these people have been toyed with. The report is ready. Oh no, sorry it isn't. You'll get it after the inquest. The inquest ends, nothing. When will it come? In due course. We're not running down the clock, and yet everything points to the fact that they actually are. So when will it come? We're now at 10 months of obfuscation and deflection over a simple question. When will you publish? No answer, no timeline, no information, and no report. This has become a disgraceful charade, and as they delay in the pressure bills, they should know that as time passes, the expectation on them for a report to be of value, depth, and insight increases. It's a sad day when the victims have to fight for a report and use their funeral money to pay for legal action and try to obtain the report to which they're entitled, not once but twice so far. Those involved should hang their heads in shame at this despicable treatment of innocent victims and know that I will not rest until Mr. Black has that report in his hands and his questions are answered. Once again, I remind this House that 10 months have now passed since the inquest, and I urge the Ombudsman's Office to release this report immediately.
Kate Nicholl.
Mr. Speaker, infrastructure improvements are essential for economic growth, but we must recognise the serious impact that they can have on local businesses. When vital roadworks disrupt trade, we need to act swiftly to support those affected. Several businesses have been in touch with me regarding the ongoing closure of Knockbracken Road in South Belfast. This closure is not just an inconvenience, it is harming their ability to operate. Delivery lorries are struggling to access the premises, causing delays and confusion to suppliers. Customers faced with very long detours are choosing not to visit at all, and the businesses are concerned that that sharp decline in footfall may lead to customers going elsewhere and to never return. These businesses are vital to our local economy. They provide jobs and essential services. I've recently learnt that the Knockbracken Road won't reopen until July 2025. I've written to the new Ministers for the Economy and for the Infrastructure to urge them to explore urgent solutions, such as accelerating the completion of roadworks to reopen the Knockbracken Road, to implement better interim measures, improve signage, access routes to help navigate the disruption would be extremely helpful, but also to explore financial relief options such as a rates reduction or compensation. These businesses and the people who rely on them, it isn't just an inconvenience to them, it's impacting their lives, and I'm committed to ensuring that they get the support that they need now. Thank you.
Colm Gildernew.
Ceann Corlia, I rise this morning to discuss the issue of Ann Street in Dungannon. And members may or may not know that Ann Street in Dungannon was a very significant part of the heart of Dungannon town, a thriving, bustling street that contained a mix of businesses, including hardware stores and bars and also family homes. In the early 80s, some 40 years ago, there was a proposal to regenerate Ann Street, and the wrecking balls moved in, removed the street entirely, demolished the street, but the redevelopment never came. Now, there have been several false dawns over many years, and many representatives from the South Tyrone area have worked on this issue and sought to deliver that much-needed regeneration and rebuilding of Ann Street. However, there have been several false dawns, and including a number of years ago when I became an MLA, I met with developers who had a plan for a mixed use on the site, which didn't come to fruition. However, in recent times, there has been an application made and is with planning currently around new retail and a mixed community development for the site. I would sincerely welcome that would take place. I think it's long overdue that the blight on the centre of Dungannon town would be redressed and that investment would go into that site. I will also commit that the wider regeneration of Dungannon town needs to also be a focus for a range of departments here, and I will continue to work with the traders in the town, with the communities in the town, and with people who live and work and shop in Dungannon town to see it being restored to where it should be, and the damage that was caused by the demolition of Ann Street is repaired and restored.
I rise today to highlight the fantastic work being carried out by both Mid and East Antrim Borough Council and Antrim and Newtonabbey Borough Council in supporting our veterans community. My constituency of East Antrim, and Carrickfergus in particular, has a long and proud military history, something which brings great pride to the local community and to me as a representative. Our veterans have made immense sacrifices to protect our freedoms and our way of life. It is our duty to ensure they receive the support and recognition that they deserve. Mid and East Antrim Council and Antrim and Newtonabbey have been exemplary in this regard, demonstrating an unwavering commitment to our veterans. Last night, councillors on Mid and East Antrim Borough Council once again confirmed their commitment to our veterans community by voting to renew their commitment to the Armed Forces Covenant. Mid and East Antrim have signed up to the Armed Forces Covenant in 2016. They have undertaken to support veterans by way of signposting, advice, veterans roadshows, to name a few, as well as the appointment of their own veterans champion, and the organisation and facilitation of a range of events and key event anniversaries and commemorations, including services for Remembrance Sunday in November each year. The formation of the Mid and East Antrim Veteran Support Programme has been a key driver in supporting our armed forces community in the borough, offering bus trips, walking tours, talks, health awareness events, and I'm looking forward to hosting the group here in Parliament buildings tomorrow with our party leader. I want to pay particular tribute to my party colleagues for their ongoing commitment to our armed forces and the veterans community, and reiterate this party's support for those who have and those who continue to put on the uniform and put themselves in harm's way to protect and preserve our freedoms. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I want to focus today on the lack of transparency in this House and the failure of ministers to adhere to their responsibilities under standing orders to respond to written questions. Members' standing orders are very clear. Standing Order 20C states, "The Minister or member representing the Assembly Commission to whom a question is addressed shall answer it A. by the end of 10 working days after it is published, or B. in the case of a question for priority answer by the end of 2, 3, 4 or 5 working days, as the case may be, after it is published." I regret that across several departments this rule is being disregarded on an ongoing basis. I am grateful to you, Mr. Speaker, for intervening and requiring ministers to issue revised answers to questions which I have submitted. These questions deal with the time lag between draft answers being provided by officials and the answer being provided to MLAs by the Minister. It is the latter, I believe, where the problem exists. While far from being the only offender, the Executive Office is particularly bad in this House. As I highlighted during question time yesterday, a question I tabled from September 24 about travel to Washington for St Patrick's Day 2024 remains unanswered. Less than a month out from St Patrick's Day 2025. That is simply not good enough. Standing orders in this House need to apply to all, including members of the Executive.
Mr. Speaker, last September I stood in this House to lament the decision by the Labour government to pause vital funding to my constituency in North Belfast. Not content with picking the pockets of pensioners by removing the universal winter fuel allowance, or with their proposals to destroy family farms, they then went on to attack one of the most socially and economically deprived constituencies in the United Kingdom by removing funding from North Belfast. The Shore Road Skills Centre, Mr Speaker, aims to transform the life opportunities of young people who call Shore Road and wider North Belfast home, providing them with lifelong learning and opportunities for future job creation. I made clear during those remarks, Mr Speaker, that I would leave no stone unturned in fighting that disgraceful decision. I want to put on record my thanks to my parliamentary colleagues who have stood with me the entirety of this campaign, and to the people of Crusaders Football Club who never gave up hope on securing this funding. The culmination of our campaign came yesterday, Mr Speaker, when the Deputy Prime Minister announced that the only project in Northern Ireland to go ahead and receive the funding that they deserve would be the Shore Road Skills Centre. This is an investment of £2.25 million in the heart of North Belfast, in the heart of a community that has been denied the resources it deserves for many years. And I want to express my gratitude to all those who supported us in this campaign. Although, Mr Speaker, this is a great victory, the campaign to continue to build North Belfast will continue in earnest. And I continue to put government ministers here on notice that we expect funding to be secured for the next phase of our development of the Shore Road, the former Grove Leisure Centre site, as the Castle Community Trust rightly continue to campaign to deliver a dedicated resource centre in the heart of North Belfast. That campaign has my full support, and I look forward to helping secure the funding that they richly deserve also. Thank you.
That brings to a conclusion member statements. We now move to the next item on the order paper. Point of order, Mr Britton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, last year your ruling on ministers refusing to answer questions to members was clear. That's why I was so surprised when I received a written answer from the Justice Minister yesterday requesting information on how much public money had been spent by the Police Ombudsman in her court case against the Northern Ireland Retired Police Officers Association. The Justice Minister's response to me read, "This is an operational matter for the Office of the Police Ombudsman. You may wish to contact them directly." Mr Speaker, this is public money that comes out of the budget of the Justice Department. We are told day and daily by the Justice Minister that she does not have the funds that she needs, but seems uninterested in how much public money has been wasted on this court case by the Police Ombudsman. Mr Speaker, can you give me guidance as to how I can get answers for my constituents and the people of Northern Ireland who rightly deserve to know how much money has been wasted by the Police Ombudsman?
Thank you, members. A point of order. We will look into this and address it, but and you could go down the route of freedom of information if the information isn't forthcoming. However, in most instances, MLAs shouldn't have to go down a freedom of information route because you have the accessibility to members' questions. And I'll say this as a general principle. Ministers should recognise that they are answerable to the members of this House who are answerable to the Northern Ireland public, and if they're sitting on answers that they know they have and are withholding information, they are showing disrespect for the community in Northern Ireland. This isn't Castlereagh Holding Centre where people are sitting saying no comment, no comment, no comment. And I would suggest to ministers that it's not a good look withholding information from members where you have that information. And I will do my utmost as Speaker to ensure that members get the answers to questions and hold ministers to account, because that is the role of this body in this building, is to hold people who are making decisions on your behalf to account. And there's no point in having devolution if we can't hold our ministers and executive to account. So it is important that there's a two-way flow and that ministers engage appropriately with the members and ensure that the members who are acting on behalf of the public actually get the responses. But we will look further into this and take note of what has been said by the Minister in this particular instance, and the independence of the body that's involved. It does bring up another issue: who actually looks after those bodies which are independent and who are they answerable to. And if a body falls into a situation where it's not carrying out its work appropriately, who actually holds that body to account? Because they have a very significant role in actually ensuring that other bodies are held to account, and therefore they need to be doing their work scrupulously and impeccably, and therefore they need openness from these independent bodies as well. And I thank the member for raising the question. Next item on the order paper is the second stage of the budget bill, and I call the Minister of Finance.
Moved.
The second stage of the budget bill has been moved. In accordance with convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limits in this debate. I call on the Minister of Finance to open the debate on the bill.
This second stage today follows the Assembly approval yesterday of departments and other bodies' final expenditure plans as detailed in the Spring Supplementary Estimates 24-25. In addition, the Assembly also voted the vote on account for 25-26, enabling departments to utilise resources and access the cash necessary to continue delivery of services until work on the 25-26 main estimates and associated budget number 2 bill has completed. Finally, members also approved the Statement of Accesses 23-24, which regularised previous expenditure. As members will be aware, departments are currently operating under the authority of the Budget Number 2 Act 2024, which authorised the 24-25 main estimates. Following January monitoring allocations being agreed by the Executive on the 16th of January 2025, departments and other bodies then prepared their spring supplementary estimates based on this budget position, and as I covered yesterday, additional headroom was also included. The Assembly agreement of the Executive's final budget for 24-25 allows me to bring this budget bill to the Assembly to seek the legislative authority for the expenditure of the departments and other bodies for the remainder of the financial year. There is a short window between January monitoring position being agreed by the Executive, estimates being produced and the budget bill completing the full legislative process. It is vital to secure royal assent on this budget bill by the end of March 2025 to ensure departments and other bodies can continue to access the cash and resources required to continue to deliver services for the remainder of the 24-25 financial year. I am grateful to the Finance Committee for confirming that in line with Standing Order 42, the budget bill can proceed under accelerated passage, and thank the Committee for its support. It has been necessary to request that Standing Order 42.5 be suspended for the budget bill to allow the bill to complete all stages in less than 10 days. In addition, suspension of Standing Order 39.2 has also been requested to facilitate prompt passage of the bill. Mr Speaker, the Assembly Standing Order 32 directs that the second stage debate should be confined to the general principles of the bill, and I shall endeavour to keep that direction. This bill will give effect to the spring supplementary estimates for 24-25 and authorise the cash and use of resources on services to allow departments and other public bodies to continue to operate for the remainder of the 24-25 financial year. This bill will also authorise 45% vote on account for 25-26 to enable departmental and public bodies to keep delivery of public services in the 25-26 financial year until the main estimates for the 25-26 year and its associated budget bill number 2 have been prepared and authorised. In addition, the bill will regularise expenditure on accesses identified by the Public Accounts Committee and will authorise cash for use of resources for 23-24 as described in its published report. Copies of the budget bill and the explanatory and financial memorandum have been made available to members, and the spring supplementary estimates 24-25, vote on account for 25-26 and statement of accesses 2023-24 were laid in the Assembly on the 10th of February 2025. The bill will authorise the revised issue of £26,536,605,000 from the Consolidated Fund and the use of resources totalling £31,041,383,000 by the departments and other bodies listed in Schedule 1 of the bill in the year ending the 31st of March 2025. The cash and resources are to be spent and used on the services listed in Schedule 1. These amounts supersede the amounts that were previously authorised by the Budget No. 2 Act 2024. The bill also includes a vote on account for 25-26, as detailed in Schedule 2, to allow departments and bodies specified to deliver services into the early months of the incoming 24-25 financial year. It is important to stress that this does not constitute setting a 25-26 budget. As members are aware, the Executive agreed on the 19th of December 2024 to consult on a draft budget for 25-26. This consultation period closes on the 13th of March 2025, and once the Executive agrees the 25-26 budget, it will then be brought to the Assembly to consider within the 2025-2026 main estimates and associated Budget No. 2 Bill. In addition, the budget bill before you today will authorise accesses for the 23-24 as identified by the Public Accounts Committee for the purposes specified in Schedule 3 of the bill. While the majority of the expenditure by all departments is done on the authority of statutory powers provided through legislation passed by the Assembly, however, there are some functions which may rely on the sole authority of the Budget Act until appropriate legislation is in place, and there was some discussion and debate in regards to this matter yesterday evening. Table 6 of the Spring Supplementary Estimates 24-25 document sets out a summary of expenditure resting on the sole authority of the Budget Act. My department has been proactive in liaising with departments in order to reduce reliance on sole authority going forward. Before I conclude, I also wish to correct the record from yesterday evening, if that's permissible. Mr. Gaston raised an issue in relation to a table on page 7 of the Spring Supplementary Estimates. Mr. Gaston is correct. The table has set out the spends in millions instead of hundreds of thousands. I have asked for that to be corrected, and a letter will be forwarded to the Finance Committee, and also the correction of the record will also be placed in the library as well for members. And I apologise to the House for that error. I have asked my officials to examine as to how that came about. Also, in conclusion, I will be writing today to the Finance Committee and my executive colleagues, setting out the position as best as I know it, and discussed again at length and understandably at length yesterday in relation to national insurance contributions, borne consequentials, and the pressure that may place on government departments and councils and voluntary community sector moving forward. As set out yesterday, I will put in writing to members my best known position at this time. I cannot confirm the Treasury's position at this time, but I can assure members once I'm aware of the Treasury's confirmed position, I will inform members, but I thought it was useful just to forward on the information at hand. In conclusion, this crucial piece of legislation before us today is required to ensure that all day-to-day public services, which we all rely upon, can continue to be delivered to our citizens for the remainder of this financial year. On that note, I will conclude and will be happy to deal with any points in relation to the bill or other matters which may arise during the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I call Matthew O'Toole, Chairperson of the Finance Committee.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I'm going to begin, as you say today, by speaking as Chair of the Finance Committee. I'll then give some views from my perspective as Leader of the Opposition. It's worth saying, pointing out, as I had to yesterday, that there is an issue in relation to opposition speaking rights and chairperson speaking rights that I think either the Speaker's Office and the Procedures Committee do need to examine. It doesn't procedurally arise today because this is an on-time debate. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, as I said, I will begin as Chair of the Finance Committee and reflect the committee's viewpoint as broadly as possible. I'd like to thank the Deputy Chair, Diane Forsyth, for speaking on my behalf in the committee's behalf, I should say, on the supply resolutions debate yesterday. It's also worth saying that I think all of us on the committee would acknowledge that Diane's experience as an auditor has been professionally useful and has added actually to our scrutiny work, and I think demonstrates the importance of that kind of professional expertise, and that, frankly, at times, though we will have political disagreements in all parties, non-partisan ability to scrutinise. And I would also acknowledge that Mr Gaston was quite right in pointing out this, well, I hope it's a typographical error rather than a substantive error. It is our job to come here and scrutinise the documents in front of us, not simply wave them through. I also want to thank the Minister for his comments and use this opportunity to formally place on record the committee's congratulations on his recent appointment as Finance Minister. And I'd also like to thank his predecessor, Dr. Kiva Archibald, for her work in the role and indeed the assistance she gave the committee. She was open in her communications and constructive with the committee, and we wish her well in her new portfolio. To the new Minister, I would say the committee wants to conduct its relations with him in the same spirit of trust, candour and positive engagement as it did with Dr. Archibald, and indeed robust debate as we engaged in yesterday, and I'm sure we'll engage in again later on today. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, first of all, I'll turn to the request for the committee's agreement that the Budget Bill receive accelerated passage, the Budget Bill 2025. The committee arrived at a consensus to agree that the bill is granted accelerated passage. However, members should not assume that this was a formality. There was considerable debate around the basis for this agreement, and while consensus was reached in support, some members on the committee were not in support. They will articulate their views when it is their turn to speak, as I will in my capacity as Leader of the Opposition in a moment. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I'm sure all members would agree that accelerated passage in principle is not an ideal way to do business. However, it is worth saying that the nature of budget processes mean that a budget bill, in fact any budget bill, is unlikely to pass in requisite time without accelerated passage. The Finance Committee received briefing on this bill as well as on the spring supplementary estimates for 24-25, the vote on account for 25-26 and the statement of excesses for 23-24 at its meeting on Wednesday 12th of February. At that point, the committee had sight of the draft bill. The committee's agreement to accelerated passage is predicated on, quote, appropriate consultation as per Standing Order 42.2. Additionally, granting accelerated passage to this bill will compromise paragraph 40 of Strand 1 of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement and paragraph 64(1) of the Northern Ireland Act 1998. And while every budget bill has been given accelerated passage, when there has been an assembly to pass a budget bill, members were uncomfortable with the phrase appropriate consultation. Without a committee stage, the committee is not in a position to be able to provide input to this bill. Members are supportive of the current wording of Standing Order 42.2 being reviewed to be more reflective of the reality of this situation. That said, members are grateful to officials for giving their briefing. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, members will also appreciate that as a devolved legislature, we are subject to actions and timescales at Westminster for the allocation of our budget and the estimates processes to which it is subject. The committee has also noted, following engagement with stakeholders, that our budgets would be much more strategic and better applied were they to be linked to a programme for government. Additionally, multi-year budgets would provide the security to invest and reform, and I'm sure this will come up through the course of today's debate. The committee has been briefed on work that the Department of Finance has been doing, flowing from the Budget Sustainability Plan and Budget Improvement Roadmap, which should take us towards budgets linked to the PFG and multi-annual budget plans. The committee is monitoring this closely and will share details it receives with other statutory committees as per the committee's role as budget lead. The committee is also acutely aware that this has been a bumper year for Barnett consequentials. With the Executive Restoration Package settlement, the interim fiscal framework and significant transfers from Westminster following both their main and supplementary estimate processes, our 24-25 budget has seen additional allocations on an almost unprecedented scale. In other good news, the additional funding has been baselined for 25-26. However, the committee has been warned by officials that we are not likely to see such inflows going forward. The committee would urge departments to apply all of their efforts to living within their means and to move beyond the culture of overcommitting budgets in the hope that Westminster estimates will come to the rescue and provide for the shortfall. I will elaborate on this in my remarks in a party capacity. Finance Committee has been commissioning much more detailed information on departmental spending that we are sharing with our statutory committees, including monthly returns, which the Deputy Chair has helped to drive forward in committee, and that has really significantly enhanced our scrutiny work, and I hope the scrutiny work of other committees too. It is our job to support other committees in their scrutiny, a job we take seriously and will continue to invest time in. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the committee noted that the information provided regarding the SSEs, the vote on account and statement of excesses, has improved following the commencement of the Financial Reporting Departments and Public Bodies Bill Northern Ireland 2022. The implementation of the Act has resulted in a number of changes to how financial information is presented in the estimates and the associated budget bill. The most significant changes being, number one, clear alignment of financial information between budgets, estimates and accounts. Number two, expenditure of arm's-length bodies, which has always been included in budgets, is now also consolidated into estimates and accounts, so that financial information can be directly compared. Number three, capital expenditure is now voted directly. Number four, separate control limits are voted in the budget bill for departmental expenditure limits for both current and capital. Separate control totals are voted in the budget bill for annually managed expenditure for both current and capital. Separate control totals are voted in the budget bill for non-budget expenditure for both current and capital. Cash requirements continue to be voted. And finally, rather than the Department of Finance laying a minute to authorise accruing resources, i.e. receipts, the Assembly now authorises the use of income directly in the budget bill. Now, those are relatively technical matters, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, but they have, in a technical sense, improved how the budget process works. But I'll come on to offer some broader conclusions in my political remarks. During its consideration of the bill, indeed during all of the evidence sessions on the budget and related issues, the committee has reflected on the considerable complexity of the budget process. This tends to be compounded by the liberal use of technical terms and accounting principles which are alien to most people. There is pressure on the Finance Committee to understand the processes and terminology, and I commend members on the committee for their diligence in this regard. And even the most dedicated members of the Finance Committee will sometimes find themselves having to penetrate extremely technical terms and concepts, and it is always important for us to, first of all, understand it, but also try and unpack it and explain it to the wider public and indeed our Assembly colleagues. As members are aware, budget bills provide the statutory means for the Assembly to authorise spending by departments and issue cash to departments to fund this expenditure. They also hold departments accountable for managing and controlling that spending within the limits authorised for the financial year. As I indicated, budget bills are supported by the estimates process, with the January monitoring position agreed by the Executive on the 16th of January. It's important to stress that executive budgets just set the Executive's spending plans. They do not give departments the legal authority to draw down the use of cash or resources. That is only done through budget bills and the associated supply resolutions. This budget bill signals that we are coming to the end of the 24-25 financial year, with departmental accounts comparing their audited return against the limits voted by the Assembly. The 24-25 budget began its life on the 24th of April 2024, following its agreement by the Executive. Following this, the main estimates 24-25 were prepared, and the Budget Number 2 Act Northern Ireland 2024 received royal assent on the 18th of October 2024, so giving departments the authority to spend. The spring supplementary estimates were commissioned on the 27th of November 2024, and following the January monitoring round process completing, the Executive agreed the final 24-25 budget position on the 16th of January 2025. This allowed the completion of SSE templates, which required the finalising of departmental expenditure plans, recording on accounting systems, preparing estimates templates and receiving final internal approvals and clearance from ministers. This process wrapped up on the 23rd of January 2025, and the department's supply team then compiled the 18 estimates across departments and public bodies. These are what is contained in this document, the SSE Memorandum. The completion of the 24-25 SSEs provides a reconciliation between the main estimate budget position and the spring supplementary estimate budget position. Headroom built into these spring supplementary estimates gives the Executive the ability to spend any funding yet to be allocated on priority areas and to ensure that no resources are lost to the block grant. As members will recall, the vote on account at this point last year was an exceptional 65%. This was due to the place we found ourselves in with the sudden restoration of the executive. This year's figure of 45% is much more usual, providing as it does interim resources and funding for the first few months of the 25-26 financial year, until work on the 25-26 main estimates and Budget Bill number 2 have been completed. The vote on account ensures that departmental business can continue before the Assembly considers the budget at main estimates prior to summer recess. In terms of next steps for this budget bill, the committee has been led to expect that consideration stage will be held next Monday, the 24th of February, with further consideration stage and final stage both happening on the 25th of February. Beyond that, royal assent should be received by the 24th of March, i.e. before the end of the financial year. I now want to turn to the favourite subject of many members, the use of the sole authority of the Budget Act, or the black box in the vernacular. As members will no doubt be aware, any charge upon public funds must be authorised by legislation, and the majority of expenditure by government departments is supported by specific enabling legislation. If this legislation isn't in place, expenditure must generally rely on the sole authority of the Budget Acts. The absence of an executive and functioning assembly means that expenditure has built up, which falls into the sole authority category. When the main estimates were produced, the total amount of sole authority sought was £28 million. Following updates, the current figure has reduced to £25 million, and the majority of departments have indicated that legislation is expected in 2025. The Finance Committee has a specific interest in this, as members have been waiting for a financial provisions bill which will legislate for some elements of the current black box. Additionally, the arrival of a Fiscal Council bill will remove funding from this body from the black box. The committee, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, is increasingly frustrated that these bills have not been introduced, and I would use this opportunity to ask the Minister on the committee's behalf to redouble his efforts to bring these and other legislation the committee has been expecting to the floor of this chamber. I would gently point out that those bills were included in the 2024 legislative programme, not the 24-25 legislative programme as has been stated on the floor of this Assembly. So they are now already overdue for introduction by several months. So, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I look forward to members' contributions during this debate, and I will now say a few words in my capacity as Leader of the Opposition. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I welcome the fact that we are here in the Assembly debating a budget bill. It feels like we're obliged to say that all the time whenever we are here doing anything. Isn't it great that we're here? Isn't it great that we're debating a budget bill? Isn't it great that there's an executive? Isn't it great that we've turned up and done our jobs? And the truth is, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, it isn't great. It's the bare minimum. It's what the public expected when they elected us. We need to do more than simply turn up. The reason why the concept of simply turning up is relevant to the budget bill is that all the budget bill does is authorise spending. It authorises the updated totals and limits that are set out in the spring supplementary estimates. That's what budget bills do. They are effectively contacting your bank and saying, we authorise continued authorisation of the use of your bank account and your overdraft for another few months. It isn't a budget. It isn't a strategic statement of how resources are going to be allocated in order to deliver on the people's priorities. We know, roughly speaking, what the people's priorities are because it's pretty obvious. The crisis in our health service, the fact that we have the worst waiting lists and waiting times, not just in these islands, but bluntly in Western Europe. The fact that we have a wastewater infrastructure system that is crumbling and is preventing basic economic development. The fact that in other areas of our public services we are crying out for reform in order to deliver the basics that the public in a democracy should expect. Those are clearly the priorities. Now, there's a programme for government, currently in draft form, not signed off, not finalised, with lots of vague descriptive text, but not clear targets. I don't know, perhaps the Minister can update us in his winding remarks, and when perhaps other members of executive parties can update us whether they think the programme for government is going to be finalised. But the programme for government, even when it is finalised, unless it's backed by a coherent, ideally multi-year budget, and the Minister no doubt will say in his remarks that a multi-year budget isn't legally possible until Westminster provides him with a multi-year spending review, and that's true, but as I've said and we've discussed, it doesn't stop him providing an indicative pathway, and indeed he appears to be moving in that direction. But the absence of a clear strategic plan means that this document, the budget bill, is only an authorisation of spending. It isn't a budget. I have to say this in my capacity as chair of the Finance Committee, and when I'm talking to some of my colleagues, and even sometimes when I'm talking to constituents and the media, I have to say the budget bill is of course part of the budget process, but it isn't the budget. The budget is the document that we haven't yet debated. Because, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, it was sent to members in it was emailed to members in a written statement just before Christmas. We then got further allocations a couple of weeks ago, again on a non-sitting day. We haven't had a fulsome debate yet in this chamber on the 25-26 budget. The consultation period for the document closes in about 3 weeks' time, and after that, 3.5 weeks' time, and after that it still has to be agreed, based on what the Minister said, by the Executive. It will then eventually come back to the floor of the Assembly. By that stage, one assumes this bill, the budget bill, authorising 45% of spending for the new financial year, will already have passed. So, will we even be debating the draft budget for the final budget for 25-26 before the start of the new financial year? Will the public be able to understand what we're prioritising, how we're allocating resources in order to deal with their priorities? It appears increasingly unlikely, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and it's part of a broader systemic challenge with this executive, which is, I'm afraid, an apparent desire to simply get credit for turning up, for simply keeping the wheels turning and perhaps keeping the lights on, marking time, the odd photo op, the odd summit with a nice photo op and some PR around it. No clear, decisive targets for improving public services, no clarity for the public on when they're going to have a plan.
Could you just, I've given you a lot of latitude, and I'm sure you'll appreciate that, particularly in your role as spokesperson for the opposition, or the official opposition. But can I just ask, even in the broadest scope, that you return to the budget bill rather than the lack of a budget, if you don't mind?
Return to the budget bill, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and of course I respect any guidance from the Chair. Of course, it's important to say that the budget bill literally authorises absolutely every bit of spending that the Executive does. So in theory, absolutely everything is within scope of the budget bill, because if there was no budget bill, there'd be nothing to talk about. I'm not going to be that. Having understood your guidance, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I will come back
Matthew,
to the...
You're ripping it, frankly. So I have the scope. I've got legal advice. Excuse me, I'm not finished. I've got legal advice about the scope of the budget bill. I have read the budget bill. I have read the legal advice. And I have allowed and will facilitate members stretching, because this is a democratic institution. So, for the second time, and without challenging the Chair, could the member return to the debate of the budget bill, if he doesn't mind? Thank you.
Principal Deputy Speaker, the budget bill in front of us lists the various areas that the Executive is spending money on, but it does not offer any prioritisation. The budget bill is simply a list of areas where money is legally spent, but there's no opportunity for the public to know how much money is being spent on reducing waiting lists, how much money is being spent or invested in recovering our wastewater infrastructure. I could, of course, find the relevant bit of the budget bill which mentions funding Northern Ireland Water, because that's in the budget bill. I could, of course, find the bit of the budget bill which mentions funding the health service, because that's all in the budget bill. But there is no clarity whatsoever in this document for the public in terms of how the Executive is going about prioritising the things they care about. That is not the fault of the budget bill. That's not what the budget bill is there to do. The budget bill is simply there to legally authorise spending. But the public deserve more than that, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. They deserve more than simply marking time, turning up and keeping the lights on and then expecting credit for it. I just turn briefly, before I conclude my remarks, to a couple of specific points which the Minister touched on. He touched on the use of the so-called black box, the sole authority of the Budget Act. It is true that those amounts have come down significantly. It's also true to say that there are areas that are promised in legislation, specifically the Financial Provisions Bill and also the Fiscal Council Bill. I'd like to know when those bits of legislation are going to be presented before the Assembly, because they're not. It was said yesterday that these were the suggestion was that these were hideously complex pieces of legislation that would take ages and that the officials needed more time. Well, to be fair, officials had years whenever this place was down. The Financial Provisions Bill and the Fiscal Council Bill are not politically controversial bits of legislation. I'm at a loss as to why officials and drafters could not have been drafting those bills whenever ministers weren't in office. Executive parties were having meetings about a programme for government. Activity was going on. I presume these people were still at work, so I would like to understand when exactly we will have these pieces of legislation in front of us. I also, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, want to touch on the question of scrutiny, because Mr Gaston is right to point out a typographical error in the Spring Supplementary Estimates document. It's our job to take seriously the scrutiny of these documents, and insofar as we are able to understand them, they aren't that hideously complicated. One of my great frustrations is that individual statutory committees, I think, barely scrutinise these documents at all. But the honest truth is they're in a better position to understand why money might have moved around in their individual departments than the Finance Committee is. If you look at some of the changes, when I turn to, for example, and I should have had it marked, a specific movement in the Health Department around a fall in a significant adjustment in their capital budget for 24-25. I'm not sure. I would imagine that might be connected to the Children's Hospital debacle, but I don't know because I'm not on that committee. It's the job of individual committees not simply to get the headlines, but to scrutinise exactly what's happening in the finances of their department, and for our Finance Committee to provide strategic direction. And I hope we'll be doing more of that going forward, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, to conclude my remarks on the budget bill, the budget bill itself, while it may not go to a division, it would be hard for us to jump up and down in ecstatic support for a bill which authorises spending in the absence of a clear strategic plan to deal with a crisis in our public services, to get waiting lists down and provide a clear plan as to how the Executive is spending money on that, to invest in our wastewater infrastructure, to rescue public services, which are now, frankly, the public have waited long enough for a plan to see them rescued, and they are beyond cynicism with the Executive in these institutions. They deserve better. They deserve a coherent multi-year budget when one is able to be delivered, and they deserve a strategic plan from the Executive. So while it is welcome that spending continues to be authorised, in the same way that it's welcome that we're in this room and the lights are on and we're all talking, it's not good enough and it needs to get better. Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker.
Much appreciated, Matthew. I call Philip McGuigan, Chair of the Health Committee.
Last Kincollier, and I welcome the opportunity to contribute to today's debate on behalf of the Committee for Health. As I mentioned in yesterday's debate, the financial landscape we find ourselves in has presented significant challenges to all executive departments, and this has had a considerable impact on the provision of services within our communities. These financial challenges are having a pronounced effect on those within our communities who require treatment in our health system and on those staff who work in the health and social care system. And just at the outset, I do want to pay tribute to our health and social care workers, some 70,000 odd staff, who are going above and beyond to provide care and support to our sick and most vulnerable citizens, battling also against long waiting lists, longer waits at emergency departments and services that are stretched to breaking point. The health budget makes up over 50% of the total block grant and has significant implications for the health and well-being of the people we in this chamber represent. So it is therefore crucial that we understand its impact and significance. Over the last year, the Committee has engaged with the Minister and departmental officials on the budget. Just last week, the Minister briefed the Committee on the budget for next year. The Minister outlined that with this year's budget allocation of £8.4 billion, there is still a shortfall of some £400 million in the next financial year. During the briefing, members covered a number of areas with the Minister, and these included the national insurance contributions increase. Members highlighted the significant impact this will have on the health and social care sector, including GP surgeries, pharmacies and social care. Committee members were advised that the Minister has been in contact with the British Government Minister in relation to this matter. With regard to respite care for families, members raised the issue of the announcement of £2 million to be spent in this financial year and £13 million in the following financial years for short-term respite care. The committee welcomed this announcement at the time and is disappointed that only £1.377 million will be spent in the current financial year. The committee has requested further information on the plans in place for the incoming financial year to ensure that families get the respite they need and this important service is utilised fully. Access to GP services, again, members raised the issue of the funding for indemnity for GPs and generally the pressure there is currently on accessing primary care. It's disappointing to see over the past number of years GP practices being taken over by trusts and a number of GP surgeries in financial rescue plans. This clearly shows the need for significant investment in our primary services to improve access. The committee also heard that in relation to the cancer strategy, only £10.6 million was spent in the last financial year against a planned spend of £34.2 million, and in relation to mental health strategy, only £5.9 million against a target of £42 million. This is extremely disappointing and outlines the significant pressure there is on the system. We need to see action plans outlining how money will be allocated in the future. Within domiciliary care, we are aware from briefings from the trusts and for the representative bodies that this significant bottleneck in the system is in relation to the provision of domiciliary care and the need for significant investment to provide sufficient service to allow the flow of patients through hospitals. We do need to see plans on how the Department will address this important issue. A member also raised the issue and cost of providing free period products in our health and social care buildings. When the committee was briefed on the statutory rule in November, we were advised that the cost would be between £1 and £1.5 million. However, in the EQIA produced by the Department, the cost was put down as £5.7 million. So that's a significant change in the figures provided to the committee, and have requested further information in relation to this. The committee have also requested a detailed breakdown of the expenditure for 25-26, but so far have only been sent information on how the Department has used the percentage split from 24-25 opening allocations to allocate the additional funding across the programmes for care for 25-26. And the Department won't be able to provide detailed information until many months into the new financial year. This highlights the real need for long-term planning within the Department of Health. The committee looks forward to further work being undertaken by the Executive to bring forward multi-year budgets, which will allow the Department of Health to plan long-term and to put in place planned interventions to address the waiting list and the increasing health inequalities we are all seeing. The committee is also keen to see how the Department and the Executive will link the budget to the programme for government. PFG outlines key priorities for health in relation to reducing waiting lists and the reform and transformation of public services. It is important that we and the public see the links between the programme for government and the budget with clear and achievable targets where progress can be monitored and measured. I will also mention the Department's capital budget. Over the past number of years, we have seen significant capital projects in the health estate. However, as with other projects, these tend to run over time and budget. Indeed, last week the committee went to see the new maternity hospital at the Royal, and it is a magnificent site, no doubt, that will provide high quality, safe care for many mothers and babies. However, there are significant delays in opening the hospital, and I would encourage the Department and the Trust to work together to get the hospital safely opened as soon as possible. I would also encourage the Trust and the Department to learn from this process and apply that learning to the build of the new Children's Hospital, which is to be commenced soon. I appreciate this will take additional resource and as committee chairperson, I am keen to work with the Minister and the Department to make that argument for additional funding to fund our health service and provide the necessary support to our health and social care workers. Prívlas Ceann Comhairle, I just want to speak now a few minutes in my capacity as MLA and Sinn Féin's health spokesperson, just to make a number of additional points. As mentioned, the Health Minister and his Permanent Secretary attended the Health Committee last week to brief us on the budget, and I want to thank both for doing so. I also want today to put on record my appreciation to the current Permanent Secretary, Peter May, as he steps down from this role, and to thank him for his many years of public service. I want to wish Peter well in whatever the future holds for him. As part of the briefing, the Minister outlined the anticipated funding gap within health. This is a budget with a significant proportion, over 50% of the overall budget within the Executive being allocated to health. And I know from the comments made in here yesterday and in previous debates from right across the chamber, there's a clear recognition that we must use that substantial health budget to do better, to produce and then implement plans and strategies that deliver better health outcomes for patients and to create a better, safe and working environment for staff. There are over 500,000 people, a quarter of the population of the North here, on waiting lists to have their first consultation with a specialist. That figure is unacceptable, and we need to see action in the year ahead to start turning the corner and reducing that number. This is especially needed within cancer waiting lists and services, where urgency is key to the treatment and outcome, and indeed in saving lives. The Minister does need to utilise the budget for the cancer strategy he has more efficiently to ensure all available money is spent on screening, diagnosing and treating cancer patients. I do welcome the Minister's comments that he made last week in the committee to put plans in place for a lung screening programme and to expand bowel screening, and look forward to hearing more detail on this in the time ahead. In this chamber we often debate in the past and have done so on numerous occasions what we can do about the growing mental health crisis within our society. So again, it was disappointing to see the Department hadn't spent all the available resources it had within the 24-25 budget. It's further perplexing over the last number of days receiving emails from groups like the Samaritans and others to express their disappointment at missing out on funding for projects to tackle mental health. My colleague Arlia Flynn has already written to the Minister on this, and I look forward to his explanation. We must see action to reduce the pressures on our emergency departments. This means action in our hospitals, but also action beyond our hospitals. We need investment in domiciliary care services and staff so that we can release the valve on hospital pressures, but also give the most appropriate care to our vulnerable in the setting most suitable to their needs. Ambulance waiting times have increased, and the demand for emergency ambulance care, coupled with ongoing pressures in ambulance handover times, show an extremely worrying trend. Paramedics and ambulance staff work in some of the most difficult circumstances and are the first response to medical emergencies. Unfortunately, staff shortages and pressures in A&E departments are causing delays, with paramedics waiting with patients for hours. Urgent action to address the ongoing crisis needs to be taken by the Minister and his department to improve patient safety. The Minister has prioritised tackling health inequalities, and I welcome that focus, as I welcome the Live Better pilot he has introduced. But key to all of this is developing and expanding on this and other initiatives. With regard to the pay deals, Sinn Féin has consistently called for fair pay and conditions for all healthcare workers, and we welcome that progress has been made on the issue. We also clearly recognise that there are some pay negotiations that are still ongoing, and will continue to stand in solidarity with workers to ensure that their contribution is acknowledged and valued, and I would urge the Minister to bring these to a speedy resolution. As with every single public service, we should be looking at how we can do better and work better on this island to improve the outcomes for our citizens. That just makes common sense. The North West Cancer Centre in Altgalvin has provided patients in County Donegal with a vital resource and has become an example of all-Ireland cooperation in healthcare, making a tangible impact to people's lives. Likewise, the All-Ireland Congenital Heart Disease Network is an excellent joint initiative that has provided high-quality, comprehensive support to children with congenital heart defects. And initiatives such as the €10 million provided in 2023 to fund 250 undergraduate nursing and midwifery places at Ulster University and Queen's University, an additional €9.5 million committed for 24 to 28 to support 161 extra places in various health and social care professions should be continued and strengthened. An improved all-island approach to healthcare would not only improve the quality of life for people on our island, but also make our health system more sustainable. Príomh-Leas Ceann Comhairle, I'm conscious, as you have outlined, this is a budget debate and not a debate on our health service. And it's not the Health Minister but the Finance Minister in the Chamber today. But improving health goes beyond just the responsibility for the Minister of Health, and it requires proper funding. As I said yesterday, the Executive has made health a priority, and correctly so, and the Finance Minister has made over 50% of his available budget to the Department of Health. I also said yesterday it is obvious that the available budget to the Finance Minister and to the Executive from Westminster is clearly not enough. Our public services have been decimated by years of underfunding from successive Westminster budgets, and all of that is impacting negatively on what ministers here can do, and ultimately this impacts on the citizens that we represent. In conclusion, I believe it is important that we continue to speak on this matter with one voice and to support the current Finance Minister as he continues to negotiate for additional funding and seeks to achieve greater fiscal sustainability in the long term to improve or to help improve all of our public services.
Thank you, Philip. I call Deborah Erskine, Chair of the Committee for Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak as Chair today on the second stage of the Budget Bill, and I welcome the Minister into his new place and thank him for his work and his assistance during his time as Infrastructure Minister. I know he will miss every single member of the Infrastructure Committee, including myself. But over recent weeks, the Committee for Infrastructure has, as part of its ongoing financial scrutiny, engaged with departmental officials and Transitional to get a sense of their assessment of their needs over the course of the next financial year. The Committee will also be hearing oral evidence from Northern Ireland Water on its requirements for next year at its meeting tomorrow. Due to the time constraints that this Assembly has to consider the provisions of the bill, it was critical that time was factored into the Committee's work programme to get a sense of the Department's requirements. In addition, this is in the context of having a draft budget that is currently being consulted upon, and therefore the final allocations for the Department and to those who it provides resource to are not yet fully known. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, whilst I recognise that the bill before us today reconciles and gives authority for the use of resource for the 24-25 spring supplementary estimates and for the first few months of the next financial year, I would be appreciative of a little latitude to convey to the House the Committee's approach. Over the last 12 months, the Department has faced a number of challenges on issues relating to our water infrastructure, addressing the backlog of MOTs, traffic congestion in and around Belfast, and the condition of our road network and its wider impact on road safety. As indicated by the Deputy Chairperson during yesterday's debate, and I want to thank him for speaking on behalf of the Committee yesterday, the Committee noted that the impact of recent storms has resulted in departmental pressures due to the level of available resource for remedial works to restore or replace items that were damaged. Whilst the Committee has sought further detail from the Department to establish how these pressures will be managed, it is important that this remedial work is completed to ensure that our infrastructure meets the needs of our constituents right across Northern Ireland. As we have seen, the adverse weather left thousands without power, access to water and unable to go about their daily commute due to the blockage of roads from fallen trees and other key parts of our infrastructure. Given the seemingly more regular frequency of these types of events, it is becoming increasingly important that the necessary resources are available to respond to such events. The Committee will be interested to receive further detail of the actual costs incurred once this analysis becomes available. Turning to road safety, as the House will be aware, the upgrade of the A5 was announced, which aims to reduce the number of those killed or seriously injured on our roads. However, road safety is not limited to users of the A5, but across the entire road network across Northern Ireland. As the Deputy Chairperson outlined in yesterday's debate, the committee has engaged extensively with departmental officials throughout the year to identify where pressures are being faced and the proposed response to try and address them. The committee knew from the outset the challenges faced by the department when seeking to balance its budget allocation against managing its core functions. As a committee and members of this House, we all want to see more development in our infrastructure so that we can deliver more homes, maintain our roads, develop our public transport network and meet our future commitments under the Climate Change Act. However, for this to occur, we need the investment to provide the much-needed building blocks that will be an enabler to help address the shortage of housing, to maintain the condition and safety of our road network and develop our transport network to provide a meaningful alternative for road users who are reliant on their vehicles. With a high capital spend, the Department's need for a multi-year budget is well-rehearsed discussion that requires a resolution to provide the certainty of funding for capital projects which can take a number of years to complete. Only then can we start to make an impact to address our wider goals of delivery. During oral evidence on the 5th of February, the committee noted that under the Reinvestment and Reform Initiative, RRI, borrowing of £105.7 million was being earmarked for Northern Ireland Water. Theoretically, this should provide some additional funding to enable Northern Ireland Water to progress upgrades to our ageing network, but the extent of these will largely be impacted by the overall allocation in the final budget. Given the cost of borrowing, this will undoubtedly be an area of interest in the committee's future work, and we will undoubtedly be exploring this in more detail with Northern Ireland Water tomorrow to get a sense of the capital projects that it will be progressing from this funding. In addition, it will be important to gain an understanding of the specific benefits that will derive from this spend and how it may be used to alleviate the historic nature of underfunding across our water network. Turning to our roads, over recent years, the constraints upon our public finances has meant that the Department has only been able to deliver a limited service to maintain our roads, which, as all members across this House will know, has seen the deterioration of our roads throughout all of our constituencies. Whilst additional funding has typically been secured from monitoring rounds, the absence of a specific provision at the start of the financial year means that the Department has no certainty of funding for its winter service, which includes the gridding of our roads. Looking forward, our roads will continue to be a critical component in supporting us in our daily lives. However, future commitments under the Climate Change Act will require us to adapt our transport network and how we use it. The committee welcomed the opening of the new Grand Central Station in Belfast, which will provide a regenerated hub in Belfast with the capacity to reduce our reliance on cars. However, whilst this investment is welcome, it needs to be complemented by the equivalent upscaling of services to promote a modal shift from our reliance on cars. At the same time, we must take the time to understand the needs and the barriers faced by those living across our communities, and particularly in rural areas, so we can best seek to provide services that meet their needs, albeit with finite and stretched resources. In addition, we need to see an acceleration in our network to accommodate the changing needs of motorists as they switch from petrol or diesel-powered vehicles to electric or zero-emission forms of transport. This acceleration needs a holistic approach to identify viable improvements in our current systems that support our future needs. The electric vehicle charging network is a key component within this, and following Northern Ireland's inclusion in the Vehicle Emissions Trading Scheme, future demand will continue to grow as a result of the targets placed upon vehicle manufacturers when phasing out the scale of combustion-powered vehicles to greener alternatives. We need to be innovative to develop solutions to help us overcome the barriers in accelerating this delivery by reviewing relevant areas within our planning system, our use of financial transactions capital for private sector borrowing, and the wider capacity across our electricity network. In addition, this requires our public transport to evolve to greener forms of transport to lead the way and reduce the pollution caused by harmful greenhouse gases. This, as we all know, will require significant capital investment over a number of years, particularly for TransLink. However, given our future commitments under the Climate Change Act, we need to provide adequate funding to allow this to occur. I understand and accept the need for the bill to progress without delay to ensure that departments have the legislative authority for the first few months of the next financial year. So, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I do want to just turn very briefly to a few remarks that I want to make as DUP MLA for Fermanagh and South Tyrone. It's no surprise that infrastructure is a key economic driver in our society, and it's key that we scrutinise where the money is spent. The numbers that are on a page will affect everything outside these doors. Talked about roads there, and obviously from my point of view as a Fermanagh and South Tyrone MLA, and I'm looking over the chamber there at my colleague from the same area, rural roads is vitally important, and we cannot and should not forget the need to ensure that they are maintained to a proper standard and that we see development of them as well. And our rural roads need urgent attention, particularly after the storm as well. And I would like to see budgets focused on this with a ring fencing of our rural roads funding pot, which I have made mention to in my role on the committee. In terms of capital projects, of which there are many within infrastructure, the work of my colleague Diane Forsyth has been vital in terms of how funding is allocated, how budgets run over, and how the time it takes to deliver these projects is spent. And I recognise within the Infrastructure Department, as the Minister will have known very, very well, legal challenges also play a role in that. And whilst that's not negating the fact that it's important that people have an opportunity to challenge decisions that are made, we also have to take that into consideration on how this impacts upon vital infrastructure projects across Northern Ireland. If we don't have the right budget, if that is not allocated appropriately, if money and time runs over, this costs every department in Northern Ireland, and we have to take a very strategic look at it, and I thank my colleague for her work in relation to this. Moving on to other issues such as NI Water, capital is of paramount importance to unlock areas of constraint, and discussion must now move on to proper solutions. I'm glad to see the Minister is bringing forward the consultation on the developer-led contributions, and I will be watching that very, very carefully to make sure that it does actually do what it says on the tin and work on the ground for people. But discussions must move on and we must have action, and I urge the Minister not just to put the eggs all in one basket, but to bring forward an ambitious approach to dealing with this issue. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, my colleague Stephen Dunn did put forward many pertinent points yesterday in terms of infrastructure, so I will not rehearse everything, but just to say in terms of modal shift and the need to move people out of cars and onto public transport. It is key that we have a budget that reflects that, to understand the concerns of rural people who can't access that public transport network, whether to get to work or to socialise. And I would like to say, in terms of the real review, I think it's important that we see an ambitious approach taken to that, that we see budgets match up to delivery in terms of that. I'm glad to see that the Union Connectivity did provide funding for feasibility studies, but I will say this, I would like to see Fermanagh included in that, and I think we need to take a strategic approach to looking at how our budgets match up to all of those policies that sometimes, unfortunately, tend to sit on shelves. But I would like to see them dusted down and actually have an ambitious approach to infrastructure and how we fund it. So, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, suffice to say, I will be watching carefully where this money goes, as it does affect our daily lives. And therefore, I urge officials to understand our need as elected representatives to have information in a timely and clear way, that we have complete transparency, so that we have fulsome scrutiny of these issues. So thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. I call Paula Bradshaw, Chair of the Executive Office Committee.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I just want to start by welcoming the Finance Minister to his new role and wish him well in that regard. I rise to make some comments on behalf of the Committee for the Executive Office. The Department has a relatively modest budget, starting with a flat cash reserve DEL budget of £182 million. According to briefings by the Department, this was revised to £183 million in June and £187 million in October. The spring supplementary estimates now show a resource DEL expected spend of £194 million, along with £22 million capital DEL. It is also important to note that the majority of the money that has been earmarked for things such as support for victims and survivors of abuse, which means that the Department has very little wriggle room when expected to manage budget pressures. But while the total amount are relatively small, the Department deals with some of the most sensitive issues in our society. Victims and survivors of the conflict, victims and survivors of historical institutional child abuse, victims and survivors of mother and baby institutions, and fostering good relations between our communities. The Committee strives to ensure that the resources for these things are sufficient and that the money is well spent. While financial scrutiny has been applied to questions of small amounts of spending, the Committee has been particularly exercised about how payments through the redress scheme for historical institutional abuse are to be recovered from those institutions that were responsible for the terrible ill-treatment of the children. By the time the redress closes to new applications in April this year, it is estimated that some £100 million will have been paid or allocated from the block grant to cover the costs of the redress scheme. Yet, despite constant questions from the Committee around this, we still have no idea how much the institutions will pay back to the public purse. We know that interim payments from some of the institutions have been paid, but we have no idea how much has been paid and the degree to which the institutions will contribute to future requirements for specialist services such as mental health support for the victims and survivors. And so while, yes, the state was also culpable in what happened to the most vulnerable people in our society, so it should be that we expect that the institutions do contribute and that the process is transparent. The victims and survivors of this abuse are adamant that the institutions must pay out, and the Committee fully supports this and continues to pressure on the Department to use whatever levers are necessary to ensure that this is the case. This is the theme to which the Committee is compelled to return. We will have legislation this year for an inquiry into mother and baby institutions and a redress scheme, and we may well have the same for historical clerical sexual abuse in the future. This is something that needs to be done right, and the resources made available for that purpose. The draft budget for 2025-26 suggests that there will be an uplift in the coming year, £84 million for non-earmarked DEL and 155 million earmarked for Resource DEL. The committee looks forward to being consulted on how the department will spend that money and being involved in the decisions being made on future spending and setting priorities for funding. Indeed, we anticipate hearing from the department in detail on these spending plans shortly. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I would just like to make one point really in my capacity as the MLA for the Alliance Party. Finance Minister, you will probably be aware that there is a long list of commissioners that need to be appointed, and there's a similarly long list of draft strategies and reviews to be signed off within the Executive Office. And I appreciate that your focus is very much on budget allocations and spending, but I would like you and your officials to be mindful that the reality is that these delays in services, programmes and support being brought forward is really impacting on our most marginalised, our most disadvantaged and our most vulnerable in society. And so these may be delays in spending, but I would say that the use of public money will have less impact the longer these projects and programmes are delayed. Oh yes, please, go ahead.
I was going to ask her a question out of curiosity since she raised it. Has her department, her committee I should say, been scrutinising the budget and the related lack of a plan for the Maze Long Cash Corporation? I just wondered if there's anything more she had heard through this process about that.
No, we haven't. Thank you for your question. No, we haven't. But in that long list of commissioners and board members and etc., the Maze Long Cash is amongst them. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. I call Colin Gildernew, Chair of the Committee for Communities.
So I rise as Chair of Communities to address the Assembly on this budget bill. Given the extensive discussion yesterday on the supply resolution and its linked motions, I will not rehearse those points again. Instead, I will focus on the critical issues in this bill that impact the Department for Communities and the people who rely on its services. The budget bill is not just a procedural matter, it's a reflection of the choices we make in how we fund essential services, support our most vulnerable and plan for the future. One important aspect of the bill is that it provides legal authority for certain spending that currently rests on the sole authority of the Budget Act. This is spending that in normal circumstances would require specific legislation, but is instead being authorised through the budget bill as an interim measure. For the Department for Communities, this includes 12 million for supplementary welfare reform and mitigation payments, which provide essential support to people impacted by welfare changes. These payments are vital, yet they lack a permanent legislative footing for both recipients and the organisations that help administer them. While we welcome the Minister's assurance that a statutory footing for these payments will be introduced this year, the fact remains that at present they remain in a precarious position, dependent on temporary measures. This lack of permanence creates uncertainty for those who rely on these payments and the organisations that administer them. Another pressing issue is the increasing reliance on headroom funding, with the Executive allocating 183.3 million across all departments. Of this, 3.3 million in Resource DEL and 1.5 million in Capital DEL is allocated to Department for Communities. While headroom funding helps ensure that additional resources are not lost, it also creates instability. Departments and service providers cannot make long-term plans if they do not know whether this funding will be sustained. This particularly affects in relation to communities' housing support and homelessness prevention, social security payments and discretionary welfare support, and funding for local councils and voluntary organisations. Without long-term financial certainty, housing providers cannot commit to multi-year investments, and community organisations are left in limbo, unsure if their funding will continue beyond the immediate term. People in crisis should not have to wait for last-minute reallocations to find out whether essential support schemes will continue. I know that the Minister is keenly aware that we need less last-minute reallocations and more stable, needs-based budgeting. The British Government must also step up and play its part to make this a reality. The Committee has heard directly from the Department for Communities about the difficulties posed by financial instability. Instead of being able to focus on long-term improvements, the Department is constantly, we are told, forced to react to funding shortfalls and unexpected pressures. This instability has real and damaging consequences. Fewer social and affordable homes are being built, key housing and regeneration projects face delays, and ongoing uncertainty surrounds the Supporting People programme and discretionary welfare assistance. The budget bill grants the necessary legal authority for spending, but it does not address the deeper financial challenges facing the department and the executive as a whole. Public services here in the North continue to be underfunded compared to objective need. Without a fair funding settlement from Westminster, we will continue to see departments struggling to balance their budgets, essential services stretched to their absolute limits, and vital programmes operating with no long-term certainty. The Committee for Communities will continue to scrutinise spending decisions to ensure public money is used effectively, to push for a more strategic multi-year budgeting approach so that services are not forced into crisis management, and examine the proposed solution to welfare mitigation funding, ensuring that people get the support they need without relying on emergency budget measures. The budget bill is a necessary step, but is not a solution. We must move towards a funding model that is stable, strategic and fair, one that allows departments to plan effectively, ensures resources are directed where they are most needed, and gives certainty to the people and the organisations that rely on these services. The Committee will continue to hold the Department to account, but financial oversight alone will not fix a system that is structurally underfunded. That is a challenge not only for the Executive, but for the British Government, which must acknowledge the unique financial pressures facing the North and step up to support with a more sustainable funding model. Our communities who depend on these services cannot afford another year of last-minute fixes, emergency reallocations and financial uncertainty. We need a better way forward.
Much appreciated, Colin. Thank you. I call Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed, Deputy Principal Speaker. Minister, it becomes no surprise after yesterday's debate that we'll be supporting the passage of the second stage of the budget bill. The 15 clauses and 3 schedules cover the 31 billion as laid down in the schedule and the estimates, including the revised total amount of 26.536 billion. We're also aware, and I think the Chair of our Finance Committee has raised the issue about the National Insurance contribution, and how I think I would add our concerns to the fact that the Department of Finance hasn't been able to do the necessary estimates of the likely costs that is to be, even by this stage. I appreciate and I thank the Minister for his commitment to come to the committee as quickly as possible when those details are done. But I think for many of us there has to be a concern that the Department of Finance, with its specific role to deal with HR issues across the whole of the Northern Ireland Civil Service, haven't looked at these figures and identified these figures as they've come through yet. There is a lot of impacts that still need to be worked through in the detail, and I think my sort of learned friend and chair of the committee has pointed out the fact that many of the committees need to get to the bottom and get through the details of the estimates and the rest of it. Bearing in mind sort of the commentary from my friend Mr Gaston yesterday about our trillion-sized budget across a billion-sized budget, it actually made me have a look quite closely at some of the figures within the sort of the Memorandum of Understanding, and also particularly within the sort of the other documentation that we have in front of us, including the budget bill, explanatory and financial memorandum that's come before us. And I do notice in paragraph 10, specifically it talks about sort of the consolidated fund for Northern Ireland 24-25, and the bill will authorise a revised total amount of 26.5 billion. Now the 26.5 billion I've checked against the supplementary estimates and the spring estimates, and yes, that figure does indeed to be correct. But it does say the vote on account of 12.148 billion. Now, Minister, the vote on account is 45%. Now, 45% of the figure of 26.536 billion doesn't equate to 12.148 billion. It comes to 11.941 billion. There's a difference there of £650 million. Now, I might be reading this wrong, and I probably am, and that's just an initial look at what I'm trying to do. But bearing in mind the fact we've already picked up some inconsistencies in the supplementary estimates, the messages that have been coming across to us and the detail that's been there, I do think there needs to be a good scrutiny of what's coming before us. And not now, Minister, because I wouldn't put you in the spot like that, but maybe you could task your officials to come back to the Finance Committee and just explain that discrepancy. Either the vote on the account is wrong, either the figure they've used initially is wrong, or we're £650 million out, which I don't think is a position we should be in, the rest of it. I think there is a lot more detail in this, and I think it's up to the committees to go through these. And actually, I encourage every member of this Assembly to properly scrutinise the documentation that is before them. It is our duty to make sure that the departments are held to account, and it does not just reside with the Department of Finance to make sure this is correct. But I think it's important that we do this, and we do this degree of scrutiny. I shall keep my remarks to that point. I will bring my remarks to the close, Minister. But again, we appreciate the fact you're going to get back to us on the National Insurance Contribution issue fairly quickly, and also if we can resolve that issue of what the voting count actually is, and whether the £650 million is just me not being able to do the maths right, or whether it's not written down right. But I suspect there's something in between there that needs looking at. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Much appreciated. I call Tom Buchanan.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to make a few comments on the second stage of the budget bill today as a member of the DERA Committee. And I do know that the Chair of the Committee did highlight a number of issues yesterday, so my comments will be kept brief. Our agriculture, industry and farm businesses are the cornerstone of the rural economy and are fundamental to our local communities and rural life, and I welcome the fact that the Agriculture Support Fund has been ring-fenced as part of a draft executive budget in 24-25. However, we would have liked to have seen it increased in line with inflation. Direct farm support is essential to our farming, the agriculture sector and by extension the Northern Ireland economy. And it is therefore vital that this statement of intent is built upon in future financial years. One of the huge financial pressures on the department budget is bovine TB. Almost £56 million was spent on the control of TB in the last year, and whilst current estimates indicate a rise in programme costs of approximately £60 million for this financial year, this current situation with respect to dealing with bovine TB in the next financial year is not only stark, but we believe to be unsustainable. The Veterinary Services Animal Health Group projects an increase in compensation of £14.2 million above the £32.3 million baseline, yet the Minister proposes to allocate just £3.6 million, leaving a significant shortfall of some £10.6 million. This is there is also a projected deflect of £3 million in terms of the Department's proactive work in reducing TB incidences. It is therefore clear that the current proposed allocation falls far short of what is needed to proactively tackle this disease. And I urge the Finance Minister to reflect on the prospective impact of not adequately funding TB compensation or future interventions. And going forward, we must see positive action from the DERA Minister in bringing forward proposals to deal with this issue that has been long-standing for many, many years. In these challenging financial times with small margins and high input costs, it is imperative that the budget supports the vitality of farm businesses as well as promoting profitable and productive agriculture. The increase in the national insurance contributions will also have a huge financial bearing on our farm businesses in terms of labour costs. And this, coupled with the inheritance tax proposals, has the potential to see the end of the road for many farm businesses. Yet within this budget, I don't see any mitigating measures to help absorb our national insurance costs. It is therefore vital that the Finance Minister leaves no stone unturned in making the case for this funding in full from the Treasury and continuing to lobby for the removal of the inheritance tax. Turning for a moment to public services as a member of the Public Accounts Committee, while investment in public services is vital, so too is ensuring that projects are delivered on time and within budget. So when we hear some of the other parties relentlessly calling for the devolution for further fiscal powers, perhaps it should focus our attention towards tackling some of the preventable waste within the system. The scale of financial mismanagement within Northern Ireland Civil Service is deeply concerning. The recent revelation of a $2.445 billion overspend on major capital projects raises serious questions about oversight, accountability, and the responsible use of taxpayers' money. It is clear that accountable mechanisms are wholly inadequate. The Northern Ireland Civil Service Board does not have proper oversight. Moreover, there has been a long-standing concern that committees are not provided with timely information, sufficient detail, adequate time for scrutiny, or indeed the presence of officials to analyse department bids, expenditure and future spending. In particular, departments ought to provide briefings on bids for monitoring rounds no longer than 7 days following submission to the Department of Finance, as stipulated in legislation. And therefore, Principal Deputy Speaker, in going forward, these issues must be adequately dealt with, as we cannot continue to sustain such exorbitant overspends within our budget, giving all the other pressures that there are within all of the other departments. And therefore we will be continuing to scrutinise these issues to make sure that a budget is spent in the most efficient and effective way. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. I call Donny Donnelly.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister of Finance for bringing this budget bill today for the second stage, and I congratulate him on his new position, along with his colleagues, new Minister for Economy and the new Minister for Infrastructure, who we will miss at the Health Committee. I rise to speak in this debate in my capacity as the Alliance Party Health spokesperson. Whilst our difficult financial position is evident in every department, none faces such overwhelming pressures as our health service. Many times in this chamber we have discussed growing waiting lists, challenges around discharging patients from hospitals, and the crises in respite service care provision and domiciliary care, and that's just to mention a few of the many serious issues in the health service. But we should take this opportunity to acknowledge any progress that has been made, and the Minister of Health deserves credit for meeting the pay requirements for our health service staff through in-year allocations. Ensuring that those health and social care workers who perform an essential and invaluable role are paid appropriately must be a priority for the Department of Health, and that progress is welcome. Without health service workers, there is no health service. Although it is noted that there is a £36.5 million financial pressure on GP practices, community pharmacies and other social care providers due to the rise in employers' national insurance contributions from the recent UK Government budget, and no mitigation measures have so far been announced. As has already been highlighted many times, Northern Ireland continues to have both the most expensive health service in the UK and the worst outcomes. Our waiting lists are among the highest in Europe. Most targets are consistently missed. There is a growing risk that if these issues are not targeted, we could be moving towards a two-tier system where only those who can afford to do so can avail of essential treatments. And that would go against everything our health service can and should stand for. In effect, we already have a two-tier system here in Northern Ireland, with many people across our communities feeling they have no choice but to spend huge amounts of their savings, borrowed money, or money from family members to access health care. And this is shameful and a huge failure. As we all know, health receives by far the largest allocation of the budget. Clearly something is going wrong. The challenges facing the Department of Health will not be resolved simply through more money. The health budget has increased by over £2 billion since 2020. Last week in the Health Committee, the Minister mentioned some of the unsuccessful bids he had submitted, most of which would have required more money. And while it is understandable that he is seeking additional funding for such projects, that is what he should be doing, it is impossible to facilitate every request from every department. And I believe that the Minister must seriously consider how his own department could be run more effectively and efficiently. We need to do things better in healthcare provision. As highlighted by the Chair of the Health Committee, there is a clear need for investment in primary care, domiciliary care, and for the strategies to improve people's health care across Northern Ireland, such as the mentioned mental health strategy, which has been underfunded now for many years. What is also needed is reform and transformation, and the Minister has spoken many times about his desire to shift left. This is in line with the principles of the Bengoa report, Systems Not Structures, from 2016. We have discussed Bengoa many times, and while we always hear positive language from members of all parties on the need for that reform, it is not always reinforced by action. Just a few weeks ago, we discussed the crisis in our health service on Opposition Day, and some of the examples in which the decisions of local MLAs and councillors contradict the stated aims of their parties in respect of reform in Bengoa specifically. Reform must be more broadly a priority for the Executive and the Department, not just health. These must include reforming these institutions so that the Assembly and the Executive are never again collapsed and held down by a single party. With the cycle of crisis and collapse, the 2024-25 budget was the 10th single year budget in a row. How can the ministers ever plan for anything in the medium to long term if they are only working on the basis of a single year budget? This is especially relevant for health. Much of the transformation agenda will take years to carry out and will require substantial changes to how every trust and every hospital operate. We must therefore seek to end ransom politics and move towards being a more mature and proper democratic assembly where parties can take difficult things and don't walk away collapsing the assembly when things get tough. Finally, we must address the cost of division. It is estimated that continuing divisions on the basis of our political and religious divide costs our economy up to £400 million a year. Imagine how valuable this additional funding would be. While the UK Treasury must take some of the blame for our current financial predicament, it is understandable that the UK Government expects us to look at specific options for addressing our own financial problems. Addressing division would be one of the easiest ways to do so. In conclusion, Principal Deputy Speaker, I welcome the passage of this budget bill, following our useful debate on the spring supplementary estimates yesterday. It is an important role for any executive, but it provides an opportunity to discuss what our priorities should be going forward, and I look forward to hearing from other members and working with the Minister of Health in particular to progress urgent reforms and to ensure that health and social care is accessible to everyone in Northern Ireland when they need it. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Gemma Dolan.
And I want to thank the Minister for bringing the budget bill to the floor of the Assembly and take this opportunity to wish him well in his new role. I also want to recognise the work of the previous Finance Minister, Dr Kiva Archibald, particularly on securing the interim fiscal framework, which marks a significant improvement in our funding model. This secured an extra £248 million for our public services for the forthcoming year that otherwise wouldn't have been available. It was a recognition from the British Government that the North has been underfunded below need and a commitment that we will be funded at or above the relative level of need in future financial years. Unfortunately, a decade and a half of Tory austerity has starved our public services of vital funding, and there are considerable challenges which we continue to face. It is welcome, therefore, that this budget has prioritised investing in areas which will be most effective in improving the lives of workers, families and communities here. We are all well aware of the strain that the health and social care sector is under and the need for transformation. However, there is a recognition in this budget that additional funding is required to support services in the interim. Doubling the allocation for childcare is another significant step in helping to mitigate financial pressure on parents and will support them to remain part of the workforce or return to work. The decision by the British Government to remove ring fencing for agricultural support funds was extremely disappointing, which caused concern to the farming community at a time when they are facing other issues such as the inheritance tax, and I am pleased that funding for DERA is an earmarked allocation. In my own constituency of Fermanagh and South Tyrone, the investment from the Mid-South West Growth Deal will be a key driver in helping with addressing regional economic imbalance and will see the delivery of a vital piece of infrastructure in the A4 Enniskillen bypass. There also remains an onus on the British Treasury to alleviate the additional pressure that their decision to increase national insurance contributions is putting on our public finances, and I would reiterate the call for them to cover these costs in full. There is an obvious need for more fiscal devolution, which will provide us with greater flexibility around budgets and enable us to achieve greater fiscal sustainability in the longer term. And I welcome the efforts of the previous finance ministers in this area and the commitment of the new minister to continue this work.
Thank you, Gemma. I call Joanne Bunting, Chair for the Committee of Justice. Joanne.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak as Chairman of the Committee for Justice on the Budget Bill and declare that I have an immediate family member who works in the legal profession. Throughout the last year, the Committee has scrutinised the Department of Justice's budget through regular oral and written briefings and updates. The 2024-25 budget was described in oral evidence by senior departmental officials as the most challenging the departments have ever faced, with the Executive having just £1 billion above funding baselines to allocate against reported pressures totalling over £3 billion across departments. The Permanent Secretary also reported that the Justice budget has only increased by 13% over 13 years, with the block grant increasing by 53% over the same period. The Department's share of the block grant has fallen from just under 11% in the 2011-2012 year to around 8% currently. This has undoubtedly contributed to pressures being felt across all areas of the justice system. The Department's opening budget for 2024-25 was £1,262 million, which included £31.2 million of additional security funding and £12.8 million for the Tackling Paramilitarism programme funding. That left an opening non-ring-fenced resource allocation of £1,218.4 million. Against this opening baseline, the Department initially reported pressures of £446 million for 2024-25. The Department received £95 million of the £1 billion available to the Executive, which reduced those pressures to around £350 million. The Department also submitted capital bids of £122 million for the 24-25 year and received an allocation of £92 million, a shortfall of 25% of what was required for inescapable and high-priority projects. As members will know, the Department of Justice's budget is mostly demand-led, with the majority taken up by the Police Service, Courts and Tribunals Service, prisons and through legal aid spend. Those demands show no signs of abating, with all areas across the justice system reporting pressures in year. The Department submitted non-ring-fenced resource bids totalling £349.2 million as part of the June monitoring round, and received a general allocation of £35.02 million. This was split across a number of directorates and agencies and included allocations of £7.4 million to the Legal Services Agency and £23 million to the PSNI. A further £5.2 million was allocated to the Legal Services Agency and almost £36 million allocated to the PSNI as part of the October monitoring round. While all business areas will have benefited from the extra funding provided to them in year, it was particularly welcome in both of these areas. Legal aid is essential to ensuring that citizens are able to access justice. It is not acceptable that delaying legal aid payments to practitioners has been used by the Department as a budget management tool. Evidence we have received indicates this makes legal aid work less attractive to members of the profession and those entering it, which will ultimately impact the ability of people, some of whom are the most vulnerable in our society, to access justice. Members will be aware that judgment was delivered recently in a case by the Bar of Northern Ireland and the Law Society for Northern Ireland on the practice of delaying payments for legally aided work, and I understand the Department is working through the implications of that judgment. Nonetheless, the Committee is pleased to note that the average time taken to make such payment has decreased over recent months. Turning to the PSNI, while the in-year funding has helped towards policing pressures, we must not ignore the fact that the number of police officers has fallen to an all-time low of 6,300, a position described by the Chief Constable as extremely concerning. Members of this House will know that New Decade, New Approach set a target of 7,500 officers. Our recruitment campaign began on the 22nd of January this year, which is welcome and long overdue, but that's just about replacing officers at this stage. The Committee has been informed that the PSNI has developed a business case to increase the number of officers to 7,000 over the next 3 years, and this will, of course, require significant financial investment and recurring costs in the coming years, but also it will take a considerable period for those graduating from the Police College to actually be on the beat. The Committee was pleased to find that 3 of the Department's transformation programmes have progressed to the final stage in the process. These important projects relate to electronic tagging, speeding up and transforming the justice system, and reducing offending and the prison population. The Department has indicated these programmes would cost around £53 million over a 5-year period, so additional funding from the Transformation Fund would be very welcome, but there remains much more to be done. The bids submitted by the Department as part of the in-year monitoring process included what the Department has advised are exceptional pressures of £227 million, relating to holiday pay, McLeod entry to feelings and the PSNI data breach. No funding was allocated to these pressures, and at this stage it's not clear when these costs will crystallise. The Department advised, however, that these exceptional pressures cannot be managed within its budget allocation, and informed the committee that the then Finance Minister had indicated her intention to explore the potential for making a reserve claim from His Majesty's Treasury in respect of these pressures. Briefly looking forward, aside from the exceptional pressures of the £227 million which will be carried forward into the coming year, the Department had reported non-ring-fence resource DEL stabilisation pressures of £206.8 million against its opening baseline budget of £1,218 billion. The Department has received an additional general allocation of £132.3 million, as well as additional security funding and funding for judicial salaries, reducing those stabilisation pressures to around £35 million. However, new pressures have since emerged, which means that the Department will be going into the new financial year with a shortfall of some £60 million. These new pressures include the increased employers' national insurance contributions, revised Northern Ireland Civil Service pay award assumptions, and the anticipated cost of an increase in legal aid fees. Committee members have voiced concerns about the impact that the increase in employers' national insurance will have on the justice sector, and in particular on the community and voluntary sector organisations who carry out important work on behalf of or in partnership with statutory agencies. Members were pleased that in oral evidence to the committee, officials confirmed that while the Department is not aware of what the actual costs might be, individual areas are alert to this issue and will engage directly with the community and voluntary organisations to deal with the pressures on a case-by-case basis. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I mentioned that additional costs are also anticipated in the coming year in respect of an increase in legal aid fees. A consultation is currently ongoing on a number of increases recommended by His Honour Tom Burgess in his review of criminal legal aid. Members will be aware that criminal barristers have withdrawn services for certain categories of criminal case. It's imperative, therefore, that efforts continue to be made to resolve the issues and that the interim uplift to legal aid is implemented at the earliest opportunity to prevent any further action, which, as I've said, can impact on the most vulnerable citizens in our society. These are two new pressures, but they are far from the only pressures that will be faced by the Department of Justice or its agencies within the next financial year. The Committee understands from both the Department and the Committee for Finance that the level of in-year funding is expected to be much less in 2025-26 than it has been in this current financial year. So the likelihood of in-year allocations to manage pressures is significantly diminished. Therefore, while the additional funding of £132.3 million allocation above the baseline is to be welcomed, the position for the Department going into the new financial year will still be extremely challenging. Departmental officials advise that business areas are currently considering what actions are required to live within their allocation, and that difficult decisions will have to be taken. The Committee expects there to be ongoing engagement and that it is kept fully informed to help ensure that the Department's budget is maximised and key priority areas are funded to deliver effective outcomes right across the justice sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Joanne, I call Alan Chambers.
Well, Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the chance to make some brief remarks at this stage of the budget bill. I'll be focusing my comments on our health and social care system. I listened with interest to yesterday's debate on the spring supplementary estimates, and whilst there were many sensible points raised from across the chamber, what struck me most were a small number of comments from an even smaller number of MLAs who seemed to be casting doubt on even the existence of financial woes within the Department of Health. Anyone who tries to claim that our health service wasn't handed a poor financial deal at the start of 24-25 simply isn't living in the real world. And they certainly haven't been talking to the senior clinicians and service leaders who have spent almost the last year constantly firefighting and having to deliver unprecedented levels of saving as a direct result of it. Almost for the entirety of 24-25, the Department of Health has been existing in a significant deficit position. And while some MLAs are now almost using the fact that the Department and the Minister were able to balance the books as some sort of irrational justification for additional funds being unwarranted, these same MLAs are ignoring the undoubted damage that has been inflicted. Sorry, I want to make progress. Week after week, MLAs from across this chamber urge the Minister and the Health Department to do more on waiting times, to introduce new schemes and to invest more money into existing services. And yet the Executive, propped up by this Assembly, consciously took a decision last May not to invest money on waiting list reduction initiatives, not a single penny. So MLAs, and particularly those from the other executive parties, need to take some ownership for this.
Alan, could I just remind you that we're discussing the budget bill and
yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, was responding to comments that were made yesterday during the debate.
No, this is
I feel I have the right to...
No, excuse me, Alan, take your seat, please.
Okay.
A wee minute, just want to explain something to you.
Okay,
Alan, take your seat, please.
Oh, sorry.
So, I appreciate what members said yesterday, and your party had a right to respond, okay? Today we're talking about the budget bill, and I've given you loads of latitude, but in fairness to the comments I made to Matthew O'Toole, I would encourage you, even within the budget bill, to address some of your concerns through the budget bill. So continue. Thank you.
Almost finished, Madam Deputy Speaker. We'll just say that we could spend many hours in this chamber discussing the rights and wrongs of how the 24-25 allocations have panned out. But to sum it up, our health service, our patients and our health workers weren't given the priority that some in the chamber would like to pretend they were, and that was deeply disappointing. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Alan, and sorry for disturbing your speech, but again, just in fairness for consistency, we need to play it across the board. Call Paul Frew.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and I will try to abide within your rulings here today.
Well, Paul, can I remind you? If you don't, I will remind you.
Must be the earliest intervention, Speaker. I maybe hold the record for that. Can I first of all start by paying tribute to the previous Minister, Dr. Kiva Archibald, and say that we worked well with that Minister in the committee. She always was approachable. She always was here to answer questions. We didn't always like the answers to the questions, but nonetheless she was here and she performed that role very well. And so I do give credit where credit is due, Speaker. And I also wish the new Minister well in his role. I know he's moved from one department to another, and it does take time to get to grips with a department and the functions of that. So I wish him well in his endeavours, because I believe we all want the same thing in this place, whether you're an Assembly member of this Assembly, or whether you're a member of the Executive. We want to do our best for the people who we represent. Can I also pay tribute to the members on the Finance Committee, my colleagues on that, because we are working well together and we are doing scrutiny well together, even when we don't get the information we desire in a timely fashion, even when we do have to ask on several occasions the same question over and over again. We do work well together, not least the Chair and the Deputy Chair. And it's very, very clear, Speaker, the vast knowledge and experience that those two individuals bring to the table. Of course, it's Matthew O'Toole, the Chairperson, and Diane Forsyth, the Deputy Chairperson. And I think that all members of that committee really value their expertise and their life experiences in this field. Can I first of all address, Speaker, the issue around the accelerated passage? And I know we've always granted accelerated passage for the budget bill, and I understand there's good reasons for that. What I take grave exception to is the actual question put to the committee, because I do not believe that we can truthfully state that we have had appropriate consultation when we do not have a committee stage. We guard religiously and really hard our committee stages in every single other bill, but we don't with regards to the budget bill. And I understand why that is. I understand the fast-moving nature of the budget bill and the reason why we need it imposed in order for things to continue to be paid. But I do think there is merit in looking at standing orders to change the question that is put to the Finance Committee, where it has to state that it has had appropriate consultation. I'm sure we can find a form of words that actually changes that so that we don't feel uncomfortable with answering that question in a positive. And of course, to answer it in a negative would put us in dire straits with regards to our finances and hurt people out there, and we don't want to do that. So I plead that this Assembly look at the standing orders. I think it's 42.2 around the question and the wording of the question. It comes from paragraph 20 of Strand 1 of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, paragraph 64.1 of the Act.
So here's your second.
So, okay.
Okay. So appreciate what you're saying, but this is really the next item of business that we're going to look at when we're looking at standing orders. And can I remind you and every other member of the Procedures Committee that at any stage you can change the wording of any standing order in this House. So please continue.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And you'll be glad to know I'll not need to speak in the next item of business on that. I put my views on record. It's very important. It's always been important, but it's never happened, that our budget, bills and our programme for governments, albeit draft, are aligned completely. That has never been the case. And it is not right to say that it is still the case today just because you have a draft programme for government, even high level as it is. That draft programme for government may change in the consultation, but we also need to make sure that the programme for government informs the budget bill. And remember, Speaker, and everyone else in this House, that this budget bill gives authority for 45% of the spend in next year's budget. I can't really see any evidence in these blue pages where the programme for government has informed the spend, the areas of spend, the different areas of spend, who gets what, where and when. I don't really see it. And I think there has to be some way that on these blue pages of the budget bill that we actually align and state in these clauses the programme for government aim and objective. I think that way it would make it easier for MLAs who aren't necessarily on the Finance Committee, who aren't leads on committees, to actually understand the budget bill and actually what it does and the rationale for the millions here. The millions here are Timothy Gaston since the trillions here and the trillions there. And so I think that's a very important point too, Speaker. I will also state that it's important, I think, and a collective responsibility that all executive members support the budget bills, and I'm glad to see that there will be support right across the executive table for this budget bill. I'll await to see what happens in the budget bill number 2, which is a completely different animal altogether. And it is regrettable that the Ulster Unions didn't support the bill in its primitive form, because it's basically the outworkings in this budget bill now. I will speak also to health, because I do believe that health is the massive amount of spending in this budget bill. Nearly 50% of the budget. In fact, this budget bill actually, it is over 50%. And I do believe that it is not good enough, and other members have alluded to this, it is simply not good enough to give more money to health when the Health Department refuses to reform. The Health Department is ignoring its symptoms. It is absolutely ignoring its symptoms. And if the Health Department doesn't seek wise counsel on them symptoms, the Health Department will collapse, and with it, the care provision in this country. And that's why it's very important that we just do not give into relentless pressure of more money here and more money there, when the practices have to be reformed in order that we get more efficient spend. That's the same for every department, not just health. But I can see evidence in other departments of that reformation. I can't see any of it in health. Maybe that's because they are so under the cosh. Maybe that's because our waiting list times are growing, not shortening, and they can't lift their head. But it's about time that the Health Minister realised his symptoms and actually dealt with those symptoms before they become much worse. It is also clear that this Assembly and our people are facing unprecedented times. The Labour government, with regards to the national insurance hike for employers, is reckless, is absolutely reckless. And that's me being mild, Speaker. I also think that the inheritance tax on the farming community is a ticking time bomb, which will lead to could even lead to food shortages in some areas, and certainly the cost of doing business is rife. And so I want to see in this budget bill, because this budget bill authorises 45% of the spend in the next year, I want to see where we're trying to rescue the situation, where we're trying to support our employers, where we're trying to support our businesses, where we're trying to support our services that actually provide a service, not a product, so they can't put the cost, the burden of the national insurance, they can't put it on a product. How are we supporting that? A lot of these voluntary and charity organisations support government. If they weren't in place, the government couldn't do the job. And so how are we supporting, how in this budget bill are we supporting those organisations that provide a service that government relies on? I don't see it. I don't see it. And so that's very important that we raise these issues. We also talk about infrastructure, and my colleague Deborah Erskine raised this today. Vitally important that we make sure we have appropriate investment in our infrastructure, not just our roads or waste water. Because if we do not spend adequate sums of money in this budget bill on our infrastructure, people will die. And that's why I think we need to take a more strategic look at how we spend money in health. Because it's always been the cry that if you don't spend more money in health, people die. Well, if you don't spend more money on infrastructure, people will die. If you don't spend more money in Department of Communities, people will die. And so it is as stark as that, Speaker, and it's important that we get to grips with the strategic vision and direction that a budget bill will take. I have been through so many budget debates, as has other members across the chamber, and it seems to be we do this robotic thing where committee chairs and leads place on the record, get it on Hansard, the gripes and the complaints and the concerns, and valid as they are, we're going through the motions. But when are we going to see strategic thought and vision coming out of the executive and the ministers there? I will allude, Speaker, as I always do, to the sole authority, and I'm glad to see that we're making progress and it is coming down. But even the £24.5 million that's now based in the sole authority, that could be quickly reduced by departments bringing forward bills. Where is the legislation? And I do think that's a very important point, because we have a fiscal council bill sitting there. Where is it? Where is it to put the fiscal council on a statutory footing? Where is the financial provisions bill from the Department of Finance that would do away with all of the executive offices, sole authority black boxes? And of course we have the biggest one, which is the welfare reform mitigations, and the Minister has promised that a bill will be forthcoming this year. So whilst I must applaud the progress that's been made, and it's because of the pressure the Finance Committee has placed on the executive over the last number of years that we have actually got this down, and we could actually see an end of the black box financial sole authority in the Budget Act. Now, I'm sure we need to keep the black box facility and the sole authority of the Budget Act. I think we need to keep that for things that's going to happen, especially around welfare reform, mitigation and everything else that comes with it, and other things that come to the fore, emergencies that come to the fore in year. So I'm not talking about getting rid of sole authority of the Budget Act or the black box system, But I want to see this reduced further, because it's not right that the Department of Finance has relied for so long and for so many millions on black box authority. I must say, DUP members of the Executive have stepped up with legislation. Where are the other pieces of legislation promised by the other ministers? We ain't seeing it, and it's certainly not happening in the Department of Finance. We were promised bills last July. We're still waiting for them now. And I think it's important that we raise the issues because the budget bill is a lot to do with the money that we get down. But there is also the element in the budget with regards to a rates base. And I do think that there's always a cry, and it's mostly from the opposition, but also from Sinn Féin, that we should have more fiscal powers. Well, I do not believe that we should get more fiscal powers to supplement budgets, budget bills, whenever we can see that, and it was raised yesterday, there are £2.45 billion of major capital projects overspent. That's shattering. That money could be spent in all so many ways: new schools, new hospitals. We have also a hospital, a state-of-the-art, spanking brand new hospital that can't even be opened, can't even be used. We have 119 million in unpaid rates that we can't get in. We have 65 million in rates written off. What could that 65 million do? So there are major issues still in the Executive and in the Department of Finance that needs to be resolved before you would even have a grown-up debate and conversation about further fiscal powers. We can't deal with the powers that we already have. Why would we need more? So it's very important that all ministers in this Executive get to grips with their departments, make sure that they are performing right. And I did hear the Minister of Finance defending his department yesterday. I take exception to that. The Minister has been in his department 5 minutes, and I'm not sure he'll have got the grips yet with the performance of the Department of Finance. Yes, I will, yes.
My department, I was defending the civil service against what I believe is an unjustified attack. And the member has already stated, I've been around the executive table in different modes for a number of years, so I am familiar with how the civil service works. When individual civil servants fail, they should be held to account like everyone else. But to point the finger of blame solely at the civil service in relation to the delays in building projects, in my opinion, is wrong.
Can I just remind a member that mentioning budget bill and then straying all over the shop isn't going to cut it? So could I just ask you, just within the actual budget bill, to address your remarks? Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker, and I will again bend to your ruling and try to keep to, and will keep to, the budget bill as much as I can. It is important that with this budget bill that we make sure that we have a strategic vision and direction, and I just don't see it well enough. I don't see it functioning well enough in the civil service to produce it, to perform it, to play it out, to spend the millions that we have in an appropriate, efficient way. And it's not just Department of Finance, not just Department of Health, it's many other departments also. So whilst we see millions on a page, a blue page, here, there and everywhere, I want to see greater alignment with the programme for government. I want to see greater efficiencies in our civil service. I want to see a bang for our buck for every time we pay tax and we pay rates. I want to see that money used wisely, and for the life of me, Speaker, I don't see it yet. Thank you.
Much appreciated. Sinead, you're down as the next speaker, but it's near 1 o'clock, and I don't think it's fair on you to start to be interrupted for suspension. So you will be the first speaker after question time. Fair enough? Okay, so the Business Committee has arranged to meet at 1. So I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend the sitting until 2 o'clock. And this will continue after question time, and the first member to be called will be Sinead McLaughlin. The sit-in is by leave suspended.
We now commence questions to the Minister of Health, and I call Michelle Guy.
Trusts are responsible for delivering on the screening services they provide. They have a statutory duty of quality. Each trust is responsible for maintaining internal structures to support quality improvement and local coordination of screening services, and they're also charged with ensuring their workforce is appropriately trained. The Public Health Agency, it provides oversight and external quality assurance for screening programmes. It's also responsible for maintaining structures to support quality improvement and coordination of the screening programmes across Northern Ireland. Screening programmes have a learning event protocol. That protocol sets out the arrangements between the trusts and the Public Health Agency to support a culture of shared learning in order to improve the quality and the safety of the programmes. Any issue, regardless of impact, including near misses, should be reported immediately by the Trust to the relevant screening team in the PHA. They will then work collaboratively with the Trust to investigate, review and implement any actions recommended because of the investigation. For more serious incidents, or if more than one Trust is involved, an incident management team will be established with involvement from the relevant stakeholders. Serious adverse incidents are notified under the regional procedure for the reporting and following up of SAIs. Individual learning events are discussed at regular meetings between the PHA and the Trust, and a summary of learning events is reviewed at regular regional quality assurance meetings, with an emphasis on sharing lessons learned with other unaffected trusts, identifying trends that require further investigation, and agreeing mitigating actions to reduce the chance of reoccurrence. The learning event protocols are regularly reviewed and updated accordingly.
Mrs. Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Minister, thank you for the answer. Was this protocol in place in the years between 2008 and 2021, considering the significant amount of women, particularly in the Southern Trust, that have been placed at considerable risk in those years? And who is accountable for the lack of adherence to this protocol?
Well, I thank the member for her interest in this issue, which I think goes much broader than a protocol. And like her, I'm no doubt she was shocked at the length of time that passed before there were the right interventions. So the screening programme encompasses a range of services provided by the Trust GPs and the Business Services Organisation. We have had a number of reports into what went wrong or the occurrences in terms of the Southern Trust. I now await some quality assurance reports, and I will then be making a decision on the way forward. But I think the point is it doesn't matter what protocols that you have in place, it's whether they are effective and whether they are followed. And clearly something went very badly wrong, and it affected a really large number of women. And I am determined that we will get to the bottom of it. The questions we must ask are, what went wrong? Why did it go wrong? Who was responsible for it going wrong? And what steps can we put in place to ensure that it never happens again, or at least to minimise the chances of it ever happening again?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for your answers so far. Minister, just in relation to Ms Guy's question on the protocols, so are you saying that something has actually changed, something new has been implemented in terms of ensuring that PHA has that overarching responsibility to ensure that what is happening within the Trust screening programmes is being done effectively, properly, and that there are no issues? And can you also give us some reassurance around the accreditation status of the HPV screening services within the Belfast Trust that are currently in place? Because obviously, again, I would encourage every woman out there to have her screen and her smear test done, please.
Well, I join with the member in encouraging women not to be shy and not to be put off going for screening, because I think it's very important that they do so. I think the issues in terms of Belfast's accreditation I am going to characterise as more technical than real issues in terms of the quality of the screening, and I think that is being addressed. In terms of the overall picture in terms of screening, we follow the advice of the National Screening Committee. So I am satisfied that everything is being done that should be done to ensure the quality of screening operations within health and social care in Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, I noticed that you didn't answer the last question. The Belfast Trust has been given the contract for the regional cervical screening programme for Northern Ireland, despite the fact that it is not yet accredited for such screening. Are you satisfied with the decision to award the contract to the Belfast Trust, which in a recent committee meeting in Daisy Hill, the PHA admitted that they were short-staffed and were having to send tests to Gateshead in Newcastle in order to clear a backlog of screening? And in awarding the contract in this way, you bypassed two trusts, the Northern and Western Trust, which were fully accredited, and the award of that contract resulted in the resignation of two senior members of the service.
Minister.
Well, I thank the member for her remarks. What I would say to her is I do believe that the awarding of the contract was the appropriate, the best way to go forward. I do accept that there have been issues with workforce. There's also been an issue with some equipment. But as I said in my previous answer, I think any issues with accreditation are more about technical and administrative issues than with the quality of what is being done. It is, of course, a matter of regret that some of the tests had to be exported to get the results expedited. But I think we are moving in the right direction with regard to providing that screening.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for the answers so far. Minister, can we absolutely tie this down and clarify? Can the Minister advise who is ultimately responsible for the policy decisions in relation to the screening programme?
And I thank my colleague for his question. The Department is guided, as I've said, by the UK National Screening Committee. It's an independent committee. It advises ministers and health services across the 4 UK countries, and that's about all aspects of screening. Its recommendations are evidence-based, and that's about whether to introduce, continue, change or withdraw screening programmes for a variety of conditions. In addition, there's a Northern Ireland Screening Committee, and it considers recommendations from the UK National Screening Committee. It's chaired by the Chief Medical Officer. The Northern Ireland Committee provides policy advice to me, and there's a specific focus on implementation issues here in Northern Ireland. I then consider and make my decision regarding screening policy in Northern Ireland, and that's based on the advice, as I said, of the UK National Screening Committee and indeed the Northern Ireland Committee.
Durgan.
Speaker. Minister, with regard to bowel cancer screening, we still lag behind the other regions of the UK in terms of the age range for screening. How and when will we see this disparity addressed?
Minister.
Well, I have been talking with officials with a view towards expanding it, and that is part of the 3-year plan that I published recently. But it is incumbent, or it is dependent, I should say, on budget, on finance, and also on workforce. I would like to see it offered from age 50 upwards, and that is an ambition that I will work towards within the confines of budget and workforce.
Dr. Steve Aiken.
Question number 2, please, Minister.
The draft budget allocation does not align with the draft programme for government, as it provides no additional funding for waiting list reductions. Despite waiting lists supposing having been identified as an executive-wide priority, indeed, the draft programme for government states, and I quote, "It will not be possible to reduce our lengthy waiting lists within the funding currently available," end quote. And that's despite the fact waiting lists is one of the 9 priorities in that draft document. This will be the second consecutive year where no such money has been provided by the Executive. Overall, my department's proposed allocation for financial year 25-26 represents a small increase in funding compared to 24-25. However, it will not be sufficient to cover the significant increases in costs that we'll face, and that's due to a number of factors, including pay and price inflation, the increase in national insurance contributions for GPs, pharmacists and social care providers, and of course, rising demand. So as a result, my department is projecting a funding gap of some 400 million for financial year 25-26, with the HSC system asked to deliver in the region of 200 million in new savings, and that's for the 2nd year running. Even then, it's anticipated significant in-year monitoring round allocations will be required to achieve break-even. The assumption that savings on this scale are achievable is not without considerable risk. It will inevitably have consequences for service delivery, including waiting times. With this draft budget allocation, I would challenge the Assembly and the Executive to honestly consider how they can expect us to achieve a reduction in waiting lists.
Dr. Reagan.
Thank you. And I thank the Minister for his response, for indeed nailing the myth that promoted by some that a vague reference in the programme for government is somehow an illustration of prioritisation. Does the Minister agree with me that it's the height of hypocrisy for some MLAs in this chamber to demand additional investment in existing services at the same time as actively supporting a budget that doesn't give you the resources that you need?
Well, I thank the member for his supplementary question, and yes, I do agree that there is an irony in the fact members voting for a budget despite being warned of its potential impact on healthcare delivery, and then almost on a daily basis writing to me and requesting that I consider additional funding for a new service here, a new service there, for example, bowel cancer screening. The cross-border initiative is one that at least one member a week writes to me about. It was very successful. It was so successful we wanted to do it again, and in fact it was part of a £135 million bid on waiting lists that was submitted to the Department of Finance, but was not supported by the Executive. And from memory, I think that means around 4,000 people failed to get procedures from that cross-border initiative. So yes, the irony klaxon sounds on a daily basis in the Department of Health.
Orlea Flynn.
Yes, so I take into account, of course, in terms of additional funding requirements, you're completely constrained and you're finding it very difficult to take on board any new projects or expand funding. But in terms of this current budget and your funding for core grant funding, can you elaborate on the position of how that's looking for this financial year? Because again, some groups have been in contact who were already in receipt of core grant funding. The Samaritans and CARES NI are just two examples. So where's that sitting in this financial year with the budget that you have? Thanks.
Minister. Yeah, I thank the member for interest in the core grant scheme. When I took up position, the core grant scheme effectively did not exist in that there was no money allocated to it. I wasn't happy with that position, and in negotiations with the Permanent Secretary and others, we identified £1.8 million which could go towards the core grant. That's about 50% of what I would have liked it to have been. The other issue I had with the core grant scheme is that it had not been reviewed for over 20 years, and it meant that any new community of voluntary sector group that had come into existence in the last 20 years was precluded from applying for the core grant. So I spoke to NICFA, the Northern Ireland Council for Voluntary Action. They very kindly agreed to chair a co-design process. So we now have a new core grant scheme, and we have just allocated the £1.8 million, and those in receipt have had their letters, and those who have been unsuccessful have been offered feedback, and I intend to open up the next tranche of core grant funding in the autumn.
Andrew McMurray.
Thank the Minister for the answers thus far. Could the Minister take this opportunity to outline his priorities for the Department over the next year, and specifically priorities within the 2025-26 budget allocations?
I thank the member for his question. I've already published a 3-year plan which covers my intentions and my ambitions over the remainder of this mandate. We will shortly be following that up with a more detailed and costed plan for financial year 25-26.
Matthew O'Toole.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, I acknowledge and have sympathy with some of the arguments you're making around hypocrisy from other executive parties, but would it be easier to get political support and buy-in and indeed public engagement on your budgetary needs if the programme for government was more specific about actions you intend to take? To compare it to the Southern programme for government, which I'm not endorsing or saying it's deliverable, it says the government will further reduce waiting times, targeting the launch care target of 10 and 12 weeks, increase capacity between 4,000 and 4,500 new inpatient beds, increase ICU bed capacity by a further 100 beds. Now, I'm not saying those are the right or wrong targets, but what I am saying is they're clear and they're able to be held accountable with the Minister and the government more generally. Would it be helpful for you in terms of building political support if the programme for government had that level of detail?
I want to thank the Leader of the Opposition for the comments. I'm more focused on the 3-year plan, and I don't see what's wrong with reading the 3-year plan and seeing that I have targeted 46,000 additional appointments and 11,000 procedures between now and 2027.
Ferguson.
Mr. Speaker, question number 3.
Mr.
Oncology and surgical teams who manage cancer patients strive to minimise the need for emergency department visits. Every hospital trust in Northern Ireland has a 24-hour systemic anti-cancer therapy, or SACT, telephone advice service. Patients are encouraged to contact their treating unit using this service if they feel unwell during or within 6 weeks of completing SACT treatment, or within 12 months of completing immunotherapy treatment. Similarly, cancer patients who have undergone recent surgical treatment receive verbal and written discharge advice, including instructions on how to access the surgical team and under what circumstances they may need to seek emergency care. When a cancer patient is referred to the emergency department by their GP, they'll be triaged, stabilised and assessed by the ED team, and that will be based on clinical priority within the physical and staffing constraints of the emergency department. If necessary, the ED team will contact the relevant oncology or surgical team to assess and admit that patient. In addition, each trust has an acute oncology service that aims to provide a coordinated approach to the care of cancer patients who are suspected of having a first diagnosis in the emergency setting, or indeed those admitted acutely ill due to the disease itself or to treatment complications. And currently, this service operates on a 5-day 9-to-5 model across all trusts. Extending the acute oncology service to 7 days working is a recommendation for the Northern Ireland Cancer Strategy. However, it has not been progressed due to budgetary constraints. Work is, however, still progressing to assess demand and to develop appropriate pathways, with costed proposals for extending the service being considered based, again, on available funding.
Mrs. Ferguson.
Can I thank the Minister for your answer thus far? Minister, I have a number of individuals, particularly elderly, who are terminally ill with cancer, who are still being referred by their GP to emergency department. And I've also numerous cases which I have forwarded to the Western Trust where they have had to lie on chairs for up to 5 days before they're treated. Would you agree with me that urgent action needs to be taken, particularly cancer patients who have a suppressed immune system that need priority status, and we need to look at other options so they're not lying in A&E for sometimes days? Thank you.
I absolutely agree with the member. After Christmas, I visited 7 EDs, including Altnagelvin, which, as the member knows, is the oldest of our Type 1 EDs. It is more than ready for a replacement, and one I hope will be in place, although it will be perhaps 5 years before we get to that point. When I was up in the ED, I was speaking to people who had been in the same chair for 4 days. It's not acceptable under any conditions. I also met a man who has since passed away, sadly, who had cancer, who was on a trolley, had been on a trolley for a number of days, and I think made a hospital bed for his last 24 or 48 hours on this earth. So in terms of GPs referring, I know that the Cancer Network has developed a resource for GPs to try and assist in managing mild to moderate side effects, but I think what you're talking about is a much more serious condition. And I can just assure the member that I am aware that more work needs to be done in this area, and it will be done.
Stuart Dixon.
Thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, can you tell us what plans you have to expand the vague symptoms pathway to rapid diagnostic centres, and do you intend to expand those beyond White Abbey and Dungannon?
Sure. Well, I thank the member for his interest in this area. I have visited this rapid diagnostic centre in Dungannon. I think it's a first-class service. I was assured that if you present with one of these vague symptoms, that you will be checked in, you will be assessed, you will have your scan, and within 2 hours you will get your result, hopefully one that is pleasing and agreeable to you. I have no particular plans for for expanding the service. Because, as I've already said, members are standing up saying, do more here, do more there, expand this, introduce that. Where's the money? Show me the money and I will do it.
Mr. McNulty.
Minister, for your answers thus far. Minister, it's my understanding that patients diagnosed with cancer in emergency departments have a significantly lower chance of survival than those with a referral. Minister. How are you going to address this sad reality, Minister?
Minister.
Well, I think it is a fact that people who visit emergency departments are not in a good place, and the longer they stay, the greater the risk to their health. And I think there are solid statistics for that. I'm not aware of the exact statistics that the member is mentioning with regard to cancer, but the general point is made, it is accepted, and I don't think it is acceptable that people have long waits in emergency departments, and I can just assure the member that I'm not the only one in charge of delivering health care who isn't focused on that and trying to find solutions.
Owen Tennyson. Speaker. Minister.
I recognise arrangements for clinical negligence indemnity are a matter of concern for GPs locally. My department has been exploring options for a long-term future for GP indemnity. I recognise the pace of progress in this work has taken longer than expected. However, I think in fairness that reflects the complexity of this issue. I'd committed to this work would conclude with proposals for a long-term solution by the end of calendar year 2024. I'm pleased to advise, after careful consideration of a wide range of options, I've identified what I believe is the best, most appropriate option to address this key issue for the longer term. So, as part of the 2025-26 contract negotiations, my department has met with the Northern Ireland General Practice Committee. We've provided details of the long-term proposal. I'm hopeful we'll soon be able to reach agreement on this important matter. I'm aware representatives of that committee have briefed the Health Committee in relation to the offer of indemnity, and as this is still the subject of an ongoing negotiation, I don't think it would be appropriate to comment on the detail of those discussions.
Mr. Tennyson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that update, though I suspect, given the end of his answer, he's not going to answer this next question. Can I ask the Minister, what is the rationale for excluding locum and sessional GPs from the proposed indemnity scheme? And is it not the case that by excluding those GPs, those costs will be passed on to practices and therefore undermine the stabilising effect of any scheme?
It's my understanding that we are negotiating with practices rather than with individual GPs. And I do want to be careful in terms of what I'm saying, because we're not over the line, and it is an issue which, in my assessment, down the last number of years has actually become quite toxic and is affecting the relationship between the department and primary care. And there are other issues within primary care that we want primary care to address, and primarily that is access. And I'm sure every member of this House, as a constituency MLA, on a weekly, if not on a daily basis, has constituents coming to them with issues with regard to accessing their GPs. So with respect to the member, I don't want to go any further, because these negotiations are not over the line, and in my mind, the question of indemnity maybe opens up another discussion about access to primary care.
Philip McGuigan.
I thank the Minister for his response, and I take on board his caution, given negotiations are still ongoing. He mentioned just in finalising his answer to Mr. Tennyson about opening up access. I mean, can I ask the Minister, would he agree that resolving the indemnity issue would actually be very positive in terms of opening up access to greater GP services?
Minister.
That is exactly the point, Mr. Speaker, that I'm trying to make. I think if we can deal with this, as I am describing it, as basically a fairly toxic issue of GP indemnity, if we can get a long-term solution in place, then I think it gives me, as it were, permission to go back and say, well, can we now look at an issue that is very toxic for me and for members of this House, which is constituents finding it difficult to get access to to their GP.
Alan Chambers.
Thanks, Speaker. Minister, I very much welcome the fact that an offer on a longer-term potential solution has been identified. If agreed, I hope that will allow even greater focus on how primary care can undoubtedly assist with the Minister's shift left agenda. Does the Minister agree that primary care has the potential to play an even greater role in addressing some of the many elective challenges being faced within secondary care? Thank you.
Well, I thank the member. I think I've made clear that my ambition is to rebalance how HSE services are delivered, and that's to facilitate a greater proportion of care to be provided by primary and community care, and indeed by social care, getting it as close to people's homes as possible and relieving some of the pressure on secondary care. Now, I know this is going to require a combination of investment in core GMS through the GP contract, as well as investment in wider primary care services and workforce. I think when I first talked about shifting left, there was a concern amongst doctors and people working particularly in primary care that I was going to be asking them to do more for the same money. That is not the case. I recognise that if we're going to ask them to do more, we have to pay them and commission them to do more. And I think the challenge is how you get away from the pressures on our acute hospitals outright, because that's where all the really expensive procedures take place. So if you can put a focus on prevention and early intervention, maybe you will relieve a bit of the pressure on the acute hospitals and then relieve some cash which can be put into primary care.
Your question 5, please.
My department is committed to ensuring equitable and timely access to cancer diagnosis and treatment for all residents in Northern Ireland, regardless of location. It's important to understand whether individuals in rural areas face different challenges or barriers compared to those in urban areas when it comes to a cancer diagnosis. We have to understand any differences. Therefore, my department has funded the Northern Ireland Cancer Registry at Queen's to develop a Routes to Diagnosis research project. That project aims to identify the key event in each cancer patient's pathway that most directly led to their cancer diagnosis, whether that's through GP red flag referral, through screening programs, through emergency departments, or any other route. The report also examines cancer stage at diagnosis by route diagnosed. This research will highlight any demographic inequalities in diagnostic route that will need to be addressed. Identifying and addressing these disparities will be essential for promoting early cancer detection, for improving survival rates and reducing cancer mortality for all. The most recent report, published in 2024, provides findings for patients diagnosed in the period 2018 to 20. It includes analysis by demographic characteristics such as age, sex, trust area and social deprivation. The Northern Ireland Cancer Registry are now working on a follow-up report for patients diagnosed between 2018 and 21, which will provide analysis on cancer patients' routes to diagnosis, analysis by rural and urban location.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Speaker, and I know the Minister recently attended the excellent Rural Farming Network and Macmillan Nip It in the Bud event in the Long Gallery. He'll be aware that people in rural areas, when they have advanced cancer diagnosis, are 5% less likely to survive than people in urban areas, which obviously is completely unacceptable. I appreciate his answer about routes to diagnosis. I'm wondering what else he's doing to reduce the barriers to cancer care in farming in rural areas.
Well, Mr. Speaker, will take a broader run at answering the member's question. He'll be aware that health inequalities is the area where I want to put a real focus in my remaining time as Minister, and I think health inequalities is almost a shorthand for three things: inequalities as in outcomes, but also health inequities as in access to health care, and thirdly, health literacy, because unlike members of this House, there would be areas, particularly in areas of deprivation, where people don't know how to navigate around the health and social care system in the way that we might. So I think the rural challenges are greater than the urban challenges, because in terms of tackling, for example, health inequalities, the Live Better initiative, which is now in 2 demonstration areas, have deliberately been chosen as very tight urban areas so that we can collect the empirical evidence, which will be much harder to do over a rural geographic spread. That does not mean we're going to ignore the rural areas. It just means I need to be able to go back to my executive colleagues and say, here is really solid empirical evidence that these interventions work. Now we're going to face the challenge of how we make them work in the more challenging area of rural, and that will include cancer diagnosis and cancer treatment.
Moving to topicals, Colm McGrath.
Mr. Speaker. Minister, in the media today we have learned that Alfie Pentony, a 12-year-old from Newry who suffers from Duchenne, a rare form of muscular dystrophy, is being deprived a new drug which could delay the onset of muscle wastage, resulting in him being wheelchair-bound for the rest of his life. Once such muscle wastage commences, he would be unable to avail of the drug, and therefore timing is critical. Minister, the new drug has been approved by NICE and is available via an early access programme in other parts of the UK, but it is not available here in Northern Ireland. Is it fair that Alfie and others who have contacted our constituency offices are being deprived access to such drugs?
Minister.
It would be my ambition that it would be a UK-wide facility which would bring on any drug, and NICE and the Medicines Regulatory Body will give us advice, and that's the advice we follow. I think in this instance it is my understanding that it is the Belfast Trust who can decide, who make the decision about whether this young man is allowed that drug or not. I am following up with the Belfast Trust to further understand their decision-making process. Several members have approached me about this new drug for their constituents. On the face of it, and I'm not a clinician, it looks like it is a revolutionary and very positive development. And I would be keen to see it rolled out at pace, particularly for a young man like the one you reference.
Mr. McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Again, can I reiterate the point about at pace, because timing is critical. If they don't get access to the drug before the start of the muscle wastage, then it means the drug is of no use to them. And the word that was used by Alfie today is that not getting access to that is cruel. That's the words of a 12-year-old to members of this Assembly. It's cruel. I hope that we can overcome and ensure that he is able to get access to those drugs along with others.
I will assure the member that I'm on that case. It is a matter of coincidence, I believe, that one of the very, very first events I went to in this building after being elected for the first time in 2011 was organised by actually my predecessor as Minister of Health, Robin Swan. It was a constituency event about Duchenne's. And so it's been on my radar for a long time. I'm now aware that this new drug is becoming available, and I don't want to see it restricted from young men. And this young man will lose the power to walk, I understand, in relatively short order if we don't do something.
Joanne Bunting.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister and I attended an event in the Long Gallery that outlined that 1 in 10 people in Northern Ireland have hemochromatosis, and that doesn't include those who carry the disease. Typically, symptoms start to appear when people are in their 40s, and early diagnosis could have significant impact on the onset of chronic diseases and also on costs related to treating those conditions once they materialise. Could I ask then, what consideration has the Minister given to ruling out early screening for this disease?
Well, I thank the member for her question, and I did find it most interesting to attend that event yesterday in the Long Gallery. I will attempt to answer a question by referring to the Rare Diseases Action Plan, because this is just one of many rare diseases. And I think what the point that I was trying to make in my remarks yesterday were, although we may call rare diseases which rarely affect people, in fact, in the totality of rare diseases, we're talking in Northern Ireland 110,000 people. Well over 100,000 people who, one way or another, are being affected by a rare disease. So let's not consider rare disease something that only affects a handful of people. And on that basis, my department recently published the Year 2 Progress Report for the Northern Ireland Rare Diseases Action Plan. That was back in September. It details good progress, including additional genome sequencing of people living with a rare condition who do not yet have a diagnosis, progression of rare disease care pathways for several paediatric and adult services, and success in a number of important bid applications to external research organisations to progress the Rare Disease Information Hub and clinical trials. And, Mr. Speaker, I will say to the member, I will go from this House, and I will ensure that in terms of pathways, that we are looking at a pathway for this condition.
Ms. Bunting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Minister for that. I appreciate it was only yesterday and I have no intention to bounce him. But Just on a further issue with regard to those who have already been diagnosed, could I ask the Minister what steps he will take to ensure consistency across trusts with regard to timely and appropriate treatment and appointments for those with this condition?
Sure. Well, again, Mr. Speaker, I want to answer that question with a generalisation, which is that although we have 5 geographic health trusts, it is my ambition that those 5 trusts will deliver standardised regional services, consistent services, no matter what the condition or what the issue that they are addressing. And one of the challenges that I have put to the chairs and the chief execs of the trusts is find where best practice exists in terms of treating any particular condition and roll it out and make it common practice across the trusts. I think the logic of it is compelling, and I have yet 9 months in to fully understand the barriers and the obstacles to this happening, but those barriers and obstacles clearly exist because we still have what would be commonly referred to as postcode lotteries, and we have to stop that. We have to have health equity. Everybody has to be able to get best practice service when they need it.
William Irwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his answer so far. The Minister mentioned the cross-border healthcare scheme earlier, and we are all aware of how successful that scheme was. Is the reopening of the cross-border healthcare scheme a priority for the Minister?
It would be if I had the funding, but I gently remind the member of what I said earlier. We made a bid of £135 million to tackle our waiting lists. That included a significant sum of money to treat again. The figure of 4,000 patients springs to mind. I would love to be able to do it. It was very popular. It was very successful. It made sense. It took a big chunk out of a number of waiting lists. So what was not to like about it? But unfortunately, all budgets are constrained, all budgets are limited, and I cannot make it a priority when I have a £400 million gap in my projected spend according to the draft budget for 25-26. My 2 priorities, frankly, are to avoid having to make any cuts which fall into the category of catastrophic, such as closing an intensive care unit bed in an acute hospital, avoiding catastrophic cuts, and also avoiding industrial action by staff.
Mr. Irwin.
I thank the Minister for his response. Does the Minister know the approximate cost of this cross-border scheme? And the potential cost of it? Does the Minister know the potential cost?
Well, the potential cost of a cross-border scheme would depend on what procedures we were commissioning and the number of people we were commissioning it for, so there is no set figure.
Paul McGuigan.
Minister, as I mentioned to you last week during the committee that engagements I've been having recently with the Royal College of Nursing, they're expressing concern about increasing levels of fear amongst nursing staff and nursing students about the issue of violence and aggression against health and social care staff. Can I ask, Minister, for your assessment of this and if you have any updated figures on the issue?
Well, I thank the member and I share his concern. I'm afraid these things are societal issues, but it is a matter of utter regret that they are making their way onto health and social care campuses. It's also a matter of regret that they are happening to health and social care staff beyond the curtilage of hospitals and other health and social care sites. I can advise the member that this was an issue which was first addressed at some depth in recent times towards 2023 when the trusts and the union side came together and agreed a paper on violence and aggression in the workplace within NHS settings. I think that what is helpful is the pilot scheme which is happening, I think, in the Belfast Trust at the moment with regard to body-worn video. Certainly as a member of the policing board, I was very impressed with the impact of body-worn video by police officers in the PSNI. I would like to see that pilot successfully concluded and rolled out. We must have zero tolerance of attacks and we must be imaginative and we must be generous in terms of what we do to protect our HSC staff.
All right. Oh, Philip McGuigan.
And appreciate the answer the Minister gave. And I think it was a 4 to 5 year period up to 2023. There were 50,000 reported incidents against healthcare staff. So it would be interesting to know what the figure has been since then. You'll also be aware, Minister, your department launched in 2023 a new regional framework to address this issue. So it would be useful to get your assessment if that framework has been implemented and your assessment of that going beyond what you've said about body-worn.
Minister. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'm more than happy to provide the up-to-date figures for the member and my assessment of whether we're moving in the right direction and what more, if anything, could be done to protect our staff.
All right, Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How will the Minister seek to address the inequalities that exist in access to diabetes technology in Northern Ireland to help eliminate postcode lotteries to ensure fair and equitable consideration of prescribing based on need, regardless of social and economic circumstances?
Minister.
Well, I thank the member for his interest in this important issue, and what I would assure him is that the Strategic Planning and Performance Group are looking at this, and indeed one of the big issues, of course, is hybrid closed loop systems for managing blood glucose levels in type 1 diabetes, and the SPPG will be bringing forward to me their recommendations for future strategy.
Mr. Harvey.
Thank you, Minister, for your response. Currently, the transition for young adults suffering with diabetes from paediatric to adult care can result in a reduction of funding and choice of treatment. How will you address these inconsistencies and ensure safe transition for young diabetics leaving paediatric care? Thank you.
I thank the member for his follow-up. I don't have a specific answer to him on that transition, but I would assure him, Mr. Speaker, that the question of transitioning to adulthood across a number of healthcare services is far from good enough, in my opinion. It's an issue that has exercised me since taking up post. Think about, for example, ADHD. We think about autism. There are a lot of children with learning disabilities. There tends to be what is commonly known as a cliff edge when you're transitioning into adulthood, and that should not be the case. It has been the case, however, for some time, and I think it's time to say enough is enough and we need to address it. And I thank the member for alerting me that would also include the issue of diabetes, and that is now on my radar, and I thank him.
Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wish to return to the issue of the unacceptable length of waiting lists for paediatric PEG surgeries in Northern Ireland. And I wish to ask the Minister what measures have been taken over the past year to reduce that waiting list, and has a measurable improvement been made?
Well, I thank the member. I think there have been a number of initiatives. First of all, consultants have been validating the waiting list. Secondly, I think there have been more procedures being carried out by the Royal Belfast Hospital for Sick Children, which is the regional centre for these PEG procedures. There has also been training going on, I believe, from the Royal Belfast Hospital for Sick Children to try and facilitate these procedures taking place at the Ulster Hospital, and that involves, of course, training of staff to make the workforce appropriately trained and motivated. So there has been some significant effort to try and address the waiting lists. I am not going to try and deceive the member. The waiting lists are still too long.
Mr. Kingston.
Thank the Minister for his answer and for those steps that have been made. Can you advise, when does he think Northern Ireland can align with NHS England standards, where the newly added children to the waiting list are operated within 4 to 6 months?
Well, the member may be aware that the Independent Fiscal Council made clear that for us to deliver services in health and social care on a par with England, it would require our budget to go up to £104 to £107 for every £100 that is spent by NHS England. And in fact, the Appleby report said if you include social care, you'll need £109 for every £100 spent by NHS England. So that's the comparator to get to where I believe the member is asking me, where he wants NHS Northern Ireland, as it were, to get to. And frankly, the draft budget for next year puts us at £101 and 5p, so it's not going to be possible to achieve what the member wants.
To a conclusion, questions to the Minister of Health. We return now to the second stage of the budget bill, and the next speaker is Sinead McLaughlin. Call Ms McLaughlin.
Thank you, Speaker. And can I too, at the outset, welcome John O'Dowd to his new ministerial position. And can I also thank Kiva Archibald for her service to the Finance Department. We all know that we are not short on challenges in Northern Ireland. Years of stop-start government and mismanagement from Westminster mean that we face a very difficult settlement here and profound issues to address. And I want to take this opportunity today to recognise that the Executive actually operates within very difficult financial constraints. And of course we know that there is not enough money to do everything, and that ministers or the public would like to see. Let me put on record that I accept that this work is not easy, but we all put ourselves forward for public office on the basis that we would fix these challenges for the people that we serve, and now it is the time to get on with that job. Unfortunately, this budget bill does not meet those challenges and marks more of the same from the Executive, continuing with the status quo that has run out of road a long time ago. People here rightly deserve a long-term strategic plan to address our challenges, and now that their government is back up and running. The budget bill and the programme for government should always be aligned, and it simply has never ever happened. And it's all too often that government actually lacks the creativity and ambition to get to grips with the issues that they face. Take financial transactions capital as an example in this budget bill. Millions remain unspent, all while crucial capital projects lie waiting to be delivered. Or take the Barna consequentials. We should have ring-fenced that funding in recent years to deal with the huge childcare costs faced by families, but we have not yet met that challenge, and parents still pay the price. I also want to make 3 points today to the Chamber and to the Minister, not about the money we have, but about the way we do things. First, we need to see multi-year budgeting, a cause I know the Finance Minister agrees with, so future budgets can be more effective. But we are yet to see any progress in this. Secondly, we need to see the Northern Ireland Fiscal Council put on a statutory footing. The SDLP has been calling for this to happen without delay for some time now. We are pleased to see it included in the 2024 legislative programme, and it now needs to be delivered. Thirdly, it's on regional balance. The Executive and the Finance Minister in particular rightly and frequently go onto the airwaves and into meetings with the British Government to make the case for needs-based funding for Northern Ireland, and that is as it should be. And we look forward to reading the results of the independent review of the fiscal floor in relation to the scale of the need that we do actually experience here. It is so important that we get it right. But it seems to me that we never apply the same logic when we eventually spend that money back here at home, as we will see as a consequence of the budget bill today. So if we are so enthusiastic and persuaded of the case for needs-based funding for Northern Ireland, why aren't we as enthusiastic when it comes to adopting a needs-based approach here to our own spending? Why don't we have a formula that directs health funding to the places with the worst health outcomes? Why do we have confusion over education funding that seems to make little sense to the public out there? Why don't we see positive discrimination of the kind that the Northern and Western Regional Assembly has called for? where we actually overinvest in the places that have actually been left behind. Investing more in the places that need it is our argument on our trips to London in front of the Chancellor. I simply argue that it should be our argument in front of the public as well, and we should follow through with action by modelling what we ask for. Speaker, we can only meet these challenges if we have effective long-term government budgeting linked to the outcomes we want to achieve with detail on strategic priorities. That is the task ahead, and we look forward to ensuring that the voices of the people we represent are heard and acted upon as those consequential decisions are taken by this government. Thank you.
Thank you, Sinead. Much appreciated. Our next speaker is Diane Forsyth.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I want to put on record my sincere thanks to the Department of Finance budget officials who regularly and comprehensively brief our Finance Committee on departmental finance and on the wider budget process. They do an excellent job, and we on the Finance Committee want to support their good work, ensuring that other departments and committees are able to conduct the same quality of scrutiny of their department's accounts. And it's concerning to hear from so many other committees their concerns over lack of detail on aspects of their finances. On the Department of Finance accounts themselves specifically, I thank the Finance Minister and his predecessor, Dr. Kiva Archibald, that with the support of their officials, they have led by example in terms of professionalism in returns, managing their balanced budget targets and providing detailed projections, including highlighting the specific additional costs of increasing employers' national insurance committee costs to the Department of Finance core in their committee papers for this week. And I would encourage the Minister to share how they have done this and ask of other departments to follow suit and do the same to provide more complete and meaningful budget projections from his central position of oversight to help them in their scrutiny. But as I noted yesterday, it is unacceptable that we do not have a clear sight of the total cost of the increase in employers' national insurance contributions, and I welcome the Minister's opening remarks where he is committed to writing to our Finance Committee and working with us to clarify the progress on this, because the Minister is referring to the problem being Treasury not yet saying how much they will provide, but we do need to see clarity on the total cost, how much it is and how much the Minister is asking Treasury for. And we welcome once again that for the forthcoming 25-26 year, we're working forward with a draft budget, draft programme for government, and we aim to have these aligned. It is our hope and our expectation that all parties and all ministers will support the budget bill. And as we look into this new financial year, we need to make sure that all departments are taking steps to ensure they're delivering value for money within the allocations provided. Steps need to be taken to ensure that projects are delivered on time and within budget. And the recent Audit Office report highlighted the £2.45 billion overspend on major capital projects with serious questions to be answered. And I want to put it on record, as comments have been made around it. I do not feel that blame is being laid solely at the feet of civil servants. I think there are significant recommendations spanning 6 years that have failed to have been followed up, and there are responsibilities for everyone here. But £2.45 billion overspend on major capital projects is a serious amount of money, and we really do need to be seen to be addressing this for the confidence of the public. We also, within the Department of Finance, see the increase in cost of public sector sick pay. It's costed £44 million in 23-24 and set to increase this year, with individual departments saying it's a Department of Finance issue to manage this sick leave, and the Department of Finance having no targets to reduce or investigate cultures. It's of huge concern and needs address. We need to value our civil service staff and understand what is happening here. Another significant issue is the level of uncollected rates debt in Northern Ireland, which my colleague Paul Frew mentioned earlier, where we've got a current consultation out to consider removing reliefs to those who already pay their rates, squeezing them further to raise £2 million or £4 million on these items, whilst on the other hand we have over £115 million of prior year rates bills still not collected and £65 million of rates bills written off in the past 5 years. Rather than increasing taxes to those hard-pressed families and businesses who already do pay, why is the focus not on collecting the huge outstanding bills which would increase revenue substantially more? These are just some of the concerning issues that need to be addressed, and every department needs to be demonstrating their work towards reducing the waste of resources. But we support the progression of this budget bill today, but we do so with our eyes wide open to the very real financial challenges that we face. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, we need to move forward with a collective approach in this Assembly and from our executive ministers to send a strong message to the ratepayers that we are committed to facing the financial pressures that lie ahead and deliver on our frontline services.
Thank you, Diane. I call Sean Mulholland.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I want to first of all welcome the Minister to his new role. I'm sure he'll be delighted that I won't be haranguing him about landslides anymore, but I wish him well in his new role. As I'm a member of the Communities Committee, I will be focusing my remarks, and this will be the crux of my contribution. Excuse me, but as a former youth worker and a strong advocate for social justice and inclusion, I've seen firsthand how much a budget matters, not just in economic terms, but in terms of those that I represent. A budget determines whether families have a home, whether they can heat that home, whether their communities are safe, and whether they have somewhere to turn to in crisis through ill health, bereavement, and whether we can support people back to work. So, as the spring supplementary estimates in the budget bill are mainly backward-looking, reflecting on changes that have taken place between the main estimates and supplementary estimates through those in-year monitoring rounds, it is crucial that we take stock of the financial trajectory of the Department of Communities over the past year. And we know the Department plays a vital role in supporting some of the most vulnerable in our society, from housing to welfare to tackling social inclusion, and also to supporting the arts, culture and sports sectors. At the outset of the financial year, the Department faced significant pressures. Those resource bids outstripped available funding threefold, and similar constraints were evident in the capital allocations. The challenge for the Department has evidently been to manage the limited resources effectively while striving to meet the growing demand for services. I think it's clear that one of the key priorities for the Department has been housing over the past year. At various monitoring rounds throughout the year, additional funding was secured for social housing new builds, reflecting the urgent need in our communities for more affordable homes. However, challenges do remain in meeting that demand, particularly in homelessness interventions where increasing pressures continue to strain resources. And additionally, the cost of temporary accommodation that is going out on a monthly basis. The Cladding Safety Scheme also received targeted funding, highlighting the Department's commitment to ensuring safer living conditions for tenants. In the October monitoring round, 24 million was allocated for new build social housing, yet, as I say, that demand has continued to exceed supply. The Department has also had to navigate an increased demand for welfare support. That discretionary support and homelessness prevention received allocations to help mitigate the rising hardship, particularly in light of changes to welfare policy and the ongoing cost of living crisis. The winter fuel support allocation of £17 million was a key intervention, demonstrating a focus, albeit rather unfocused, on protecting those at risk of fuel poverty. However, this was a reactive measure rather than a long-term strategic solution to the underlying issue of financial instability for vulnerable households, which obviously leads us back to the lack of anti-poverty strategy. Yesterday, we heard that the £12 million being used to mitigate welfare payments for those moving to universal credit from legacy benefits. It is noted that the Minister intends to put welfare mitigations on that statutory footing, but we need to stop relying on the sole authority of the budget bill to fill the gap where that legislation is not forthcoming. So that's something that we have to highlight and expect to see in the next 6 weeks, so that we're not in this position next year of looking at £12 million coming out of the sole authority of the budget bill. Beyond welfare and housing, the Department secured funding to further support the arts and cultural initiatives with £500,000 allocation to protect those vital sectors, though some, including myself, would argue that it's not nearly enough to sustain and nurture a thriving sector that contributes so much for so little. The Supporting People programme, which assists those with additional housing needs, also received funding in that monitoring round, but ongoing demand highlights the challenge of ensuring consistent and sustainable support for those who rely on those services. It isn't good enough that those working in that sector live on a month-to-month contract in some cases. So we need to look at how we can make that consistent and make it a more stable feature within an ongoing budget. Those engaging with the most vulnerable in our society need stability and dignity in their work. Throughout the financial year, the Department for Communities has said it has had to adapt to shifting financial circumstances, making difficult decisions. The funding trajectory of the department has evolved through those successive monitoring rounds. So from the June monitoring round, allocating 10 million to homelessness interventions and discretionary support. There was that 0.5 million for the arts sector. In the October monitoring round, the 24 million allocated for social housing new builds and the 17 million for winter fuel support. In the January monitoring round, then we had the 4.5 million again allocated for new build social housing and the continued support for supporting people. And then in our February adjustments, looking at the 1.4 million for critical emergency financial assistance for those affected by Storm Eowyn. While the department has outlined that it has made progress in its priorities, I think it is clear that funding constraints have limited its ability to deliver in all fronts. The reliance on the in-year monitoring rounds to address funding shortfalls has been a recurring challenge, and I think that has then enabled a reactive approach which undermines that long-term financial planning that we need to see in a department that deals with such a huge amount of critical services. The recent excess votes also notes the breaches in capital limits, notably due to the unanticipated increases in universal credit advances. For me, that demonstrates the difficulties both in financial foresighting, but also it's something that we have raised in the Assembly in the last couple of weeks, that the more people we have having to move on to universal credit, the more need we have to mitigate the 5-week wait through something much more effective than advance loans, so we won't see that increase in breach in the capital limits hopefully next year. The 24-25 budget was hugely challenging at the outset. We came into it from a prolonged period of austerity and stop-start government, resource bids outstripping the funding available for allocation, I think on a 3-to-1 basis at times, and similar pressures faced in our capital budgets. Agreeing that 24-25 budget was the first step in offering stability, but I think there's so much more that needs to be done. That interim financial framework agreed in May 24, providing that additional £431 million for funding for public services. Again, I think it needs to be further progressed to look at towards agreement, I suppose, for a more permanent framework which properly reflects our relative need. There are wider structural issues that we can't ignore due to that cycle of crisis and collapse and cycle and crisis and collapse. That 24-25 budget was the 10th single budget in a row, which I know that many others in this chamber have mentioned. We can't have financial sustainability without political sustainability, and that's why we've consistently and persistently advocated reform. In terms of in conclusion, while the Department for Communities has worked within difficult financial constraints to support individuals and families, the current financial framework is unsustainable. We need commitment to that multi-year budget approach that allows for long-term planning, and only then can we ensure the department fulfils its mandate to improve the lives of those who depend on it most. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. I call Timothy Gaston.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. I want to begin to focus the attention of the House on the figure in clause 1.2 of this bill, £31,041,393,000. Yes, it's not quite the 57 trillion we were promised yesterday in the estimates, but even so, it's indeed a generous amount of money. I would remind this House that none of that money is raised by this Assembly. The finances we debate today are only available to Northern Ireland by virtue of our membership of the United Kingdom. In Schedule 2, Part 1 of the Budget Act, on page 41, we have the Department of Health estimates with a spend of £53,054,000. It is noteworthy that this figure allows us to provide an NHS which does not require patients to pay €8 a day for inpatient services at hospital. That figure also ensures that no one needs to cough up €100 when they attend accident emergency, or even €65 to see their GP. And finally, I would highlight that Schedule 2, Part 1 on page 41 of the Budget Act means that the Fire Brigade won't send you a bill after they are called out. All of which is not the case to our friends across the border in the Irish Republic. My goodness, members, it's great to be British. That said, as I highlighted yesterday, there are many ways in which we spend that generous sum from Westminster which are highly questionable. Frankly, I think we would benefit from a Northern Ireland Department of Government Efficiency. And if, as conceded by the Minister and highlighted by previous speakers in this debate, it took a single TUV MLA to pick up on an error in the billions of pounds. I remind the House of the difference between a billion and a trillion. 1 billion seconds is 31 years and 8 months. 1 trillion seconds is 31,710 years. A vast difference. That's why it was important to pick up on this issue yesterday. But let's focus on the numbers that we can relate to and rely on. If we were to open up our books to Dodge and Elon Musk, what would he make of the table on Schedule 1, Part 2 on page 29? Do members really believe that we should continue spending over £1 million a year on North-South Ministerial Council, which won't answer straightforward questions from members of this House? Indeed, a body which says it isn't bound by the Freedom of Information Act, which applies to every other agency of government in the UK. What would Dodge make of a budget which disregards the Department of Finance's own guidance and awards £24 million to departments without any bespoke legislation in place? Would Elon Musk continue to send thousands of pounds to Stonewall, a discredited organisation which has been abandoned by the public and private sector in the UK?
Could you please take your seat? I don't know who Dodge is. Is it the Department for Justice? No. Elon Musk isn't part of this Assembly, and neither is Trump. So while I note your craft and citing the page numbers, can you please stick to this Minister's budget bill? Thank you.
Principal Deputy Speaker, anything I've said in my remarks relates to pages in the budget bill and within the context of that. But indeed, I believe we all know the answers to the questions that I posed. But on a positive note, I will observe from this day forward the Assembly cannot wash its hands of issues and blame London, which many of the members in this House love to do. When this budget passes, the financial decisions contained within it, every unwise penny spent, and there are plenty of those, will carry the Maid and Stormont stamp. I close by making one final observation. In his response to the debate on the estimates yesterday, the Minister questioned if it represented value for money to deliver the estimates book to all members within this House. If that was a polite way of questioning whether MLAs in this place ever opened the book, I share his scepticism. I would, however, place on record that it was very helpful to myself and my office when preparing for the debate yesterday and indeed today. There is certainly a case for reviewing whether it is necessary to produce copies for every single MLA, but it would be most regressive step to take if he were to cut the printing of hard copies of the estimates book to all other MLAs in this House. And indeed, it was because of this book there's a number of MLAs have been able to scrutinise what's come before us and pick up errors therein.
Thank you, Mr Gasson. I now call the Minister of Finance, Mr John O'Dowd, to conclude and wind up on the debate.
And many thanks to members, chairs and deputy chairs who have contributed during the second stage of the budget bill today. It is very useful for me as Finance Minister to hear the views of the respective committees and members on the important financial and economic issues that face us as an administration and indeed as a society. I have noted many of the issues raised by members, and I will endeavour to respond to as many as possible in the closing comments of the debate. The debate was opened up by the Chair of the Finance Committee, Matthew O'Toole, who welcomed the positive engagement from my officials with his committee and the work they were able to carry out. Again, he called for multi-year budgets, and as a number of members have referred to this, and as I pointed out yesterday, I cannot introduce multi-year budgets in the absence of a multi-year comprehensive spending review from the Treasury and from Whitehall. He does challenge me in relation to bringing forward an initial programme for spend, or to give an indication, an indicative budget to departments, and again he accepts that that work is now underway, but as I also stated yesterday, that could be subject to change in terms of how the wind of the economy is blowing or what decisions are made in Whitehall. But I do, and I have committed to the House that as a result of the comprehensive spending review, if Labour live up to their commitments, that they will introduce a 3-year resource budget and a 4-year capital budget. I will follow that up with a budget to my executive colleagues, which will then hopefully progress to this House. Again, concerns and understandable concerns were raised in relation to the sole authority of the budget bill in relation to a number of spends, and this was again raised by several members. And again, we are working our way through that. But I would encourage colleagues through their committees to also raise this with their respective ministers, where areas are still within the black box for a period of time that legislation should be brought through, or they should certainly be engaging with my department in terms of the finance bill we intend to bring forward. Mr O'Toole then moved on in relation to his position as Leader of the Opposition, referred to the crisis in the health service and public services, and clearly we are facing huge challenges in all our public services. But the way forward is to, one, recognise those challenges and also plan a way forward in relation to responding to those challenges. And I believe that the stability we have brought to our budget and to our political system is a significant advance in terms of taking on the challenges within our public services. And the budget process itself is not a one-off event. As members will be aware and do through their committees, there is constant engagement at committee level with the respective departments in relation to the budget and how the departments are managing their individual budgets. And the members will also aware several bills passed through this chamber in relation to that. In relation to the draft budget, which is out for consultation, and the lack of debate in this chamber, I'm following, as my predecessor did, the legislative process in relation to the budget. I'm following the standing orders, and I accept that the period between January and March is very, very tight in terms of bringing forward this budgetary process as part of it, and it presents challenges to members, but I am following the legislative process for bringing forward both the supplementary estimates, the budget number 2 bill, etc., etc. All that process has been followed, and I think the important part is that there is a public consultation on to allow people to air their views in that regard. Philip McGuigan, as Chair of the Health Committee, quite rightly paid tribute to HSE staff and covered a number of areas of concern within the health service, but he also recognised the pay deal that was awarded this year. Despite the challenges that were faced initially by the Health Minister, that pay deal has now been awarded. And I think it's a useful example of sometimes how you look at a glass. You can present some things as a glass half full or a glass half empty, and perhaps in terms of how the pay deal for our health service was initially presented, I think caused undue anxiety both to health service workers and to the public, but the Health Minister did deliver the pay deal, and I think that is important. He also referred to the use of online healthcare and how that has assisted people on both sides of the island and ensuring that we're attempting to deliver a more effective and efficient healthcare for people at as local a level as possible. Deborah Erskine, Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, I want to thank her for her kind words and thank her and her committee when I was the Department for Infrastructure Minister, I found the engagement with the committee always constructive and quite rightly challenging at times, but always constructive. So I want to thank Cora and our committee. The impact of Storm Éowyn, particularly in rural communities, is recognised. The member will be aware of the financial commitment the Executive has already made to various agencies and departments around that. We are currently assessing the full cost of it and may have to make some further engagement with the Treasury around that, but I'll wait on the full costs. The member also quite rightly referenced the challenges faced by NI Water, by roads, by public transport, by active travel, etc., all within that department. And I think it is a crucial area, obviously, an area I have a lot of knowledge on, but if we don't get our infrastructure right, then the rest doesn't follow behind. So it is an area that requires investment and scrutiny. Paula Bradshaw, as Executive Office Chair, raised issues within her own remit and referred to the appointment of commissioners and to other public appointments, etc. I'll respond, and sorry, Ms Bradshaw is not with us, but in terms, much of that covers in terms of the TEO role itself rather than directly with myself. But if I have some information at hand which I can forward to Ms Bradshaw in due course. Colin Gildernew referred again to the £12 million welfare payment covered by the black box, and I hope that the Communities Minister is going to bring forward the necessary legislation to cover that. Also referred to the role of the Fiscal Council and the need for an evidence-based approach and needs-based approach to the budget, which I fully agree with. Steve Aiken raised an issue in relation to the accuracy of the documentation before us, but I want to assure Mr Aiken that while 45% is an approximate figure, it's not with, you'll note 45% is not used in the legislation or in the financial memorandum attached to the legislation either. The actual figure, which it is above 45%, is being asked to be agreed with today. That comes about that not all departments have asked for 45%. Some departments have asked for slightly above 45% for specific reasons, which I will ask my officials to communicate with the department or with the committee. But for instance, in terms of the Department for Infrastructure has a £103 million spend and a £6 million spend, which they've asked, which brings them over the 45%. TEO has £35 million more over the 45%, and the Department of Health has £63 million over, again, the 45%. The exact figure is 45.7789%, but I think the member raises a valid point. If we are using figures in presentations to committees or the Assembly, then I think we should give the exact figure. So I will endeavour in future to ensure for the fullness and for openness that when we are presenting these matters, that we present the exact figure for fullness and completeness of transparency around these matters. But I can assure the member, both the financial memorandum and the bill refers to the actual amount which is being released rather than the percentage amount.
Marks, and thank you very much indeed for coming back so swiftly. I think the concern is that it's a quantum of £650 million. And if you also look at the black box provisions, bearing in mind black box provisions had come down from £1 billion to £24 million and through the Sole Authority Act, and now we're saying that we're not quite accurate on the vote on account of 45%. I think I don't want to take the debate much further here, Minister, but obviously if we could get those figures in front of the Finance Committee, I think we could get stuck into those, because that would raise more than a few concerns.
I think the member raises a valid point in a sense. The actual financial figure may be different, but we'll clarify that all at committee. Nowhere in the legislation is it referred to as 45%. It's a rounded figure we give during these presentations. But I do think, as I said, and for the sake of fullness and transparency, we should use the exact percentage point which we're asking members to release. The legislation before us gives the exact cash amount we're releasing, so there's no inaccuracy in that. But I do think, if we're quoting figures, particularly in a budget debate, let's make sure that they're completely transparent. Okay. Tom Buchanan raised the issue on cost of TB. And I'll work with all ministers in regards the challenges their departments face. The previous finance minister has worked with the agriculture minister around these matters. There has been recent awards in relation to the challenges and the costs around TB, and I commit to continuing that role. Donnelly referred to ensuring that the health department runs effectively and efficiently. I agree with him, but I would caveat with this point. All our departments need to run effectively and efficiently to ensure that we live up to the challenges faced by our budget, and also look for the opportunities that are there to improve public service to people. Gemma Dolan brought some positivity to the debate. She referred to the doubling allocation of childcare and the earmarked DERA funding. So, well done, Gemma. It's always nice to hear a bit of positivity. Joanne Bunting referred to the challenges facing justice, and I emphasise I will be working with all ministers in the time ahead and working with them to ensure that we're getting the most out of our budget and the challenges we face, and I recognise the challenges facing the Justice Department. Alan Chambers, who I have to say dutifully defended his health minister, as he does, and if any of my colleagues behind me want to take up that example, I think they should. He's right. As its old saying goes, there's always two sides to every argument, and he quite rightly pointed out the challenges that the health department face, and again I'll work with Minister Nesbitt as well. Paul Frew recognised the commitment and the work of the previous minister, as did a number of speakers, and I think it's only right and proper that they did so. Kiva has left an important legacy behind her in this department. Without facing the wrath of the Speaker, he raised the issue of wording of standing orders, which is for another department, but I see his argument. A question as to whether the budget was linked to the PFG. I argue it is. The priorities of the PFG are well known. I don't think the legislation is the place for the further clarification he requires or the further linkages to the PFG. As he knows, legislation is a rather blunt instrument, but I get his point. But it's also up to individual departments and committees to establish those links and to ensure that there is linkages between those. Sinead McLaughlin again raised the issue of multi-year budgets and the role of the Fiscal Council and where we're going in terms of ensuring that our budget is based on need and also tackling social disadvantage. I welcome the appointment of Professor Jerry Hultham, who is a well-respected and led the Hultham Commission in Wales, has agreed to conduct an independent review of the North's level of need. Not evidence-based, that data-driven evidence will allow me to approach the Treasury and Whitehall in a more informed, robust way than simply going with well-rehearsed arguments. So I think the work of Professor Hultham will be crucial in us ensuring that the department or the executive is properly funded moving forward. Diane Forsyth, again, to commend the department officials who have been engaging with her department, and I very much welcome that. And my officials do work extremely hard and are keen to work with the committee and others. The national insurance contributions. I wrote to the committee, given all the information I can give them at this stage. It's estimated to cost to the executive, to councils, to the voluntary community sector, somewhere in the region of £200 million. How much we get in return from the Barna consequentials is yet to be confirmed with me. So you ask the question, how much am I looking from the Treasury? I'm looking at all. I've asked for them to fully reimburse this executive, the councils and the community and voluntary sector to that amount. Now, that's an ambitious ask, but I think that's where we have to start. So that's how much I've asked. Yes.
Minister offering some insight on this. Can you give us a timeline as to when he expects to be able to give clarity? I mean, is this process? Is there a meeting coming up between him and the Chief Secretary of the Treasury? Is this just an ongoing correspondence between his officials and the Treasury? When can we expect to know more? I'm
meeting the Chief Secretary of the Treasury, I think it's on the 27th of February. It's part of a meeting between myself, the Welsh and the Scottish Minister, the Fiscal Committee meeting, or the Finance Ministers' meeting with the Treasury. Myself and the Scottish and Welsh have already met on this issue to discuss how we approach our meeting with the Treasury. I believe we're approaching it in a combined voice, which will give more strength to our arguments. So there is ongoing work. When will the Treasury confirm their figures? That's a matter for the Treasury. I have asked for it to be confirmed as soon as possible, but they are working their way through their processes. Unfortunately, I have no control over that. Sean Mulholland referred to the need for more social housing and a range of other matters within communities. Again, I emphasise I will work with ministers in all departments. There will also be a challenge function in that for me, and I don't pick out communities in that regard. There's a challenge function for me as Minister to ensure that departments are doing everything within their own power to help themselves, that they are using effective, efficient use of the funding they have, and further spending proposals they have do fit in with the draft programme for government, and they do ensure that public services will be improved, effective and efficient moving forward. So I will approach all ministers on that basis. Timothy Gaston didn't miss the opportunity to put the ball in the back of the net. If I leave an open net, why wouldn't he? So I can understand why he has done that. But I will say this, Tim, he made the point, and this is factually correct. None of the funds we're talking about in this bill have been raised by this Assembly. That's factually correct. But is that an argument for more fiscal authority and powers for this Assembly? Because if we are voting on it and we are managing it, because as you said, it's going to be stamped, produced by the Northern Ireland Assembly, so let's have more authority, more power over it. But here's the point you did miss. The money that we are spending has come from the taxes of the people we represent. And that's an important point to remember in this equation. While it may be held in the Treasury, the taxes that go to the Treasury come from the people we represent. So let's ensure we're giving them full representation in that regard moving forward. And he quite rightly challenged the standard of healthcare in the South, but it's not from lack of money, it's from lack of political ambition. If we were sitting here with a €12 billion surplus, I suspect members in this chamber would be challenging me and the executive to ensure that money goes into frontline public services. So it's not lack of money in the South, it's lack of political ambition in the South, I would argue. So in that regard, Príomh Lascan Comhairle, I will bring these matters to a conclusion, or bring my contribution to a conclusion. I ask members to support the budget bill, thereby authorising both spending on public services by departments in 24-25, the vote on account by 25-26, and accesses identified by the Public Accounts Committee in 23-24.
Much appreciated. So the question is that the second stage of the budget bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? No. Aye. Okay, so apart from the opposition from Mr Gaston, I've acknowledged ayes from all sides of the House. So therefore, that concludes the second stage of the budget bill. Amendments to the bill may be submitted to the Bills Office up to 9:30 a.m. tomorrow, the 19th of February. The second stage of the budget bill is therefore agreed. Members, take your ease.
Okay, members, the next item of business is a motion to suspend Standing Order 42.5 in respect of the budget bill. Clerk, please read the motion.
That Standing Order 42.5 be suspended in respect of the passage of the Budget Bill 2025.
Thank you. And I call the Minister of Finance to move the motion.
So moved.
Thank you. In accordance with convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limits on this debate. I call on the Minister of Finance to open the debate. Minister.
Thank you, Lascan Cordia. I wish to thank you and the Assembly for their patience and assistance with progression of the budget bill. As members will be aware, Standing Order 42.5 states that no bill shall pass all its required stages in the Assembly in less than 10 days. This is to ensure that the Assembly has ample time to consider and debate legislation fully. Following January monitoring, the Executive agreed the final budget position for 24-25 on the 16th of January 25. This left a very short window to complete the spring supplementary estimates 24-25, prepare the associated budget bill and complete the legislative process before achieving royal assent, which is needed by the end of March 2025. I am requesting that the Assembly agrees to the suspension of the Standing Order 42.5 to allow the bill to complete its passage in a shorter time frame and to enable the final debate to occur in a week's time on Tuesday the 25th of February 2025.
Thank you, Minister. I call Matthew O'Toole.
Deputy Speaker, I'm not entirely sure why I'm being called for this, because I've already given the view of the Finance Committee in the previous debate, which is that the committee gave its agreement. So I'm content to proceed, and I've given the view of the Finance Committee, which was placed on the record in the previous debate. Thank you.
Okay. Now call the Minister to wind down.
I have nothing further to add to the debate.
Okay, members, before we proceed to the question, I would remind members that the motion requires cross-community support. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, any no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, the next item of business is a motion on this one. Sorry, yep. From all sides of the chamber, and there are no dissenting voices. I am satisfied, as on the previous vote, that cross-community support has been demonstrated. The motion is therefore agreed. Members, the next item of business is a motion to suspend Standing Order 39.2 in respect of the budget bill. Clerk, please read the motion.
That Standing Order 39.2 be suspended in respect of the passage of the Budget Bill 2025.
Thank you. And I call the Minister of Finance to make the motion.
Moved.
Thank you, Minister. In accordance with convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limits in this debate. I call on the Minister of Finance to open the debate.
Standing Order 39.2 requires that no date will be determined for the final stage of a bill until the Speaker has considered the bill in accordance with Section 10 of the 1998 Act, which has signified to the Minister in charge of a bill that, in their opinion, it may be properly proceed to its final stage. I am requesting that the Assembly agrees to the suspension of Standing Order 39.2 to allow the bill to complete its passage in a shorter time frame and to enable the final stage debate to occur in a week's time on Tuesday the 25th of February 2025. When the budget bill completes its passage through the Assembly, there are still a number of further steps to be completed before royal assent is secured. There will be an opportunity for the Assembly to discuss in full issues relating to the budget bill at the upcoming final stage debate on Tuesday the 25th of February 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Members, as there are no other members listed to speak, we can move to putting the question. Before we proceed to the question, I would remind members that the motion also requires cross-community support. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, any no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. There are ayes from all sides of the chamber and no dissenting voices. I am satisfied, therefore, that cross-community support has been demonstrated and that the motion is agreed. Members, the next item on the order paper is the second stage of the Sign Language Bill. Before I call the Minister, I advise members that interpreters are present today to provide simultaneous translation of this debate into both British and Irish Sign Language. And that's very welcome news. I now call the Minister for Communities.
I beg to move.
Thank you, Minister. The second stage of the Sign Language Bill has been moved. In accordance with convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limits on the debate, and I now call on the Minister for Communities to open the debate on the bill. Minister.
And now for the translation, Mr. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would first like to welcome members from the deaf community present in the public gallery today. Today is a good day for Northern Ireland and for the deaf community, and I'm aware that it's also an historic event for the deaf community in Northern Ireland, and I am grateful for your support in developing this bill to recognise and promote British Sign Language and Irish Sign Language. I'm also grateful to my executive colleagues for their support for the introduction of this cross-cutting sign language bill. And I welcome the British Deaf Association's statement that deaf community members played a significant role collaborating with the BDA, deaf organisations and executive departments to prepare this bill. That statement reflects the unique nature of the work to deliver this bill to date through 3 languages: British Sign Language, Irish Sign Language and English. Nothing about us without us. This bill will ensure that this is the rule rather than the exception and will be the basis for my department's lead role. This includes convening the Sign Language Partnership Group, which comprises representatives from the deaf community and executive departments. In March 2004, the Secretary of State formally recognised BSL and ISL as languages in their own right. This recognition does not provide any legal protection for the languages. Neither language is covered by the European Charter for Regional or Minority Languages. There has been no executive recognition or formal executive agreed policy or strategy document to date. I recognise and appreciate the deaf community's patience during this lengthy period. When I became Minister a year ago, one of my first commitments was that members of the deaf community will have the same rights and opportunities as those in the hearing community through the introduction of a sign language bill. Today is a significant step forward for members of the deaf community towards achieving those rights and opportunities. Now, some may ask why sign language legislation is needed when we have disability protections. I believe this question is based on the misrecognition of sign language. Many hearing people have the false impression that sign language is a worldwide, universal language or a visual translation of a spoken language. That is not the case. Sign language differs from country to country in the same way as spoken languages do. Uniquely across the UK and Republic of Ireland, Northern Ireland has 2 signed languages, BSL and ISL. Around the world, deaf people identify themselves as part of a cultural and linguistic minority and view their sign language as their language of need, not a communication tool. Like many other non-English speakers, sign language users cannot necessarily access English-based information on government websites or printed leaflets and various types of literature. This bill recognises and promotes BSL and ISL and places duties on public bodies to take reasonable steps to ensure that the information and services they provide are as accessible to individuals in the deaf community as those individuals who are not in the deaf community. My department, as the lead department, will develop guidance and best practice, including advice on what may be viewed as amounting to reasonable steps. In addressing some of the more technical aspects associated with making the bill, I can confirm that an equality impact assessment has been undertaken, which examined the bill's proposals in the context of the promotion of equality of opportunity and good relations, as required by Section 75 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998. No adverse impacts were identified. The bill will not place any duties on private enterprises or the voluntary and community sector. Therefore, the Department is satisfied that a regulatory impact assessment is not required. The bill amounts to 15 clauses, which I will summarise. Clause 1 provides official recognition of BSL and ISL as languages of Northern Ireland, without prejudice to any established rights or laws in respect to the deaf community. Clause 2 provides that my department, as lead department, will promote the greater use and understanding of BSL and ISL and the entitlement of the deaf community to use BSL or ISL. This also includes making arrangements for the availability of classes for deaf children, their close families, guardians and carers. Clause 3 places a duty on all prescribed organisations to take all reasonable steps to provide access to information and services through the medium of BSL and ISL. Clause 4 provides powers for the Department for Communities to make regulations that will set out all public bodies that will be subject to the duties set out in Clause 3. Clause 5 provides that the Department must issue guidance of which all prescribed organisations must take account. Clause 6 provides that the guidance referred to in Clause 5 should address issues of best practice. Clause 7 provides that the Department provides the Department powers to make regulations in respect to the bill. Clause 8 provides that such regulations must be consulted upon and laid before the Assembly. In Clause 9, the Department of Communities must prepare a report evaluating the impact of the bill within 5 years of the bill's commencement and every 5-year period thereafter. In Clause 10, the Department for Communities must, by regulation, make a scheme for the accreditation of either or both teachers of BSL or ISL or interpreters of BSL or ISL. Clause 11 provides the definition of members of the deaf community for the purpose of this bill. Clause 12, for the purposes of this bill, defines the different forms of BSL and ISL, including the tactile forms used by some deaf-blind people. Clause 13 defines everyday reliance on BSL or ISL as referring to someone who relies, wholly or substantially, on BSL or ISL by necessity or for convenience in the course of everyday activities. And in clauses 14 and 15, we have the commencement and short title. If this bill attains royal assent, secondary legislation would then be required to implement and commence the provisions of the Act. I am aware that the success of this legislation is dependent upon an infrastructure of support for the deaf community, particularly through the building of interpreter capacity to deliver on access to services, which begins with access to information about those services. Therefore, my department continues to fund accredited BSL, ISL courses across Northern Ireland from Level 1, beginner level, which, as members will have seen, I certainly consider myself at that end of the scale when it comes to my sign language, to Level 6 degree equivalent, a necessary pathway to qualification and registration as interpreters and translators to support future legislation. Foyle Deaf Association in Londonderry is nearing completion of its interpreter training programme, funded by my department, with successful BSL ISL students due to register as accredited interpreters in the near future. In partnership with the Ulster Society for Promoting the Education of the Deaf and Blind and Queen's University Belfast, my department has co-developed and launched a new Deaf Sign Language Studies programme based in the Centre for Translation and Interpreting at Queen's. And this is co-founded by the Ulster Deaf Society, which is particularly welcome. This programme will support the aims of this bill and includes a 2-year MA in Sign Language Interpreting at Queen's University Belfast, comprising BSL and ISL students, both deaf and hearing. This will further boost interpreting and translating capacity to address both current pressures and to contribute to the expected increase in demand associated with legislation. It also provides opportunities for academic study and research development into deaf and sign language issues. At Clause 2, I referred to making arrangements for ensuring the availability of classes for deaf children and their close families, guardians and carers to learn or to improve proficiency in BSL or ISL. This remains a priority for me. My department currently invests over £250,000 in a variety of family sign language courses for deaf children, their families and their professional support network. I recently visited Action Deaf Youth, a local deaf charity which supports deaf children and their families to build a strong foundation in early literacy, language acquisition, communication and peer interaction. I witnessed the great work that they deliver to support deaf children and their families and how vital early access to sign language is to them. And the children even taught me some sign language, in particular some colours, which I am happy to share with other members later on. Now, as I look up to the gallery, I see people who are deaf and who use visual languages, signed languages. For the avoidance of doubt, they are languages. For too long, they have experienced social exclusion, rooted in accessibility barriers, communication challenges, and negative societal attitudes. This bill seeks to remove those barriers for them and for future generations of the deaf community, including those deaf children I met at Action Deaf Youth. In conclusion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I believe that this bill is something that we can all support. I would urge all members to get behind it today, and I commend this bill to the House.
Thank you, Minister. I call the Chair of the Committee for Communities, Colin Gildernew.
Gormay Agat, Lascan Corlia, and also to welcome and acknowledge all of the activists today, and on behalf of the committees to state that I welcome very much the second stage of the Sign Language Bill. The committee received a pre-introductory briefing from officials at our meeting on the 6th of February and was pleased that the Minister was then able to introduce the bill last Monday. It's a great honour for me to stand here today on behalf of the Committee for Communities to speak in support of the second stage of the Sign Language Bill. This is a momentous occasion for the deaf community in the North, who have waited with extraordinary patience, resilience and determination for this legislation to become a reality. This bill has been long awaited, and its journey has been one of commitment, advocacy and collaboration. And I have to say I agree with the Minister that not only are these languages, but they are beautiful, expressive and important languages which we should nurture and value. The committee is looking forward to engaging extensively with the deaf community, their advocates and representative organisations, and we understand already that the contributions made up to this point have been invaluable. In June 2024, the committee hosted an event in the Long Gallery, attended by many members of the deaf community, which reinforced the immense need and demand for this legislation. The positivity and determination of that event still resonates strongly with us today. It's been a long journey since 2015, when the then Minister for Culture, Arts and Leisure, my own colleague Caroline Killam, announced plans to publish and consult on a framework for sign language. And when published in 2016, this included proposals for legislation for BSL and ISL. Ceann, I'm sure we can all agree that the deaf community has been very patient in its wait for this legislation to finally arrive, and we hope the bill breaks down the barriers that often stem from a lack of understanding and recognition of sign language and the unique needs of the deaf community. For far too long, deaf people here in the North have faced barriers to accessing essential services, educational opportunities and public life. Language is the foundation of communication and inclusion, yet Irish Sign Language and British Sign Language have both lacked the formal recognition and support that they deserve. This bill is a transformational step towards breaking down those barriers, providing formal recognition for BSL and ISL, and ensuring that sign language users have their linguistic and cultural rights respected. It provides for official recognition of BSL and ISL as languages with equal status, a statutory duty on prescribed public organisations to take reasonable steps to make their services accessible to sign language users, a commitment to promoting the use and understanding of sign languages, including greater access to sign language education for deaf children and their families, and a framework for accrediting sign language interpreters and teachers, ensuring professional standards and capacity building within the sector. This bill moves beyond disability legislation, recognising that sign language is not just an accessibility tool, but a core aspect of cultural and linguistic identity. The Committee for Communities has already received an overview from officials in preparation for moving forward. At our 6th of February meeting, we heard directly from departmental officials about the fundamental aims of the bill. It was made clear that the deaf community had expressed to them that disability legislation alone is not the appropriate framework to protect and advance their linguistic rights. Committee welcomed the clarity that this bill will provide for public bodies, ensuring that services are truly accessible, inclusive and equitable. Committee also commend the extensive co-design process that has shaped this legislation. The Sign Language Partnership Group, established in 2008, has worked closely with the deaf community for over 15 years, ensuring that this bill reflects the real lived experiences and genuine needs of the community. It was good to hear that the Sign Language Bill will address all these issues. Members were also pleased to hear that the Bill team has worked closely with deaf organisations that specialise in the delivery of early years family sign language courses. This is to ensure that funded courses will move fully online with full support for deaf tutors, and that the Department's funding supports learning from signed play for babies and toddlers to accredited qualifications ranging from NVQ Level 1 for beginners to degree equivalent Level 6 for parents of deaf children, in order to provide them with a linguistic skill set to help their deaf children acquire signing in the family home, in just the same way as hearing children acquire spoken language in their family environment. So, moving on then to committee stage, if the bill is supported by Assembly today and proceeds to committee stage, committee plans to engage directly with key stakeholders and examine whether they are content and whether any amendments are necessary to strengthen its provisions. Committee heard that the British Deaf Association and other stakeholders have emphasised the need for ongoing investment in interpreter training, public service accessibility and early years education. This must be a living piece of legislation, evolving to meet the changing needs of the deaf community. Committee noted that the bill is making provision for monitoring mechanisms, requiring the Department for Communities to report every 5 years on the implementation of this bill. The committee, Achardia, will scrutinise the proposals closely, ensuring that any proposed commitments can be met and that the deaf community will see real and tangible benefits from this. So, to conclude my remarks as Chair of the Committee, Ceann, this is a historic and long overdue moment for the deaf community here in the north of Ireland. It is about fairness, inclusion and recognition. The Committee for Communities stands fully behind the principles of this bill and supports its progression to the committee stage for further scrutiny. To all of those who have fought tirelessly for this day to come, thank you. Your advocacy, resilience and vision have made this possible. I look forward to working collaboratively to progress this legislation, ensuring that it delivers real and lasting change. So now I'll make a few remarks just briefly as Sinn Féin spokesperson, Ceann Comhairle. On behalf of my party, I very much want to welcome the introduction of this bill. It has been a long road with many frustrating delays and doubts about when, if ever, we would get to this point. But the resolve and fortitude of the deaf community was unwavering, and only through their tireless campaigning did we get here in the end. The bill will ensure that both Irish and British Sign Language are recognised as the vibrant, living languages that they are. These languages are integral to the lives of so many people in our communities, yet there remain significant barriers for users of these languages when it comes to accessing public services. At the heart of the Sign Language Bill is the issue of equality. Equality for those who are deaf to be able to access education, health, justice and many other public services through sign. That visibility and accessibility is key to improving the lives of those who are deaf and their families. I particularly welcome the commitment from the Department to continue with the co-design partnership with the deaf community, which has been integral to the work done on the bill up to date and will be crucial in the months ahead as we aim to pass the strongest possible bill. I'm very much looking forward to the committee stage where we'll have the opportunity to drill into the detail of the bill and get a deeper understanding of exactly how this bill will improve the lives of the deaf community. And finally, I'm looking forward to working with the Minister in a constructive and positive way, particularly should the need for future amendments arise.
Thank you. And call Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise as a member of the Committee for Communities to welcome the second stage of the Sign Language Bill, and I do commend the Communities Minister Gordon Lyons for advancing this bill, which completes the 4 legislative bills that he committed to bringing forward in May of last year. The introduction of a Sign Language Bill was also a commitment for the DUP in our 2022 Assembly Election Manifesto, so this is also DUP delivery on that commitment. The bill gives official recognition to both British Sign Language and Irish Sign Language as languages of Northern Ireland. It is important that we all recognise that those using sign language are not signing in English or signing in Irish. The sign language is a language in its own right. For many within the deaf community, it is their first language and their main means of communication, and it's also used by significant numbers of their families and friends. Therefore, the bill recognises the general entitlement of individuals in the deaf community to use British Sign Language or Irish Sign Language as necessary or convenient in the course of everyday activities. The bill commits the Department for Communities to ensuring the availability of sign language classes. It also commits that statutory services and prescribed organisations are required to take all reasonable steps so as to ensure that information and services provided by the organisation are as accessible to individuals in the deaf community as they are to individuals who are not in the deaf community, and to offer and facilitate the use of British Sign Language and Irish Sign Language in the accessing of information and services provided by the organisation. Northern Ireland, uniquely within the British Isles, has 2 sign languages, BSL and ISL, but currently we are the only jurisdiction without sign language legislation. That is something we will now be rectifying. Sign languages are fully functional languages in their own right, which use hand shapes, movement of the hands, body language, facial expressions and lip patterns to convey meaning. They also have their own grammar, vocabulary and idioms completely different from the grammatical rules of spoken language. For many sign language users, spoken or written language is their second or even third language. As with all linguistic minorities, members of the deaf community have varied levels of English. While some sign language users are bilingual in both their own sign language and English, many have limited literacy skills. This means that misunderstandings can easily arise, especially when using more complex concepts of grammar or less common words. Previous government reports have estimated that 5,000 of the 17,000 severely or profoundly deaf individuals in Northern Ireland use sign language, which is also widely used among their friends and family, and stated that of the 5,000 who use sign language, 3,500 use BSL and 1,500 use ISL. Any well-functioning society will want to ensure that all citizens are included and not excluded, so we strongly welcome the progress of this bill to second stage, and we look forward to it coming to committee for further scrutiny. Thank you.
Ray Armstrong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister, and I congratulate you for bringing forward this much-awaited Sign Language Act. As many know in this House, I have moderate hearing loss and am a double hearing aid wearer. As a member of the deaf and hard of hearing community, I welcome the confirmation that British Sign Language and Irish Sign Language will be formally recognised as languages in their own right through this legislation. This formal recognition is important for all who use BSL or ISL, and I want to pay tribute to all those campaigners who have lobbied for so many years for their first language to be recognised. I would like to thank all involved in promoting and supporting sign language across Northern Ireland, but I would like to specifically mention John Carberry, great guy, who actually explained to me the difference and why some people use Irish Sign Language and British Sign Language. Years ago, people were sent to Dublin to go to school and therefore learned Irish Sign Language, whereas in more modern times, a lot of young people have been sent across to England to learn or to go to school, and they have British Sign Language. So thank you very much, John, who I've met on many occasions and who is so encouraging and so helpful to those of us in the community. I would also like to thank Magella McAteer and Adam McCormick, and I'll declare an interest because Adam McCormick is a cousin of my husband, of the British Deaf Association for all their work, and to recognise the work of Damien Barry, who contributed to the 10-year roadmap and its review. And I would like to thank Jordanstown School, or to give it its full title, Jordanstown, the Northern Ireland School and Centre of Excellence for Children who are Deaf or Visually Impaired, who I was lucky enough to visit and whose pupils highlighted why inclusion of people who are deaf and hard of hearing must be improved across all public services and throughout society. As a seasoned member of the Communities Committee, that's a good way of saying I've been here a while, I am looking forward to the committee stage where we will consider the 15 clauses in detail. But today, for this second stage of the Sign Language Bill, I wish to raise some queries about the main principles of the bill. That's not to say that I disagree with the bill. I absolutely support it and look forward to it progressing, but there are some issues I would like to understand better. In Clause 2, it proposes that it is the lead department's duty to promote greater use and understanding of BSL and ISL, and includes an obligation to provide for the availability of classes for close families, guardians and carers to learn or improve their proficiency in BSL and ISL. While this is very welcome, I would like firstly to understand better what will be meant by the term promote, what the strategic plan and measurement of success will be to determine greater use and understanding of BSL and ISL. Without mention of investment, it is difficult to ascertain how successful this clause will be delivered. In Clause 2.2, the bill highlights the need to provide classes. It specifies the need to support the families, guardians and carers of children who are deaf. I agree that we should provide much more access to learning, but I would have preferred a more holistic approach to sign language classes to ensure all of society are better able to communicate with people who use BSL and ISL. Making equal access to everyone will go a long way to reducing isolation and loneliness for adults who have hearing loss in later life or who have had their hearing damaged through accident or injury. By promoting and providing learning to all, it would enable people to retain communication with others, reducing isolation and social exclusion experienced by so many of our older adults. During a briefing to the committee, officials did point out that classes would be open to everyone. However, by specifically naming support for families and carers of children, it doesn't convey that to me in the bill. In Clause 3, it uses the term prescribed organisations, not proscribed. That is something completely different about banned terrorist organisations, but prescribed organisations. And I did raise this with officials. I have to say this terminology is unusual. It is difficult to locate a definition of the term prescribed, and the bill does not specify clearly enough who these organisations will be. In order to ensure every organisation required to take reasonable steps and understand that they are included under this legislation, I will need to know more than what has been provided to date. I'm a great believer in keeping things simple and transparent, and I may consider an amendment if it could improve the clarity in this regard. Under Clause 3.2b, it provides a get out of jail for organisations that have taken account of affordability matters when determining how their respective circumstances comply with the provisions of the bill. I don't believe affordability is an acceptable excuse for failing to provide sign language communications. If an organisation is required by law to recognise sign language as a language of Northern Ireland, then they should have made provisions to ensure communications are available in the languages of Northern Ireland. So I look forward to drawing out more detail about this section during the committee stage. While Clause 4 confirms all departments of government are automatically included in regulations and a list of prescribed organisations will be included in regulations, as explained earlier, there does need to be a clear rationale as to who appears on the list and who will not. I feel the reference in 4.4 to persons or groups exercising functions of a public character is too loose. For example, will a privately owned care home, or a private domiciliary care provider, or a charity-operated nursery be required to offer or facilitate sign language? In Clause 5, the bill confirms guidance will be provided, and that guidance will be developed in consultation with the prescribed organisation and at least one person or group appearing to the department to be acting on behalf of the deaf community. While the intention of the proposed clause is not to exclude people who are deaf, it would be more user-friendly to include a requirement to co-design and co-produce guidance with an appropriate cross-section of people who use BSL and ISL. I believe it would be helpful for all the guidance, all that great work and the reviews of the guidance to be laid before the Assembly. I would also like to know the process should a prescribed organisation not provide reasonable steps in line with the guidelines produced. Who will people who are deaf raise concerns where the guidance has not been followed, or if the guidance does not meet need? What penalties or repercussions will there be if the guidance is not followed by a body that is listed in the regulations? Moving to Clause 7, I am concerned that as the lead department, communities will not be able to confer specific functions on Northern Ireland departments as outlined in 7.3a. This is disappointing, as it would be progressive, for example, to require education to provide a GCSE or equivalent in sign language, or for health to ensure sign language interpretation is available in labour wards when a woman who is deaf is giving birth. I have an example of a family recently who used sign language, who were not provided with communications in their first sign language or in their first language, BSL, while giving birth. The lack of availability of an interpreter meant this family had a very traumatic experience. If staff had access to training and the ability to use sign language, it would have been a more inclusive experience. I would like to know if the Department is prepared to include in Clause 9 the publication of an executive sign language strategy and action plan to ensure that the report outlined in Clause 9 can be scrutinised against set objectives by the Assembly and the public. Finally, while I have gone into some detail on the clauses, I have done so as I believe we have the opportunity to deliver legislation that will create a more progressive and inclusive society for people who are deaf or hard of hearing, and especially those who communicate through BSL and ISL. And I look forward to hearing from the Minister later and to working on this legislation during the committee and future stages. Thank you.
Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I at the outset say congratulations to the Minister, not just for bringing this through, but for how he started the debate with his use of sign language. I thought it was more than impressive and very welcome. Yes, thank you. As Chair of the Disability APG, I know only too well from the many presentations that we have had from people of all ages, but particularly young people, about that lack of inclusivity that they will feel. And to see a minister stepping up today and doing that was, but you'll get, that's the last one you're getting in this mandate. And thanks to those in the public gallery and those activists who for many years have wrestled with us, whether we've been here or not, to try and bring forward legislation which should hopefully bring tangible change to their lives. So I welcome this moment, and particularly at this early stage. And I know it is only the second stage, but as Kelly Armstrong has already outlined, it is imperative on us to not just give each other the pats on the back, but that we do add a level of scrutiny and deliberative, proactive engagement on all of these matters. We must test this diligently to ensure that we deliver something that has both scope and breadth to bring about tangible change. We must ensure that we take every opportunity to create ambitious law, but also, very importantly, that we don't overpromise, because I think that's almost as bad as getting it wrong. That's why today I will seek some clarity to measure the ambition and listen for assurance, hopefully from the Minister, that this legislation will deliver real transformative change, particularly for deaf children and young people and the wider deaf community here in Northern Ireland. Because, as I've said, for too long, our deaf community has faced real barriers to full participation in society. So this bill does present a chance to right those imbalances, but we must ensure that it's not just well-intentioned words on a page or great speeches, that the bill has teeth and the bill will impact on their lives. I particularly welcome the recognition of the British and Irish Sign Language and the commitment to promote greater understanding and access to these languages for deaf children, adults and their families. It is more than just policy. It's about dignity. It's about inclusion and the fundamental right to communicate in their own language. And I do commend the recognition that deaf children and their families should have access to sign language classes. But I asked the Minister in this regard, will this be fully resourced? And I think it's the point that the member has already made, Kelly Armstrong. And I know it's early, but I think we need to ensure that we, in our compressed mandate, deliver on what we can, that it's widely available and that it's accessible to all families, regardless of income and geography. And there are a number of assessments that we can make. I would like to ensure that it's rural-proofed and that it is also prosperity independent, that it is not just those who live in our cities or our well-populated towns, but those who live in our rural communities and those who find themselves maybe not with just as much money to access services are not left behind at any point. Because good intentions will mean little if families who desperately need these classes cannot access them. Public bodies must be held accountable for ensuring that sign language access across all areas of deaf children's lives, whether that's in education, healthcare, social services, or everyday interactions with government. And this bill must guarantee that sign language is embedded as a right and not an afterthought. The National Deaf Children's Society has made it clear that access to a language-rich environment from birth is critical for deaf children's development, whether in communication, learning, forming friendships, or participating in their communities. It's not just about schooling, it's about lifelong inclusion. And we have debated many, many times about the first 1,001 days in any child's life. And I would suggest that if any child has an additional difficulty or a disability, that is picked up at the earliest stage, and that we don't wait and we don't delay in getting those necessary supports in place. We all know that legislation is only as strong as its implementation, so I'm going to ask the Minister a number of questions. Will this bill be backed by the necessary funding and resource to ensure it is more than just symbolic? What mechanisms will be in place to monitor its success and listen to the experiences, particularly of deaf children, young people and their families? How will we ensure that teachers and interpreters are appropriately accredited and registered so that quality is not compromised? And are we going to ensure that we measure the outcomes for deaf children in later life, that they do absolutely get all of the employment opportunities and all of life's wonderful offerings? These are not just technical questions. The answers will determine whether the bill delivers real change or simply sets aspirations that are never met. And we need to be clear about the stakes. There are at least 1,600 deaf children in Northern Ireland today, and more than half have a mild or moderate level of deafness. The vast majority, as we know, attend mainstream schools. And yet we also know that deaf children in Northern Ireland are more likely to experience mental health issues than their hearing peers, around 21% compared to the 12% in population. And that's not an accident, sadly. That's as a result of systemic barriers, isolation and a lack of support. Minister, this bill has the potential to be a lifeline and to ensure that no deaf child is left struggling because they cannot fully access their education, their community, the health system or their very own future. So if we get this bill right, we will be doing something more than just passing legislation. We will be correcting an inequality imbalance that has persisted for too long. We will be giving more than hope to deaf children and their parents, and we will be legislating for their future, for their success, for a society that truly values them. And if the Minister... I'm sorry I'm not on the communities the committee for this one. I really would like to be part of it. But I'm sure when Andy's back, we'll be working collegiately to assist you with this bill. So thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Colin McGrath.
Mr. Deputy Speaker and Minister, while many people might say that you're not a class act to follow, I have to disagree and say that your opening of this debate has been something that can send a real message of hope to people that this place counts. I will say, if you think that your understanding of sign language was basic, I think we could have a conversation later about who's got the most basic, for I have no understanding at all. But I am delighted on behalf of the opposition to be able to stand up and support this bill. It's what this building should be doing. It's what we are employed to be doing, but regrettably it's something that we often aren't doing. So when we get an opportunity to be able to legislate, it's critically important, and this is something that is actually really exciting to be able to support, because we just know how much good that it's going to bring to people, how it's going to help people, and why, just essentially, it's the right thing to do, and that makes it a lot easier to be doing. I think to recognise many of the points that have already been made, that the legislation is recognising and promoting both British Sign Language and Irish Sign Language, that it's placing duties on organisations to ensure that their services and information are accessible to those who use both, and that is very important. And putting that into the context that there are over 3,500 people here who use British Sign Language as their first language, and 1,500 who use Irish Sign Language as their first language, it underscores the important and critical need that we have for this bill that's going through today. Deputy Speaker, language is essential to all of us. It's part of how we communicate with others, it's how we express ourselves, and it's an integral part of our own identities. To those who are deaf or hearing impaired, following the debate here present today, they can take heart knowing that at long last, Northern Ireland and the Northern Ireland Assembly recognises their language. In approaching today's debate, I want to place a focus just on two areas. The first is that of support for families. If and when this bill passes, it will be essential that families who use sign language as their first language have equitable access through publicly funded services to the early support they need to develop language and communication for their children.
This is crucial to reducing the lifetime of disadvantages that deaf children currently face, and it will transform outcomes for the better. I recently met with an organisation, Auditory Verbal UK, who detailed to me that those children who are deaf or have hearing impairments, if they avail of the early interventions that are available, 80% of them will have educational outcomes similar to their peers. And it's remarkable because the opposite of that is that if they don't get that support, they end up lagging behind and they're not getting the same opportunities as the other people in their peer group. With a small investment, I think it's around £80,000, staff could be trained in delivering this auditory verbal intervention, which would be able to address that imbalance. And if we ask, and I've written to the Education Minister and to the Health Minister on this, if we balance up the cost of the interventions afterwards, if we don't provide that support, it just becomes one of those issues that we regularly mention in this place. If we put the support in at the beginning, it makes all the difference for the young person in this case, the young deaf person. It's important that they get the best opportunity that they can for their life journey, but it also makes absolute sense in terms of the interventions that will be required. So I would maybe ask the Minister if he would consider working alongside the Education and Health Ministers to see, it's just £80,000 for the whole of Northern Ireland, maybe across a couple of departments, how that support might be forthcoming and how that might help to add to that support. The second point I would make is around the availability. It's a small issue, but I think it signifies a slightly bigger issue. And it's the point that I would make around the availability for those who are deaf or hearing impairment for accessing the news. Recently, BBC NI ended their long-standing practice of having a signed news roundup at the end of their lunchtime broadcast. The service was resigned off to somewhere deep down into their website for digital access. But the resultant impact has been that those that are deaf or hearing impaired, they continue to pay their licence fee, but they no longer have the same equality of opportunity to accessing the news as those that rely on sign language. So I think it's a small thing, but I think it was quite figurative. It was something that lots of us were able to see in our day and daily lives. You switch on the news and you saw some of that signing taking place, but the fact that it was removed, again, it just felt like it was a sort of somewhat state institution that was just trying to hide the fact that there are people that rely on that for their news. It's a mere 90 seconds of sign language, and it would have been so beneficial for those who depend on sign language. I really hope that this bill will progress, that it will get perfected as it goes through its legislative journey. But sometimes there's not very many occasions in the sort of 9 years that I've been here where there is something that passes through this House and you can sense a palpable difference because there's just support from everywhere for it. We know that it's the right thing to do, and there's not very many good news stories come out of this building, so let's hope that this will be one of those good news. Thank you.
Karen McKillen.
Malgat, Blas Can Collier, and to the Minister, thank you. Well done. I want to say to your officials who have been working for at least 15 years, well done. Because knowing them, they've put their heart and soul into this work, right from the framework, working with many people in this gallery, well done. And persevering and not losing patience with us when it would have been quite appropriate for them to do so. The message, I think, across the debate so far in relation to the second stage of this bill is probably one of pride, a mixture of regret that we couldn't have brought this forward sooner, because what this means is that this officially recognises sign language, be it British Sign Language or Irish Sign Language. It puts legislation for our deaf community on a statutory footing. And not that it was ever legal to discriminate against, but it means that each of the departments have to fulfil their statutory obligations in relation to the deaf and partially hearing community. Many have said that this is the only communication that people who are deaf have, and it's something that we take for granted. And the things that struck me, and even just very, very quickly looking at the bill today, like even a youngster going to CAMS, you know, very vulnerable, talking about things that really, really matter to them, talking about struggles that they have, you know, rather than having to ensure the responsibilities on the child and family, that there will be someone there, and perhaps even someone who's a professional within CAMS who could sign would be even better. Children and young people who have to go through family court when there's a divorce and have to talk to a guardian, then I would like to see that facility brought as well. We have to think where children and young people are and bring the services to them, regardless where the services are. For the adults, I hope that you see your work in this bill, and particularly this second stage, and if there are amendments, it's only to enrich and enhance this bill to make it better, and I believe that will be the case across the board in this place. But certainly to the adults, I want to thank you for your perseverance and indeed for your dignity in ensuring, because this is all very personal, this was about someone's child, someone's spouse not having access to the things that we take for granted. So of course it's very personal. But I hope for you all that you will feel that this bill that the Minister and his department are bringing forward is reflective of what you've been campaigning for a long, long time. And in the past, the consultation that occurred in 2021, and some of the young people from the National Society for Deaf Children reported a real impact that this legislation would have. And this for me sums it up. People won't have to go through as much feeling like it's a problem that they are deaf. And that is really, really important. And sign language should be accessible to everyone, because it would help deaf people a lot if they were able to talk to other people that were speaking their own language. It would mean so much. And that's what is quite obvious in the Memorandum of Understanding in this second stage. So I want to finish off by thanking those who have worked so tirelessly for years. I want to thank the Minister and his officials for bringing this forward. I want to say how impressed I am with signing at the start. That will mean so much. That will be the first time that adults and children have ever seen themselves properly in this chamber, so well done. And I want to thank people like Emma, who was a hearing parent of her son Patrick, who was deaf, who pursued and pursued and pursued. On behalf of all those other families, and indeed with those in the public gallery, I just want to say well done and thank you. Gormelgit, thank you.
Cheryl Brownlee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And after the conversation today, I feel so privileged to contribute to this debate. Today, we mark a significant moment for our deaf community here in Northern Ireland, the introduction of a sign language bill. But this bill is not just a bill. It is the result of years of tireless campaigning, advocacy and collaboration between government and our deaf community. It is a statement that sign language is valued, that it is recognised, and it is protected as a language of Northern Ireland. For decades, the deaf community has fought for official recognition of their language. Today, we take a significant step forward, ensuring equal access to information and services for sign language users here in Northern Ireland. The principle guiding this bill has been clear from the outset. Nothing about us without us. And I am so pleased to see that the Department has worked hand in hand with our deaf community to co-design the policy, ensuring that this bill reflects their needs, their lived experience, and of course their rights. This bill has been a long time in the making. Work began as far back as 2004, and it was finally on the 23rd of January 2025 Minister Lyons formally secured executive approval for the introduction of this bill. At its core, the bill will officially recognise and promote BSL and ISL as languages of Northern Ireland, ensuring they are afforded the respect and status that they so truly deserve. It ensures greater accessibility to public services and information by strengthening the infrastructure of interpreters and translators, and commits to continued engagement with the deaf community through the Sign Language Partnership Group, ensuring their voices remain central to this legislation as it takes effect. It is essential that future investment is provided to increase availability of qualified interpreters and translators to provide greater accessibility to public services and information, ensuring that the deaf community is not excluded from anything. Rather, sign language becomes the norm. The principle is very clear. Access to service begins with information, and I am so pleased to see that this has been treated as a priority by the Minister and delivered today, and I am very hopeful and excited for positive, significant change. This bill ensures that our community can access public services, information and opportunities on an equal footing with everyone else. It empowers the community, strengthens inclusivity and affirms the right to linguistic and cultural identity. It is cross-cutting, and its success will of course depend on cooperation and support across all executive departments and public bodies. It will take time, investment and commitment, but it is a necessity and a long and overdue step forward to a more equal and inclusive Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Sian Mulholland.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for opening in such a powerful way. I don't think there could have been a more appropriate way to introduce this bill to the House, so thank you very much. And a huge thank you to those who join us today in the public gallery. I will try and speak a little bit slower than my normal breakneck speed for those who maybe are able to lip read. Today we have our first opportunity to debate how we bring about meaningful transformational change for our deaf community, and as the Children and Young People spokesperson for the Alliance Party, I will focus my comments on the impact that it will hopefully have for children and young people. Like others have said, the Sign Language Bill is a seminal moment in recognising British Sign Language and Irish Sign Language in their rightful formal place as languages, and I, as I've said, commend the Minister, the DFC officials and most especially those stakeholders who have never given up, regardless of the context. I have had the privilege of hearing directly over the last couple of days from the National Deaf Children's Society, and they have warmly welcomed this bill, and rightly so. The recognition of BSL and ISL as official languages in Northern Ireland is so significant, and I particularly welcome the commitment to ensuring that deaf children and their families can access sign language classes. I fully support the intention of the bill to ensure that deaf children and their families can enjoy full access to government and public services through sign language. That is what this bill must achieve: access to practical support that will drive fundamental change. And it is essential that the bill and any secondary legislation ensures that access to sign language is promoted across all areas of deaf children and young people's lives. This should be reflected in the measures developed to implement the bill, including the guidance that is issued by the Department. It is vital that the bill is implemented with the necessary resourcing and is accompanied by robust review and reporting arrangements that take into account the views and lived experiences of deaf children, young people and their families. The spirit of this legislation will only work if we take into account at every opportunity the lived experience. One of the most important aspects of this bill, I think, is that it forces us to think differently. Too often we approach support for deaf children as though the needs begin and end with specific departments, agencies, organisations or needs. But a child's life does not fit into neat compartments. A child is not just a pupil in a school or a service user in a healthcare setting. They are a part of a family, part of a community and part of a wider society. So while recognising the progress that this bill represents, I hope we can carefully consider the range of prescribed organisations which will be defined through regulations that will fall within its scope. For example, will all school types, all preschool settings, regardless of status or governance arrangements, be included? The bill presents an opportunity to extend the principles far beyond education, including full inclusion for deaf children in areas such as play, leisure and recreation. What organisations will be included in that aspect? And this is why the bill must be implemented in a way that reflects the full breadth of a child's experience. The intention of the bill to recognise and promote sign language, ensuring that deaf children and adults who care for them have access to sign language in their everyday lives, and supporting the development of deaf culture, marks such a positive step forward. So some of the things that I think we need to effectively embed across multiple sectors are the early childhood and childcare strategies to ensure that all preschools, public, private and voluntary, are fully accessible and able to meet the needs of deaf children and their families. For primary and secondary education, that we are able to equip all schools, regardless of their governance, to meet the needs of deaf pupils. For further and higher education, that we can provide the right support so that young people can transition seamlessly from school to college, university or apprenticeships. A question that I would like answered is that we look at a child as being up to 19 for this bill, with other pieces of legislation such as the Children's Services Cooperation Act. If there are mitigating circumstances, we can look at a child and extend the age of the child. Would that be appropriate in this circumstance, so there is not a cliff edge where a child is having to transition into adult services, whilst also trying to engage, for example, in tertiary education? For youth services, sports organisations and our faith-based groups, are we able to ensure inclusive spaces there where deaf children and young people can participate fully in social and recreational activities? So this bill is an opportunity to embed a real inclusion for young people across all aspects of life, and that will only happen if our wide range of organisations are included in the regulations and they all recognise their roles in implementing this bill, not as a tick box exercise but as a fundamental shift in practice, which is what this bill has to signal. Mr Deputy Speaker, early intervention is key. Deaf children have to have access to a language-rich environment from the very start, whether that's BSL, ISL, spoken language or a combination of both. Families must be supported to make informed choices about their communication, free from bias, with the right information and support at birth. So that includes ensuring high-quality audiology services, so no family is left waiting for diagnosis, providing sensory teachers to work with children from the point of identification and helping families navigate communication choices in a way that suits them, offering the free sign language classes for families as set out in Clause 2(b), so that parents, siblings, grandparents and those who care can develop the skills to communicate from the very beginning. The early intervention piece is not just about language acquisition, and I know that it doesn't just fall on to your department, Minister. It is a cross-cutting departmental issue, and that is why this bill is so important. It's about mental health, it's about emotional development, it's about education, and it's also about skills development and fulfilling full potential. We already know that deaf children are twice as likely to experience mental health concerns compared to their hearing peers. The earlier we get things right, the more we can reduce these lifelong inequalities, and that is my hope for this bill. The bill must also be recognised beyond your department. So the Department of Health, for instance, must ensure that its family and parenting support strategy fully accounts for the needs of deaf children. Families shouldn't have to fight to be heard, if you'll excuse the pun, across different government strategies. So this bill must ensure that all departments work towards the same goal. And we can't allow this bill to be passed only to see slow, fragmented implementation. Clause 9 requires a 5-yearly report, but I'm just wondering, Minister, if you can give us a bit of an understanding about why the choice of 5 years. Is 5 years too long? I would argue that potentially a shorter reporting term, particularly at the beginning, of the rollout of this bill could be really useful. So, Mr. Speaker, just to finish up, I do believe this bill has the potential to be truly transformative. Its success will be, however, defined on how it is implemented. So I want to make sure that regardless of whether a deaf child is in a rural primary school, a young person is entering further education, or a family is navigating the early years of their child's development, that we see a difference in their daily lives. So thank you.
Call Philip Brett.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I just want to make a few remarks in support of the bill before the House this afternoon. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the public rightly ask, what is it that politicians do to effect positive change? Politicians are rightly asked, what decisions do you make that impacts the everyday lives of the people that we are honoured to represent? Well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill is what we do. This Minister has come forward with proposals which will fulfil the obligations set upon all of us, that we make legislation that impacts the very people which we are honoured to represent. Each and every day, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am honoured to be a representative of the people of North Belfast in this place. But today is an extra special day because one of my constituents, John, who is in the gallery today, has for his generations fought for equality. And today, the provisions laid out in this bill deliver that true equality for people here in Northern Ireland. And I want to take this opportunity to put on record my heartfelt thanks to the dedicated campaigners who have rightly forced each and every one of us to the position that we are here today. They have sought not just to get legislative change for them, but for the next generation who will come after them, to ensure that they will not be denied the access to basic services that they experienced. The true equality is delivered, and the proposals put forward by the Minister, I believe, do go important role in doing that. I am often critical of the Communities Minister, particularly when he doesn't deliver projects that I want in North Belfast. But I must put on record, Mr. Deputy Speaker, my heartfelt thanks to him also. When he was appointed to this post just over a year ago, he made a commitment to the people of Northern Ireland that he would bring forward this bill, and that is exactly what he has done. In my conversations with some of our guests here this afternoon, what they expressed to me, Mr. Deputy Speaker, was the fact that this is an executive bill, that this has been agreed by the four main political parties has meant a huge amount to them. And having speakers from all corners of this chamber re-emphasise their support for these proposals and the scope of this bill is something that they are greatly appreciative of. To each and every one of them, they have helped us to right a wrong. They have helped to deliver genuine equality, and they have helped move the Northern Ireland legislative process to a better place. I do just want to pick up a couple of points contained within the bill. Firstly, when the Minister is winding, if he could give an indication of the ongoing consultation that he and his officials would have, not just with the very dedicated members of the Communities Committee, who no doubt will come forward with important questions and proposals, but also of proposed service users, so that we can ensure that we have a bill that is fit for purpose. And then in relation to Clause 9, which was previously raised by the member for North Antrim, the reporting period of 5 years, just as any consideration being given to having an earlier report in the first instance, so maybe when the legislation first comes through, we could have a report after 2 or 3 years just to test how it is working, and then if it is successful, we can then move back to that 5-year period. But Minister, thank you for what you have done. Thank you for the work that the committee will do on this important bill. But most importantly, thank you to the ladies and gentlemen up there, because ultimately this is your day. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Point of order, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Reagan.
May I pass my apologies for my mobile phone going off during that. There was no point of disrespect either to our people in the audience or indeed to Mr. Brett, but I apologise for that.
Noted. Joanne Bunting.
Mr Deputy Speaker, first of all, could I apologise that I was not in my place at the beginning of the debate. However, I had other responsibilities in the House, so I apologise. I want to say from the outset that I'm immensely grateful to the Minister for bringing forward this much-needed bill, which will most certainly change lives and change the quality of lives. I hadn't intended to speak in this debate and will only do so briefly because I've campaigned for this for a long time because of my previous experience with the deaf community. Many years ago, many, as a young teenager, I attended a basic sign language class in Dundonald Elim Church, which I loved. I thoroughly enjoyed it. And I can remember a couple of words, but to my shame, no more than a couple, I'm afraid. And when I first became an MLA in 2016, I was warmly welcomed into the Deaf Christian Fellowship in East Belfast, whose congregation comes from right across Northern Ireland. And those people taught me so much about the issues facing our deaf community that I just hadn't considered, and just things that the rest of us who can hear take for granted, things that we never think about, but things that they always have to think about and consider. For example, the challenges that face them when raising their children and keeping them safe. The rest of us, when we see a toddler heading towards danger, can use our voices to stop them in their tracks. We can call out and they'll stop. Not so with a deaf child, and there has to be a physical and/or visual intervention every time. For us, when a child in a room goes silent, we know to check what's going on with them, what's happening, and what they're up to. But our deaf community doesn't share these simple luxuries. They have to be able to see what is happening all the time and intervene directly and physically because they cannot hear the warning signs, nor often can their children. And that's considerable pressure in itself. Imagine everyday experiences of shopping, medical appointments, and just general interaction. None of that's ever straightforward or easy. And imagine the huge effort required at all times and just how draining that must be. Then add into the mix, as these churchgoers taught me, that the deaf community writes and texts differently from those who hear. You would imagine that if there were some communication issues, writing or texting could overcome these, but that's not necessarily always the case. Out canvassing at one stage, I happened to come upon one man that I had met in the church to which I earlier referred, and we each smiled and tried to communicate as best we could. And I was able to understand that his wife was seriously ill. And I was eager to help and offer her my services in any way to try to secure her whatever she needed. And we used our phones and we used paper and pen, but it was very difficult for us both. And this was already a hard conversation for him as he was emotional, but he was frustrated, he was embarrassed, and ultimately he was resigned to it, because he'd been in this situation so often in the past with a hearing person. And in the end, he just shrugged. And I didn't know what to do, and I just hugged him. Because I too was embarrassed that I couldn't understand everything. And we were struggling so much to make ourselves understood despite all of our efforts. These really gracious people in that congregation taught me so much about the extent of the social isolation our deaf community perpetually faces for the entirety of their lives. There are swathes of our people who are struggling with complex, huge and overwhelming social isolation, cut off and excluded from the rest of us and many aspects of life and society because their language and communication is different. For them, sign language is not a luxury, it is a fundamental necessity. And this bill will be a game changer at long last. Support for our deaf community is an issue that the DUP takes extremely seriously, and I am nothing short of thrilled, in all honesty, to see this bill coming through. It will make a genuine, significant and tangible difference to so many people, and that should be what we in this place are all about. Many can talk about isolation, but this minister has walked the walk, and I'm delighted and excited for the difference this bill will make. I congratulate the Minister, I welcome this bill, and I commend it to the House. Thank you.
Tommy Donnelly.
Mr Deputy Speaker, like other colleagues, I rise in support of the Sign Language Bill at its second stage, and I want to thank the Minister and his department for the work they have done to date in developing this vital piece of legislation. And like others in the House, I would congratulate the Minister on his demonstration of his knowledge of sign language at the start of this debate. As my Alliance colleagues who sit on the Committee for Communities have outlined, there is more work to be done, and I look forward to seeing the further development of the bill through its committee and consideration stages. I also welcome the progress of not only this bill but previous bills such as the Justice Bill and the Agriculture Bill, which passed their second stage at the end of last year. It is encouraging that we, as MLAs, are fulfilling our roles as members of the Legislative Assembly by debating and passing legislation. But I hope this is the last time that the people of Northern Ireland have to wait for over halfway through the mandate before primary legislation reaches the Assembly chamber. I want to touch on a few points within the bill. Firstly, I welcome the inclusion of both British and Irish Sign Language, giving legal protections to both. It is also important that the bill highlights a wide definition of the deaf community to ensure that the bill is not exclusionary and that it includes those who rely on sign language on an everyday basis. As others have said, I would appreciate the Minister giving more details on some new powers within the bill. Like my colleague Kelly Armstrong, I would also like to see more clarity on the prescribed organisations to be included in regulations and guidance from his department on how that includes consultation with those organisations and, like others have previously mentioned, the responsibilities on his department to report on the progress of the bill's implementation, whether that's 5 years from now or whether that should be in a shorter time period. We have discussed before the specific challenges facing deaf people in Northern Ireland. There are specific problems, often depending on the severity of deafness. For example, within our education sector, 77% of deaf children attend mainstream schools, often with no support or acknowledgement of their specific challenges. As previously acknowledged, there is also a higher rate of mental health conditions among deaf children in Northern Ireland, with 21% reporting at least one condition, compared to 12% of hearing children. This bill is an important step towards beginning to address these unacceptable inequalities, but I would like to ask the Minister how this bill fits within his departmental objectives and, more broadly, the objectives of the disability strategy. I know there are very knowledgeable and experienced organisations meeting with the department in respect of the disability strategy. I have met with many of them myself, and I would appreciate more detail on how this bill progresses the strategy. This bill recognises the specific challenges facing deaf people and how those are distinct from other disabilities, and I believe this is essential as we go forward. I would also raise the importance of the UNCRPD to this debate. The UNCRPD highlights the need to ensure non-discrimination, accessibility and equality of opportunity for everyone, including deaf people. Article 2 of the UNCRPD defines language as including spoken and sign language. Article 8 of the UNCRPD requires state parties to raise awareness throughout all aspects of society around the issues facing people with disabilities and the disadvantages they currently face. This must include deaf people. Some practical ways in which the bill must ensure compliance with the UNCRPD includes equal access to justice, Article 13, living independently within the community, Article 19, equal right to education, Article 24, equal right to health, Article 25, and equal right to work and employment, Article 27. The UNCRPD is all-encompassing, as it should be, and this bill must reflect these principles. The Minister and other members may be aware I hope to bring a private member's bill which seeks to introduce a new due regard principle on public authorities in respect of the UNCRPD and its obligations. It's currently out for consultation until the 11th of March. Improving the lives of people with disabilities must be a top priority for all members of this Assembly, and this bill represents an opportunity to reflect this through adopting the high standards of the UNCRPD. Could I ask the Minister in his winding remarks if he could tell us the extent to which the UNCRPD has been a consideration in the development of this bill, and if not, how the Minister will take the opportunity over the next few months to incorporate these principles into the bill. To conclude, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to welcome the bill, to acknowledge the work of the Minister, his department and the committee to date, and to encourage him to take on board the suggestions from myself and my party colleagues. Today we are seeing how the Assembly should be functioning and how it should always be functioning. I look forward to this Assembly carrying out its key legislative and scrutiny roles on this and many other bills to come over the next 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our speaker, so I now call on the Minister to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I sincerely thank all of the members who have contributed to the debate and thank them for their remarks. I'm thankful to the Chair of the Committee and the contributions from other members of the Committee and other members in the Assembly. I think it's fair to say that today the deaf community in Northern Ireland have brought this chamber together. There have been so many positive comments that have been flying about. It's been like a love-in in here, but I can guarantee you, though, it will last all of 5 minutes. But for that period of time, you have brought us together, and we are very, very thankful. And I have to say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that it was really great to see everybody here today, but in particular, a short time ago I looked up and there were some children who were there, who were laughing, they were smiling, and they were signing to one another. And I think that's really great to see. And I want to make sure that this place is as accessible as possible. And I do want to thank Pam Cameron, who worked with me back in 2019 and 2020 to write to the then Speaker to encourage greater accessibility of this place to those from the deaf community. And as a result, we now have those interpreters who come along and who make this place more accessible. And that's something that I'm very pleased is happening. So I do want to thank those in the gallery today. I'm not sure whether this is appropriate or not. We don't normally do it, but I do want to thank officials because this has been a labour for many, many, many years to get us to this point, and we're very, very grateful for that as well. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I've listened carefully to the points that have been made by members during this debate. I want to start by thanking the Chair for the comments that he made on behalf of the committee and reminding us of that event that took place in June at the Lawn Gallery, and it's a reminder for us of the reason why we are here today. He also rightly acknowledged the patience of the deaf community. This has been a long time coming, too long, but I'm glad we are finally at this stage, and that he recognised the importance of the bill and that the committee stands behind the bill and the general principles of it. Can also thank Mr. Kingston for his support and for, importantly, how he outlined what sign language actually is and how important it is that we make progress on it. I also thank Kelly Armstrong for her comments and in particular for the fact that she recognised many of the individuals that have made today possible, and as well as mentioning Jordanstown School in my own constituency, which I had the pleasure of visiting last year, and it was a fantastic visit and a truly wonderful school that does fantastic work. I'll say at this stage she asked a number of questions. I hope that she is supportive of the bill in terms of the general principles. She has a number of questions. Those will be answered through the process, and we're happy to address those. But just to address some of them now, she's particularly asked, what does promote actually mean, and if I can give a definition of that. Well, we will be producing best practice and guidance. That's going to be co-designed alongside the deaf community through the Sign Language Partnership Group. And I think that she'll find with so much of this bill, in terms of the bodies that it applies to, in terms of the best practice, in terms of definitions, that will be done alongside the deaf community, because I think it's particularly important that their views are noted in this regard. She'd asked particularly about how this would be measured. That would be done through the 5-year review. It will be an independent report in collaboration with departments and the deaf sector and the Sign Language Partnership Group. A number of members had raised the issue of 5 years. That was to give time for the legislation to bed in and to properly review that. However, I'm more than open to considering amendments to that, or perhaps looking at what we can do 1, 2, 3 years in, rather than a full review, although that can be considered. We could also look at the possibility of doing an initial report. Perhaps that could be an internal one as to how this is working, but I hope those that are at the gallery and watching online today will see this is actually part of the legislative process. We don't just present something on the table and decide whether we say yes or no. We debate, we try to make improvements. I'm happy to do that. In terms of the prescribed organisations, again, that will be something that we will do in collaboration with the community and other interested stakeholders. She did make a comment in relation to cost, and I understand where she's coming from. We don't want to make the cost a barrier or to use that as an excuse. However, I think there are some examples of how it might not be necessary for us to provide certain services in certain circumstances. Take, for example, some of the announcements that as ministers we make. I'm sure that the deaf community might like to have the interpretation of some of the significant announcements that we make in this House. What my colleague, Mr Given, has been doing in relation to the Northern Ireland Childcare Subsidy Scheme, or what I have been doing in terms of the Winter Fuel Payment Scheme. With no offence to Mr Muir, but potentially the Radioactive Substances Fees and Charges Schedule 2024, which the Minister released last year, maybe isn't just as high up the public agenda. So it's about a balance. It's what's reasonable. Not all information needs to be provided, but what's the key information that improves that access to public services. So that's what we will be looking at doing. I've mentioned about the need for us to ensure that we do liaise closely with those who are going to be most affected by this. And in terms of penalties, there's not necessarily any penalties attached to this bill. However, it is a statutory duty to comply, and there will be avenues of redress, as always, if people fail to meet their statutory duties. I can also welcome the comments from Robbie Butler. He said that the legislation needs to deliver real transformative change. I absolutely agree. I have no intention of passing a bill that just says sign language on it. It actually needs to make a difference and make sure that we have access to information and to public services. He also importantly mentioned the importance of rural proofing and someone that represents a rural constituency. That's something that I'm interested in as well. When I went to Deaf Action Youth, I met with those who travelled a long distance from Cookstown actually to avail of those services, and I'm hoping that through the provisions that we can put in place that we can actually extend those services out beyond Belfast. And he mentions the need to properly accredit those, and that will be covered in the bill, those who will be interpreting as well. Mr McGrath was very positive. He had some good comments to make. So that is one for the history books, Mr Deputy Speaker. And he said it was really important that we were here and that we were legislating. And I know that the Leader of the Opposition is always very keen to point out how we need to be legislating more. Well, today we are doing that. And straight after this, I will be bringing forward for the further consideration stage of the Pensions Automatic Enrolment Bill. And I've already brought forward the Defective Premises Act. So there you have lots of examples now of how I am bringing forward legislation. But he is right to mention it is good that we are making this legislative change today. I'm more than happy to work with colleagues in the Department for Education and the Department of Health, as he outlined. And he importantly raised the issue of the news bulletins as well. I do think that that was a regressive step, and we should be actually looking to see how we can ensure people have access. More than that, I think we need to normalise sign language as well, and that was a part of daily life for those from the hearing community as well that is now gone. Carlton is no longer in her place, but I certainly agree with what she has said in relation to the work of officials and the deaf community and their perseverance over the last number of years. And I want to thank her for her comments about the sign language at the start of my contribution. I think it is important that people can have that sort of access as well. Can I thank Cheryl Brownlee for her contribution as well. She clearly recognised the significance of this day. And for me, the phrase that stood out from her contribution was equal footing. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to make sure that everybody in Northern Ireland can access information and services on the same basis. I thank Shan Mulholland for her contribution as well, clearly highlighting the importance of implementation. That's something I'm very keen on. I want this to go as quickly as possible. Great if we can have the bill in its place, but we need to make sure that we have the follow-on from that as well. In terms of schools, whether schools will be included, well, that of course will be a decision that will be made when we look at the prescribed organisations, and that will come at the time. But she rightly mentions as well the shift in practice that we need and the importance of early intervention, something I think we do and are responsible for in this department, and early intervention in whatever area can make a real difference. Mr. Brett talked about the real impacts that we can have in this place, and I certainly think that we can. I think today is a good example of that, and he's sitting beside Mrs. Dodds, who introduced the parental bereavement leave and pay bill that I was also able to take through the Assembly, and I think those are two good examples of how we can make a difference in Northern Ireland. Mr. Brett then went on to say that he is often critical of me. He's never been critical to my face, so maybe he's saying that to someone else, because he's always telling me what a good job I'm doing, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but he is an excellent advocate for his constituency. He always brings me issues which I endeavour to help him with, but I very much appreciate the kind words that he has, and he's right. Today is a good day for Northern Ireland, and it is further delivery, which is what we want to see in this place. And he's absolutely right on the consultation as well. We will be engaging with service users, and that's very, very important. Can I thank Joanne Bunting for her contribution as well, for the history of her involvement in this issue. And I think that the story she told and that personal experience, I think highlights so much of what we are trying to fix today. The embarrassment, the shrugging of the shoulders, because they were just so used to the isolation that comes with that. And that's what we want to change. We want to make sure that people have that access to the information and to services. And in doing that, we can make sure that we deal with the isolation that so many people so often feel. And in relation to Danny Donnelly, I welcome the fact that he has welcomed what we are trying to do here today. He made a number of other points I will come back to him on directly. But yes, the objectives of what we're doing in this bill line up to the objectives that we have within the disability strategy and the wider ambitions of the department as well. But it is important to note that what we do here is different from some of the other equality legislation that is in place. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, before I conclude, I want to return to my reasons for bringing this bill forward. The deaf community advises us that disability legislation is not the appropriate instrument to ensure access to information and services through linguistic and cultural recognition. The Sign Language Bill does this. They advise that disability legislation does not support the promotion of the rights of the deaf community to develop deaf culture. The Sign Language Bill does this. They advise that disability legislation does not, through the promotion of BSL and ISL, provide for classes for deaf children and their families. The Sign Language Bill does this. The social exclusion of sign language users is a pervasive issue that affects their ability to participate fully in society. And despite sign language being a legitimate and rich form of communication, a language. Many deaf individuals continue to face significant barriers that hinder their involvement in everyday activities. Moreover, societal attitudes often contribute to the exclusion of sign language users. Misconceptions about deafness and sign language can lead to discrimination, stigmatisation, and a lack of awareness regarding the capabilities and contributions of deaf individuals. And this can result in limited opportunities in the workforce and hinder their overall social integration. So in summary, the social exclusion of sign language users is a multifaceted issue rooted in accessibility barriers, communication challenges, and societal attitudes. And to foster an inclusive society, it is essential to address these challenges by promoting awareness, providing resources, and ensuring that sign language is recognised and valued as an integral mode of communication. The Sign Language Bill does this. This bill tells us that BSL and ISL are languages. When we accept this, we can then foster that inclusive society to ensure sign language users can fully participate in it. And we can address those feelings of isolation and frustration I previously referred to. Moreover, those societal attitudes which often contribute to the exclusion of sign language users through misconceptions about deafness and sign language that may lead to discrimination and stigma can be eradicated. So I hope that I have dealt with all of the issues raised by members. I am sincerely appreciative of the support that we've received for this bill around the Chamber. It's not the end. There is more work to do. I'll be very open to any improvements that people can come forward with. But today is a good day. Today is a positive step forward, and I commend the bill to the House. Thank you.
Minister, thank you. Members, I'm sure we'd all like to be associated with the Minister's thanks to those in the gallery and those who have campaigned before. Thank also those who provided our simultaneous translations today. And I should, from the Chair, recognise the thanks from all sides of the House to the Minister for his own signed introduction. Also, members, the question is that the second stage of the Sign Language Bill be agreed. All those in favour, say aye. Aye. Contrary of any no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. That concludes the second stage of the Sign Language Bill. The bill stands referred to the Committee for Communities. Okay, just take your ease for a moment, members. Okay, members. The next item of business is the introduction of the School Uniforms Guidelines and Allowances Bill. I call the Minister of Education to move the first stage. Minister.
I beg to introduce the School Uniforms Guidelines and Allowances Bill.
Thank you. Clerk, please read the long title.
A bill to make provision for binding guidelines on school uniform policies to be issued by the Department of Education and to extend eligibility for school clothing allowances payable by the Education Authority.
Thank you. That constitutes the bill's first stage, and it shall now be printed. Members, could you take your ease for a moment or two before we move to the next item?
Ladies and gentlemen, the further consideration stage of the Pensions Extension of Automatic Enrolment Bill. I call on the Minister for Communities, Mr Gordon Lyons, to move the bill.
I beg to move.
Members will have a copy of the marshalled list of amendments detailing the single amendment for the debate. The amendment will be debated under the group heading Commencement of Clause 2. I would remind members that once the debate on the group is completed, the question on the amendment will be taken. If that is clear, we shall proceed. We now come to the single amendment for the debate. Minister.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I beg to move amendment number 1. The amendment I am proposing today is technical and consequential to the amendment passed at consideration stage of the bill on the 28th of January. Members will recall the newly inserted Clause 2 places a duty on the Department to assess the impacts of changes made by regulations provided for in Clause 1 and to lay a report of its assessment before the Assembly. The report must be laid at least 36 months and not more than 42 months after the coming into operation of the first regulations made in accordance with Clause 1 of the bill. Today's amendment provides that Clause 2 will come into operation on such day or days that the Department may by order appoint, which is line with Clause 1 of the bill. Subordinate legislation will be required in due course to implement and underpin the primary legislation. In conclusion, the amendment today is technical and consequential to the amendment consideration stage and does not denote any change to the policy.
Minister, and as no members have indicated they wish to speak, the amendment proposed to Clause 3, page 2, line 13, line out and insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is the Amendment 1 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. That concludes the further consideration stage of the Pensions Extension of Automatic Enrolment Bill. The bill stands referred to the Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item of business is a motion to approve the draft statutory rule. I will ask the clerk to read the motion.
That the draft Farm Sustainability Transitional Provisions Regulations Northern Ireland 2025 be approved.
Okay. Thank you. I call on the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move the motion. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate. I call on the Minister to open the debate on the motion. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I am grateful for the opportunity to propose the motion here today. The Farm Sustainability Transitional Provisions Regulations Northern Ireland 2025 give my department the legal powers to introduce the Farm Sustainability Transition Payment, which is expected to attract approximately 24,000 applications from active farm businesses in 2025. They also include a number of more general provisions intended to enable schemes under the Sustainable Agricultural Programme, such as the Suckler Cow Scheme, Farming with Nature Package and Knowledge Schemes, whilst also providing the powers to spend the earmarked budget of over £329 million. I have spoken for a long time about the development of these new schemes, developed in partnership with the Agricultural Policy Stakeholders Group, otherwise known as APSG, comprised of key stakeholders including the UFU, NIAPA, Dairy Council, NIMEA, Northern Ireland Environment Link, BVA, NIVDA and NIGDA. And apologies for all the acronyms there. I would like to put on record my thanks to APSG for their tireless work in the co-design process to get us to this point. I believe this has brought a robustness to the development process. I am grateful for their support for this SR in order to enable the continued rollout of the Sustainable Agricultural Programme. I set out my policy intentions for the Future Farm Support Development Programme, now known as the Sustainable Agricultural Programme, in an oral statement to this House on the 24th of May last year, promoted the programme at the Balmoral Show and very regularly in the farming press. My officials have also provided a number of policy briefings to the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee. The SR ensures that the Farm Sustainability Payment, when it is introduced in 2026, is directed towards farm businesses actively engaged in agricultural activity. The draft SR legislates that farm businesses that did not meet specific criteria during a historic reference period set by DAERA as 2020 and 2021 will not be eligible. This historic year's requirement will not apply to applicants who have set up new farm businesses in any year following 2021. Data indicates that around 1,900 businesses may not meet the specified criteria in 2020 or 2021. I am sure we will agree that this is important and support is targeted to active farmers. My department plans to communicate to those affected by the measures to ensure support is focused on active farmers during 2025 in order to enable them to plan effectively. Those impacted by the historic year's exercise will be able to transfer their entitlements, if they choose to do so, by the 15th of May 2026. Entitlements not transferred by this date will expire. Currently, farm businesses in receipt of the basic payment scheme must be actively engaged in agricultural activity and meet the active farmer definition, and this will continue for FSTP and FSP. These regulations reinstate that active farmer definition into law. The regulations also establish 2025 as the final year for the new applications to the Young Farmers Payment and also the Regional Reserve. Those who apply for Young Farmers Payment in 2025 will still be able to claim the full 5 years up until 2029. Unfortunately, the provision of this payment has not shifted the dial at all regarding the average age of farmers, with 58% of farmers over 55 years of age, and a new approach was needed. 2025 will also be the final year that new entrants and young farmers can obtain entitlements from the Regional Reserve. Mr Deputy Speaker, I understand that the ending of these schemes and the time provided for scrutiny of the SR are the main concerns of the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee. I understand these concerns and have sought to provide assurance in correspondence to the Committee. I also seek to provide assurance here today on the floor of the Assembly. Applications to new entrants over the past 10 years has averaged only about 10 per year. Unfortunately, we are not making the impact in achieving the generational renewal needed. As previously set out, these legacy schemes also do not meet important value for money tests. Having just secured ring-fenced executive funding in the next and future financial years as part of the draft budget, it is imperative that we bank this achievement by demonstrating strong value for money on every pound spent to support our farmers in Northern Ireland. Going forward, the Farming for Generations scheme, included within the Sustainable Agricultural Programme, will be a more holistic policy instrument to support generational renewal. I am pleased to say that the pilot scheme that I launched in autumn 2024 has already proved very popular, with strong take-up reported. From previous experience of succession planning interventions, the Farming for the Generations pilot provides an initial programme which will provide evidence towards the development of the main scheme. It seeks to identify the key barriers, propose financial interventions and thereby develop solutions which are scalable. In helping to address the concerns of the Committee, I have asked my officials to expedite the development of the main Farming for the Generations scheme. This will be done in co-design with stakeholders, including the Young Farmer Clubs of Ulster, who will actively consider the provision of financial support. The policy intent of Farming for the Generations is to encourage and drive increased levels of generational renewal and to remove the barriers that exist to planned succession on farms across Northern Ireland. I am determined and happy to put it on record in terms of my own personal commitment to ensuring the new Farming for the Generations scheme is open for delivery to new farmers and young entrants by autumn 2026. With Young Farmers Payment Scheme and Regional Reserve applications continuing in 2025 and young farmer payment applicants able to claim payments up until 2029, this removes the risk of the gap emerging between the old and the new schemes. Alongside Farming with Nature, Farming for Generations is a key personal priority for me and also for my department. In relation to concerns regarding different approaches across the island of Ireland, I also intend to discuss succession planning with Minister Martin Hayden, and my officials have already been engaging with DAFM who have discussed my department's new approach in detail. I also note the developments across the border. I regularly read about them in the Irish Farmers Journal on a weekly basis, and I'm keen to see how we can share best practice and work together to achieve generational renewal, alongside engagement with my counterparts in England, Scotland and Wales. This engagement continues to provide opportunities for shared learning on how we can improve generational renewal in the sector. As was set out in correspondence to the committee last Friday, with regards to concerns about there not being sufficient entitlements to match the land available, at present there are around 955,000 entitlements for 1,050,000 eligible hectares in Northern Ireland. The number of entitlements is largely determined by the area that was declared in 2015 when entitlements were allocated. One entitlement was allocated for each hectare declared, and clearly a significant area of land is not used each year to activate entitlements and to claim payments. This will continue to be the case going forward, and the presence or absence of the regional reserve provisions for young farmers and new entrants will make no significant difference to the gap between entitlements and land area available. In addition, if there were significantly more entitlements, they would all have had to be reduced in value, as the amount of money available in the scheme will not increase. On the converse, if a significant gap looks likely to emerge with an entitlements deficit, I would wish that officials consider relevant options in response. The issue of entitlements is complex. I recognise this, and I am happy to receive further correspondence on the matter as any member of the committee or within this chamber feels necessary. I have also asked my officials to offer briefings to agriculture spokespersons of political parties on the Sustainable Agriculture Programme, and the first of these briefings has been organised, I understand, for this Friday. In terms of the handling of scrutiny of SRs by the committee, active consideration is being given in terms of how we can optimise the approach going forward. I value the input of committee members and will continue to take on board feedback, as I did in terms of the 5 hectares and 3 hectares issue, and I am happy to meet with the Chair and Deputy Chair as and when necessary. Mr Deputy Speaker, that concludes my overview of the Farm Sustainability Transitional Provisions Regulations Northern Ireland 2025. I am happy to answer any questions in response to the debate.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his opening remarks. The Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs has been scrutinising this draft statutory rule for a number of meetings, and I feel it's important to go through what our considerations were. On the 30th of January, we received an oral briefing from officials on the SL1 regarding this draft SR, and we were notified that the Farm Sustainability Programme is now referred to as the Sustainable Agricultural Programme. And if approved today, these regulations will give DAERA the legal powers to introduce the Farm Sustainability Transitional Payment, referred to hereinafter as the FSTP, and a number of provisions to support rollout of the SAP. The committee heard that the draft SR was an updated version of the plans brought before the committee in May of 2024. However, the draft SR now before us covers significantly more provisions than were covered in that early briefing. At its meeting on the 30th of January, the committee heard that in 2025 the FSTP is expected to attract applications of some 24,000 farm businesses. However, those that do not meet certain agricultural production levels during the historical reference period, which has been set by DAERA as 2020 to 2021, will not be eligible for the payment. We heard that the active farmer definition was removed from legislation by the Rules for Direct Payments to Farmers Amendment Regulations 2020. So for legal certainty, these regulations propose to reinstate the active farmer definition in law. We also heard that those who were not active farmers during the historical reference period will be able to transfer their entitlements by closure of the trading window in 2026, and that the historical year's requirement will not apply to applicants who have set up new farm businesses in any year following 2021. Mr Deputy Speaker, when officials came to the committee in May, 5 hectares of eligible land was proposed as the minimum, and I think the Minister has pointed out to that, and the committee disagreed at that time due to the many farms smaller than that here, which contribute to food production. So the committee was pleased, and we do recognise that it will remain at 3 hectares, and we do thank the Minister for reconsidering that. We heard that 2025 will be the final year for new applications to the Young Farmers Payment, otherwise known as YFP, but successful applicants in 2025 will receive the YFP top-ups for 5 years. We also heard that new entrants and young farmers are not excluded from the FSTP or FSP and retain the right to buy or lease entitlements to allow them to access these payments. Officials highlighted that Farming for Generation scheme will be the policy instrument to support generational renewal and will include preparing the successor, leading succession and also farming in partnership to link business owners without successors to new entrants who have limited or no farming assets. Mr Deputy Speaker, having heard this detail on the 30th of January of the draft regulation, the committee then queried a number of matters with officials. On a positive note, members were pleased to note the early success of the uptake of the beef carbon reduction scheme. Regarding an effective supply chain, we were keen to know how the programme will assist with that. However, we are advised that the supply chain schemes are not as well advanced as other schemes and a strategic pilot is being developed. Some members were very concerned around the plan to end entitlements for new entrants, believing that it will deter new people from entering farming because the new farmer will be beholden to another person who is leasing them the entitlements. In response to that, officials advised that the Minister was not removing support for new entrants, but removing old EU legacy schemes. Some members remain concerned that the only way a new entrant can get entitlements is to lease them or to buy them from a farmer who either does not need them or does not want them. And I think I made the point that it's a bit like buying a liquor licence. But this does not allow a young person with no farming background who is starting out to have their own chance. Members also expressed a desire to see a crisis framework, for instance, bad weather related, and officials confirmed that this was being looked at as part of the SAP. Mr Deputy Speaker, the majority of members then expressed a view for more time for scrutiny for the draft SR. However, one member did state that he did not want to see any delay as the plans for the SR had been discussed from as far back as May. The committee then wrote to stakeholders listed on the APSG, giving them the opportunity to provide their views on the draft SR. The draft SR was then due to be considered at our meeting on the 6th of February. However, the Examiner of Statutory Rules advised that there were drafting issues. And as far as we understand, the draft SR then went between the Assembly Business Office and the Department a few times before the final revised draft was laid on Friday the 7th of February. And unfortunately, therefore, the committee did not have the revised draft SR for the 6th of February, and the committee could not form a view at that meeting. At that meeting, however, we did note correspondence from the APSG, chaired by the UFU, confirming that its member groups support the draft SR. We have also received correspondence from several member groups of the APSG. They are the NI Meat Exporters Association, the NI Grain Trade Association, and NI Environmental Link, stating that they are in support of the SR. Mr Deputy Speaker, we then wrote to the Minister to request that he did not move the motion on February the 11th. The majority of the committee also agreed to write to the Minister calling for the continuation of the YFP and the Regional Reserve, otherwise known as RR, until the Farming for Generation scheme is in place. The majority of the committee also expressed concern that generally we were not being given sufficient time to fully scrutinise and influence the delegated legislation. On Monday the 10th of February, myself and the Deputy Chair attended an informal meeting with the Minister, and he provided a follow-up letter providing detail of the Farming for Generation scheme and the rationale for closing the YFP and the RR. The committee then discussed these matters again at our meeting on the 13th of February, by which time the Minister had agreed to postpone moving this motion until today. The majority of members expressed concern that there had been no change, despite the range of concerns raised by the committee, and that there was still no certainty on the timeline for the Farming for Generation scheme. Some members felt that brand new entrants to farming would be disadvantaged and that there may be a situation in future where there are not enough entitlements to match the land available. Some members also expressed concern that those farmers who will not meet the active farmer definition will only have a short window to move their entitlements on to someone else. However, a member also highlighted that the Minister outlined that the YFP was no longer value for money, and the schemes have made no difference to the age structure of the head of holdings on Northern Ireland farms, particularly over this last 10 years. The majority of the committee then agreed to write to the department seeking an urgent response to their concerns and to hold an additional meeting to see if a committee consensus could be reached on this draft SR. And I want to thank the members of the committee for doing that on Monday morning and participating in that extraordinary meeting. A response was received, Mr Deputy Speaker, to our queries, and the committee met yesterday at 10 a.m. to conclude its consideration of these matters. DAERA's response stated the following: the new entrant category of the RR scheme cannot be justified on a value for money basis, and that the Farming for Generations programme includes connecting potential new entrants with farm businesses who wish to enter long-term lease or other arrangements. And it will continue to be possible for young farmers and new entrants to commence a new business and obtain entitlements via purchase or lease, and that the presence or absence of the RR provisions will make no significant difference to the gap between entitlements and land area available. In the most recent DAERA response to the committee, it states that the draft SR, if it's not improved, it will mean that the FSTP scheme cannot launch on the 3rd of March 2025, and that this will delay the opening of the basic payment scheme. And as a result, payments currently scheduled for circa September 2025 may not issue until late November. I don't need to remind members in this chamber of the financial difficulty that farmers are already facing at this moment. In addition, as the regulations introduce a number of changes and policies to enable the continued rollout of the SAP, these schemes will not then commence as planned. There then followed further committee discussions, Mr Deputy Speaker. Some members raised the issue of lack of financial support for new entrants to farming and the possibility that the price of entitlements could rise in the future. Also, that changes proposed would put young farmers at a disadvantage compared to farmers perhaps in the Republic of Ireland, where a young farmer scheme, I believe, does remain in place. And the majority of members expressed dissatisfaction that the department had not taken on board previous concerns raised by the committee. One member felt that there had been ample time, as the committee was first notified, as I've said before, of the department's intention in May of 2024, and also highlighted that the existence of the scheme did not seem to provide value for money and had a relatively low uptake. However, most members felt that although the issue was brought to the committee in May, that there had been considerable changes to the policy position since then. Overall, the majority of the committee feels it has been put in a difficult position of not being able to fully explore the impacts of concern, and that they have no real choice, as to further delay the SR would result in unwelcome consequences, as I've just described. Members expressed the need for sufficient time to exercise their scrutiny role in the future, and that generally the committee was not being given time and space to properly scrutinise the details of SRs. I then sought the committee's view if it could reach a consensus on supporting the draft SR in the plenary debate. Mr Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, I confirm that no consensus was reached on the draft SR. However, the majority of the committee are of the opinion that the delays the difficulty the delays would cause if this House does not approve the draft SR today, and it could result in the departmental timings and the failures to bring forward legislation in good time and create the necessary space for the committee to work. And I'm sure that the Minister's hanging on my every word. I do believe that he is listening, because he has made himself available over this last couple of weeks. I'm now going to make a number of comments on behalf of the Ulster Unionist Party, if that's okay. While the high-level ambition and briefing brought forward last May appeared on the surface to provide a reasonable timeline for these transitional provisions, the reality is quite different. The Department's failure to provide early sight of a finalised draft statutory rule means we are now faced with an unnecessarily compressed decision-making window. This is not a minor inconvenience. It fundamentally weakens the ability of this Assembly, and in particular the ERA Committee, of which I'm chair, to do its job effectively. The role of the committee is not simply to rubber stamp legislation, but to scrutinise it, engage meaningfully with stakeholders, and ensure it's as robust and future-proofed as possible. This truncated timeframe means we are unable to fully examine the implications of these regulations or carry out our core function, that is actually to support the Minister to deliver the best possible legislation. And this is a rather serious failing, not just of process, but perhaps of governance. A particular concern of mine is that the farm sustainability transitional payments and other provisions are being framed as the key risk factor, the leverage to push this over the line. And that does not bode well for future change. Farmers in Northern Ireland are already operating under mounting financial uncertainty and severe fiscal pressure. If we are to introduce policy changes that directly impact family farms, the backbone of our rural economy, then we must take time to get it right. That means proper scrutiny, proper consultation and, crucially, proper communication of the committee's assessments. This cannot be about short-term fixes, Mr Deputy Speaker. We need to see ambition from all ministers and this minister and the department, not just in ensuring the survival of family farms, but in working collaboratively with the ERA Committee to mitigate climate harm, to improve our shared environment and to build a future that works for generations to come. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Robbie. I call on Justin McNulty.
I rise today to speak on the Farm Support and Development Programme and the Farm Sustainability Regulations Northern Ireland 2025. This statutory rule laid by the dear Minister represents a key moment in the North's agricultural transition. It will provide the legal authority to implement the Farm Sustainability Transition Payment, moving us away from the EU's basic payment scheme, which has been a cornerstone of our agricultural policy for many years. The introduction of the Farm Sustainability Transition Payment will pave the way for the Farm Sustainability Payment, expected to be fully implemented in 2026. The Farm Sustainability Transition Payment is not merely a financial support mechanism, it is part of the Sustainable Agricultural Programme, which the Minister announced on the 29th of January. This marks a shift in our agricultural approach, emphasising environmental sustainability, productivity and resilience on farm businesses. As we move forward with this transition, we are looking at a broad, long-term vision for a more sustainable and future-proof agricultural sector. The Farm Sustainability Transition Payment is designed to replace the current basic payment scheme, as I said, which has been a lifeline source of support for our farming businesses. Approximately 24,000 farm businesses will be eligible for the payments under the scheme. However, eligibility is not automatic. Only those farm businesses actively engaged in agricultural production in 2020-21 will qualify for payments, which hopefully will ensure that the support reaches those who have been directly contributing to agricultural production. If a farm business does not meet the specific agricultural production levels during the reference period, it will unfortunately not be eligible for payments. And the Minister has already said that 1,900 businesses do not qualify. I would like to get more information on that, and I've actually a question to that effect, Minister. The Minister also mentioned succession planning and generational renewal, and he will recognise that the elephant in the room, or the bucking bullock in the room, is the obvious the inheritance tax on farmland, which has brought in all sorts of consternation in farming families. This payment we're referencing as it is temporary, as it will be replaced by the full Farm Sustainability Payment in 2026. However, it will play an essential bridging role in helping farmers navigate the changes from the OEU system to the new UK framework. On the issue of funding, I believe it is important to note that the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs has been given the flexibility to adjust payments within the scheme. This flexibility reduces the risk of unspent funds returning to the UK Treasury and hopefully will ensure that the agricultural budget is fully utilised in the North. This statutory rule is part of a broader shift that aligns with the Sustainable Agriculture Programme, which aims to improve productivity, support environmental sustainability, strengthen farm business resilience and promote generational renewal within the sector. The SDLP secured an important amendment to a Sinn Féin motion in October, which called for proper consideration of the Rural Development Programme funding and agriculture allocations. As many members here will be aware, there is a pressing need for funding that will address the environmental challenges we face, particularly in relation to Lough Neagh. The environmental impact of agriculture in areas around Lough Neagh must be a priority, and we need financial backing for action plans to enhance farming practices that are in harmony with the environment. I do believe it's important to highlight that this statutory rule is expected to pass without division, but that does not mean that we should not take this opportunity to address some critical points. In particular, I would challenge the Alliance Party on the proposed structure of the agricultural policy. Given their pro-environmental and pro-European stance, it's vital that they are held to account on how this policy compares to the EU's Common Agriculture Policy. It's concerning to note that in the current proposals, the Northern Ireland budget significantly underfunds rural development priorities, including environmental schemes and support for community-based projects. According to estimates, as little as 4.4% of the current budget is allocated towards rural development, compared to 22% under the EU's Common Agricultural Policy. This is a clear divergence from the EU framework, and it runs contrary to the amendment we secured in October, which called for a budget that delivers on rural priorities. This divergence is significant, especially when we consider Alliance's supposed pro-EU stance. If they are truly committed to European values, we should see them fighting harder, surely, to ensure that our agriculture policy...
Justin, can you bring your remarks to the piece of legislation to the fore? Thank you.
Of course. Last Concord. I thought I was... Okay. No, their stance. Finally, while this statutory rule is expected to pass, the opposition has a role to challenge aspects of it that we believe may not serve the long-term needs of our farmers. Rural development and environmental funding must remain priorities, and we will continue to push for this, holding all parties accountable for their actions, or in this case, their lack of actions. In conclusion, I support the passage of the Farm Support and Development Programme and the Farm Sustainability Regulations, but I believe we must be clear-eyed about the policy shortcomings and its future implications for our rural communities and the environment. It is our responsibility to ensure that future generations of farmers in the north have the support they need to thrive in a challenging agricultural landscape, and that our environmental goals are never compromised for the sake of short-term expediency.
Thank you, Justin. Anya.
I welcome this opportunity to speak to this debate today, and particularly to highlight my party's concerns that this SR will have on young farmers and indeed the regional reserve. And no doubt the Minister has probably listened to us wax lyrical about this over the last 2 to 3 weeks. A major issue is the uncertainty surrounding the new entrant scheme beyond 2025. And this scheme has been vital for young farmers and those who are new to farming at a time when the industry faces significant generational renewal challenges. As it stands at the minute, there will be a gap in support without having any clarity as to what will exactly replace it. Sinn Féin at the Euro Committee set out our concerns and requested that the Minister continue the Young Farmers Payment and Regional Reserve until the Farming for Generation scheme is introduced, which would address the gap. Our fear is that no new entitlements will be issued after this, meaning that as existing entitlements expire for one reason or another, the total number of available entitlements will decline, driving up the price of entitlements and having an impact on younger farmers. The North will also be less competitive than the South of Ireland, where new farmers receive free entitlements and financial aid. We will be reluctantly supporting this SR today in order to ensure that there will be no delay in rolling out the Basic Payment Scheme, Suckler Scheme and Sustainable Agricultural Programme. To conclude, Las Cancollier, I would like to ask the Minister to elaborate on remarks that he made in his opening statement in relation to interventions that his department could take in order to address the gap between land and entitlements, just when he's winding. So,
thank you, Anya. I call on Michelle McElveen. Michelle.
Speaker, and I speak on the SR before us this afternoon. And I'm on the record in this chamber, and I've stood on my soapbox on a near weekly basis in the committee to highlight how poorly we deal with scrutiny of statutory rules in this place. Subordinate or secondary legislation is hugely important to deliver measures permitted under primary legislation. However, the time given by the Department from presenting to the committee before laying the rules in the Assembly does not permit the committee the opportunity to call witnesses or stakeholders to inform them of the consequences of what the committee is being asked to agree to. There's an assumption on behalf of the Minister and the Department that the committee will just nod it through, and no doubt this will be the case for other committees, and I speak as someone who has worn many hats in this place. During the debate on the prior annulment of direct payments to farmers cross-compliance amendment regulations, I made similar points, and surely on the basis that the committee successfully overturned the decision of the Minister to lay those in the Assembly chamber, the Minister would take more cognizance of the concerns of the committee. Again, despite the committee articulating concerns, there has been no movement by the Minister on this legislation. And from a committee member's perspective, what we have is the Minister taking the date for the launch of the FSTP, that being the 3rd of March 2025, and working backwards, allowing the minimum amount of time for consideration. We're told in correspondence dated the 14th of February that if the regulations are not approved, the opening of the basic payment scheme will be delayed and payments, which would normally be scheduled for September, might not issue until late November. So ultimately, if, as a House, we want to do the right thing by some in the farming community, the rest, 24,000 farm businesses, will be penalised by those actions, all because the Minister provided an unrealistic timescale for scrutiny. That's, of course, if you consider a briefing and a few questions as scrutiny, and I don't. While Mr Blair will, of course, want to contradict others of the committee in respect of this and insist that we were briefed back in May, we had a high-level discussion, but we certainly did not have the regulations we're discussing today. And as we all know, the devil is in the detail. On the 30th of January, as the Chairman has explained, we received a briefing on the Sustainable Agriculture Programme and the details of the regulations. The highlights being the reinstatement of the active farmer definition into law, and that 2025 will be the last year that new entrants and young farmers can obtain entitlements from the regional reserve. The new approach to generational renewal will be through the Farming for the Generation scheme, which will no longer have the financial incentive associated with the previous scheme. In their briefing paper to the committee, the Department had flagged that in their equality screening assessment, the closure of the Young Farmers Programme and the Regional Reserve would have an impact on age, so the SR should be screened out with mitigations. Now, given that the average age of a farmer in Northern Ireland is 59, and 67% of farm businesses have a head of holding over 55, ensuring that there's a programme in place with a financial incentive associated with that is imperative. Similarly, for those who are coming into farming with no previous experience. Now, while the Minister will, of course, cite low numbers and the value for money argument, we have to remember that Northern Ireland is relatively small. We have a reliance on the agriculture sector, and cumulatively, those numbers become important for future sustainability. The Department have also to take some responsibility for the level of uptake due to hurdles that they have placed on the schemes, leading those who may have had an interest not engaging. At the committee, I was bold enough to ask for the committee to hear from the young farmers and the UFU as stakeholders who will be directly impacted by the change. Not an unreasonable request given the significance of this legislation. There was, however, resistance to that. I'm not sure what there was to fear from hearing from those who would potentially be impacted. But instead, we received an email from Wesley Aston, who's the UFU CEO, on behalf of DAERA's Agriculture Policy Stakeholder Group. And this stated, APSG supports the draft affirmative SOR. APSG stakeholders supported that both the Young Farmers Payment and the Regional Reserve should continue until 2025. The continuation of these schemes beyond 2025 was not an option. Interesting that he states this was not an option. In our briefing of the 30th of January, we were told not every stakeholder organisation gets what it wants, but we reach a consensus. Mr Deputy Speaker, at the committee on Monday, it was the consensus that we couldn't reach a consensus. And it certainly makes me question the role of this group. Is it a co-design group? Do they debate the issues? Do they really consider options? Or are final proposals placed before the members and it's merely a tick box exercise on behalf of the department? And if that's the latter, that worries me greatly. And I say that given the discussions that we had at last week's committee in respect of the update we received on the new farm sustainability standards. And while I'm grateful for the clarification from officials that this is still policy under development, I am concerned that there appears to be no intention for those standards to be consulted on because the Department is satisfied that their managed discussions with the APSG and a select group of others is sufficient. In fact, the RSPB voiced their own concerns in a later briefing about the Department's view of what co-design was and their experience. Further to this, can the Minister advise if a member of the APSG has an alternative view, not necessarily on this issue, but even in the future, are they permitted to articulate that view outside of the APSG? Because if they're not, again, that's a major concern as they're representative bodies in their own right. Now, I've digressed slightly, but going back to the issue of young farmers, it's my understanding that the young farmers form part of a subgroup of the APSG, and the last time that they were consulted with was April 23. And at that time, they were advised that the land mobility scheme was to end in August 23, with an assurance that a new scheme would be operational in December 23. And this didn't happen. We are told that Farming for the Generations will address many of the concerns that we've raised, but without having a legislative basis at this stage, no one should be alarmed that we are sceptical. Too many times, promises are made, expectations are raised, only to be remain unfulfilled. As a party, we share the concerns of others who have spoken. The issues of access to entitlements for those wishing to start out on their own, and also the challenge being placed on the 2,400 businesses who will be deemed ineligible for the new sustainability payment under the active farmer definition. The rationale of using 2020 and 2021, the COVID years, as was highlighted by a member of the committee. Go ahead.
Thank the member for giving way. Would the member agree with me that there is great concern around the proposed active farmer issue and the very short time frame to transfer entitlements for those deemed to be inactive by the department?
I thank the member for his intervention. Mr Deputy Speaker, I fully appreciate that as the Executive has decided to formally treat the resources dealt as executive earmarked for 25-26, there is a pressure, I suppose, maybe on the department to show taxpayers and the Executive that we can deliver change and value for money against their commitment to funding. However, the issues are whether we deliver that change and how we deliver that change. In correspondence received from the Minister's private office dated the 14th of February, following concerns by the committee that there had been no change to the draft SR, it stated that members will be aware that in accordance with the Northern Ireland Assembly legislation rules, a committee cannot amend or adapt a statutory rule after it has been laid. It can only recommend that the Assembly support or reject the statutory rule as a whole. As that's the case, and indeed fact, I believe that it's vitally important that committee members are given the space, if required, to satisfy themselves of the merits or otherwise of the rule. In the absence of this, I feel that the Department is taking advantage of the rules associated with this type of legislation. Mr Deputy Speaker, as I said at the start of my remarks, by doing the right thing for some in the farming community, by virtue of the timeline determined by the Minister in respect of these regulations, 24,000 other businesses will be impacted, and that's an unfair position to be placed in. Thank you.
Michelle, I call on John Blair.
Mr. Speaker, I speak today as a member of the ERA Committee, as Alliance ERA spokesperson and in support of the new farm sustainability regulations. Deputy Speaker, it's been discussed and recognised in this chamber and much further afield many times that the climate crisis is a very real threat to our everyday ways of life, demanding our immediate attention and requiring decisive action. Farmers are particularly affected, facing increasingly severe weather patterns all year round. For example, if these regulations pass today, it will be part of a bigger piece. It will mark a pivotal moment for our farming community as we seek to strike a critical balance between supporting our farmers and addressing the urgent demands of environmental protection. Agriculture continues to remain at the heart of our economy, our culture and our communities. Yet as we confront the escalating challenges of climate change and the decline of our natural resources, the relationship between agriculture and the environment has taken on increased significance. The regulations being discussed today present us with an opportunity to establish schemes that not only sustain our agricultural sector, but also promote sustainable practices designed to benefit our environment for generations to come. By embedding sustainability in the foundations of agricultural support, we are not merely encouraging farmers to adopt positive practices, we are empowering them to become true custodians of the land that we all depend on. This will improve soil health, advance biodiversity, enhance water quality and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. For example, these measures, if passed, would see the introduction of various initiatives such as the Beef Carbon Reduction Scheme, Farming with Nature Transition Scheme and the Soil Nutrient Health Scheme. themes that we have discussed here and in the committee on previous occasions. Deputy Speaker, it's important to highlight that these regulations also support our young farmers, who are essential to our agricultural future. Their passion and ability to care for our natural world need our support and encouragement. Additionally, the proposed Farm Sustainability Programme incorporates initiatives that assist farm families in preparing for the transfer of their business to the next generation, and the pilots associated with that have been mentioned previously. Furthermore, Deputy Speaker, I wish to thank the Minister for his hard work in ensuring that these regulations have been brought together with these themes and brought forward for us to speak to today. And I also want to thank departmental officials for their patience that they have demonstrated as the committee has worked their way through this proposal, going right back to, as was mentioned, May of last year. The committee has been informed in detail that the department, when creating the Sustainable Agriculture Programme, worked closely with key agriculture and environmental stakeholders. This collaboration has involved input from the Ulster Farmers Union, the Northern Ireland Agricultural Producers Association and Northern Ireland Environment Link, guaranteeing that a variety of perspectives are represented. Concerning funding, Deputy Speaker, the Irish Minister has demonstrated his commitment to our agriculture sector by securing the Executive's approval to protect farm funding. This represents a major win for our farming community and also our natural environment. Northern Ireland is the sole devolved region in the UK to achieve this position, which underscores the importance of farming to our economy, our environment and also, importantly, our food security. In conclusion, Deputy Speaker, I urge all members to support these regulations today. Through doing so, we can craft a vision for the future of farming in Northern Ireland, where financial viability and environmental sustainability coexist harmoniously. This goal is ambitious, yes, but it is necessary if we are to secure a more sustainable future for our farms, our environment and our communities. Ultimately, we must move ahead with these measures as progress hinges on our willingness to embrace change. I therefore support ESR. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I call on Diane Armstrong.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise today with some hesitation to support the regulation before us and to make some very brief remarks. Although there are some positive developments in the proposed regulations, there are also some issues that require to be further scrutinised by the committee, as has been outlined by the committee and its members, to ensure that our agriculture policy reflects the future needs of the industry and, as members have rightly stated, the viability of our family farms, who are so hard-pressed at present. I want to thank the ERA Committee led by my colleague Robbie Butler MLA and the last chairman, former member of this House, Lord Elliott, for their continued work to make the valued case for our farming community and hold the department to account on this matter. As some members have previously stated, there are concerns with the regulation that are masked within, that still need more time to be looked at, especially support for young farmers and succession planning. But with the risk of further delay and on payments, I think we owe it to the farming community to provide some stability and vote this through, although we must look beyond immediate solutions and prioritise the enduring stability of our family farms, ensuring we equip farmers with the tools and opportunities to safeguard our farming heritage. I do want to make one note as MLA for Fermanagh South Tyrone and welcome the minimum eligible land remaining at 3 hectares, not 5 as initially proposed. Proposed changes like that caused much anxiety within the farming community, especially across my constituency, with many smaller farmers looking into a grim future had that proposal gone ahead. And I acknowledge the Minister for listening to the recommendations of his committee on this point. I do hope members will agree that we must get this right to ensure that statutory regulations from any department are properly scrutinised before coming to this House at such a later stage and not rushed at the expense of the general public. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank members for their contribution in replying to this debate. I want to say that, as I explained at the outset, these regulations are essential to ensure I can deliver for our farming community, be opening the Farm Sustainability Transition Payment as planned on the 3rd of March, as well as providing legal basis for the rollout of other schemes under the Sustainable Agriculture Programme, including the Suckler Cow Scheme, Farm with Nature and also knowledge transfer schemes. As I said earlier, I understand that the ending of the Young Farmers Payment, in particular the new entrant scheme, is of particular concern, and hope the written responses to the committee and my remarks today provide necessary assurances, and I will go through some of the remarks from people once I finish these opening remarks in conclusion. As I have explained, the Farming for Generations scheme included within SAP will be the policy instrument to encourage and drive increased levels of generational renewal and remove the barriers that exist to plant succession on farms across Northern Ireland. Any delay to the scheme, the opening of these schemes, put at risk the budget that has been allocated to this programme, and indeed risks delaying farm payments, unfortunately, until late November. In terms of the comments from members, and I'll seek to address them as best I can. In terms of the comments from the Chair of the ERA Committee, Mr Butler, there's many aspects of the Sustainable Agriculture Programme that we're bringing forward, and I would say that leaving the EU has brought lots of challenges, and particularly for the UK, because England, Scotland and Wales and then ourselves are having to develop new farm support development programmes, and that is not without its challenges. We're seeing it here today in terms of debating the detail of those schemes, but also in terms of how we work with stakeholders to bring those about. There's many aspects that we will have here in Northern Ireland, which is the supply chain schemes, also in terms of the crisis framework. We will work to bring those forward, but what I've been doing is getting a sense from stakeholders and also from the ERA Committee about the priorities, and I'm quite clearly hearing that one of the priorities is the farming for generations, so that's one of the things we'll be moving at pace in relation to that. Alongside, it's important to bring forward environmental farming schemes, and that's farming with nature, so we will progress those, but we're also working within a very constrained resource environment to be able to bring those forward. In terms of the issue in terms of active farmers, I think we're all agreed that we want to ensure that funding is prioritised to active farmers. It's a very clear message around that. The timescales around that, it's really important to understand that there will be a lead-in, so people have the ability, if they want to transfer their entitlements, to be able to do that, and then there will be an ability to be able to do that formally online from March, April and May of next year. So we'll write to the committee to give you a bit more information in terms of the transfer of those entitlements, so you're clear in relation to that. I know that you also spoke a wee bit in terms of the SR and the consideration of that, and I'll speak about that now. I think we can do that better. We are very conscious that the committee has got a scrutiny role, and I value that, and we will look again in terms of how we can improve the consideration in terms of scrutiny of the SR, and that's a commitment for myself, and we'll do that with you. The other aspect is in terms of this wider Sustainable Agriculture Programme. It's a wide programme, it's a complex programme, and that's why we think it's important we've reached out to be able to do a briefing to your party representatives around that, and I think that's absolutely essential. So hopefully that addresses some of the points that you've raised. I do really thank both yourself as Chair and Deputy Chair for the engagement of the last number of weeks in relation to this, and hopefully people saying it came from a genuine place in trying to move this forward. I know it's difficult around this, and maybe there's lessons to be learnt, but hopefully we can move forward and be able to support farmers in Northern Ireland. In terms of further comments from Justin McNulty, with regards to the active and inactive farmer definitions around that, I've outlined that in the Chamber, and I think it's important, and it's a very clear message I got from the rally I attended at the Econ Centre, which is organised by the EFU in response to the issues around inheritance tax, which we will come on to, is that it's important that this is prioritised towards active farmers. Being able to actually do that is not easy, folks. It is a complicated measure to be able to do it, but it's important that we take that measure, and that's what this SR will allow us to do. In terms of the issues around inheritance tax, that's why I'm very glad to see that the level of interest in farming for the generations has attracted. That's why my commitment is that we continue to roll out that pilot initiative, but also then we move towards rolling out the full initiative next year, because in the context of inheritance tax, that makes it really important in terms of being able to plan for succession, and that's what one element of Farming for the Generations will do, and I think that's absolutely key, and hopefully I provide a reassurance in that. I'm very conscious of the Speaker's ruling about keeping to the subject matter, and that's what I will do, but I would say that I understand from the meeting today with Treasury, from the farming unions around the issue of inheritance tax, that was a very disappointing meeting, and Treasury were not listening. They were not willing to address the concerns of farmers, and I say again that those moves will have a detrimental and disproportionate impact in Northern Ireland, and they shouldn't proceed. In terms of going back to the subject of the SR, the other issue that Justin McNulty raised was the issue in terms of Lough Neagh and about supporting environmental farming schemes, and that's why we're bringing forward Farming with Nature, and this SR will allow us to be able to bring that forward in terms of the transition scheme, which will occur this year, and then wider schemes next year, and that's absolutely critical, and I think it's really important that we progress those at pace. Mr McNulty then pivoted off a wee bit from the SR onto the issue of rural development. The issue of the rural development programme, the loss of that arose as a result of Brexit, so I don't think your ire should really be guided towards me in relation to that. What I am doing is that I'm working towards a new rural affairs policy within my department, and that's absolutely key, and we'll be consulting upon that later on in this year. In terms of the comments from Anya, I really appreciate those, and I appreciate the engagement with Sinn Féin over recent times in relation to this SR, and I do understand the concerns in terms of the young farmers payment and the regional reserve. That's why I've been saying out today on the record is my commitment in terms of Farming for the Generations and being able to bring that forward. We do not rule out a financial incentive as part of that, but what we've got to do as part of that co-design process is to work out what exactly will work and how we can have a business case which will support it. And value for money is a key issue for me, because we're in difficult financial times and we want to ensure that any funding that we're getting towards farmers, we're maximising the benefit associated with that. So that's something we will do. We will actively work around that. I spoke to a senior official in my department today in terms of the concern around a deficit in terms of entitlements. We will explore that and we'll keep an active monitor of the issue, and if there's any concerns arising from that, we will explore options to be able to address that issue. So I totally get the concerns around that, and that's something that we will continue to be alert to. In regards to the comments from Michelle McAveen around the issue, hopefully I've addressed some of the issues in terms of scrutiny of the SR. Michelle has been consistent in relation to this issue, and I think these are genuine concerns in terms of how we can scrutinise secondary legislation. The timescales in terms of progressing this are not what I would have desired. This arose as a result of losing the ring fencing of the budget on the 30th of October, and as a result of that we had to wait for the draft budget to be agreed. Unfortunately, that draft budget wasn't agreed until just before Christmas, and once I had that certainty in terms of a draft budget, it allowed me to proceed with the SR. But we will look at this in terms of how we can improve relationship with the committee to enable scrutiny of the SR, and I think that is important that we do that. In terms of Farming for the Generations, hopefully I've outlined my commitment to ensure that we will consider whether there can be a financial incentive as part of that, and we will do that in terms of engagement as part of that co-design process, and also conscious of the issue around business cases. In terms of APSG, I want to put on record my thanks to the stakeholders who engage with APSG. They give a lot of their time in terms of engaging with the department. I know views are articulated. They're articulated openly and strongly within APSG, and organisations are given an opportunity to go back to their own organisation and to develop a view and bring it back. The process of developing these new schemes as a farm support development programme are not easy. You look, for example, in relation to Wales, in terms of how they got that wrong, in terms of engagement with stakeholders. Obviously, there's challenges going ahead, and people will have different views, and I respect those different views. But what we try to find in APSG is that we come collectively together, and we're able to move forward on schemes that generally people can actually understand and bring towards a consensus. Some element of the influence of myself, I devolve that to APSG and allow them to have that views around those issues, and I think it's important to give APSG its place in that in terms of developing agricultural policy. The issue that was raised as an intervention from William in terms of the transfer of entitlements, hopefully I've addressed. John has raised the issue in terms of the Sustainable Agriculture Programme, moving about support for financial and environmental sustainability, and both of those go hand in hand. And lastly, Diane, in bringing a contribution on this, was welcoming the move towards 3 hectares. I have done all I can to listen to the concerns from the committee, but also balancing that against the value for money requirement for myself as Minister within the department. I appreciate the concerns around this. They're genuinely held, and hopefully we can agree this SR today, and we can continue to engage with the committee around future SRs, and we can find a process to give a better, longer timescale for analysis of those. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the draft Farm Sustainability Transitional Provisions Regulation Northern Ireland 2025 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Item 5 on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. And in conjunction with the Business Committee, the Speaker has given leave to Emma Sheeran to raise the matter of simplifying the procurement process for the maintenance of schools in Mid-Ulster. When you're ready, Minister, and when you're ready, Emma. Robbie, we haven't joined up with them yet. Just give a wee bit of separation there, please. Thank you. That was a joke, by the way. Yeah. Everybody ready? Here we go. You ready to go, Emma? Minister, ready? Okay. Emma, over to you. You will have up to 15 minutes.
And I appreciate the opportunity to bring this matter to the Chamber this afternoon. What we're asking for here in terms of our local schools is just for a common sense approach. It goes without saying that safety, well-being, the health of our children or pupils attending school and of our staff working throughout our school estates is of paramount importance, and I know, Minister, you'll be keenly aware of the importance of that and the importance of accountability when it comes to the spending of public money in our schools, and all of that notwithstanding, we feel that we have to see some changes in terms of our maintenance and the ability for schools to manage their school budgets better. I have had principals from across the north contact me since I became an MLA with issues with maintenance across their schools. We have got schools in crisis. We have facilities that look like they're from the 50s. I know, Minister, you've visited a number of schools across the north, and one in particular in my own constituency, the Holy Family Primary in Marafelt, where classrooms have got blue mould on the walls and where children are suffering the real-life health implications of that. And what principals are saying to us on a recurring basis is that they are frustrated by the unnecessary, as they see it, bureaucracy in the process when they are attempting to fix a problem in their school or to make a change or an adaptation to their school building. I've got loads of examples of that from staff that have contacted me with issues that are causing concern. So there's sort of two elements to it. Number one, the delays from the maintenance team within the Education Authority and the length of time that takes, exacerbated then by the unnecessary procurement process. That means that an awful lot of the time a school have got maybe somebody in their Board of Governors, somebody within their local area, maybe a parent of a child that's attending the school that would be able to do that work, has looked at the work, is able to give a quote for it, and because of this process that means that it has to go through a tender process, it ends up costing an awful lot more and taking an awful lot longer to get whatever the job is done. Loads of examples of that. You know, a handrail that had to be put on the outside of a school in South Derry that somebody was going to do for a couple of £100, basically for the cost of the materials, and it ended up costing thousands of pounds. A light fitting installed in a classroom costing hundreds of pounds unnecessarily. I have examples where a school locally, they've had It recognised for 2 years that they need a new front door. The door that is on the building is rotten. The pane of glass is coming out of the door, and it's stagnated for 2 years. That they've had no movement. Again, they have somebody within their school family who is a joiner by trade and will be able to sort that problem out in a matter of days, and they don't have the freedom to do that. Another example of a refurbishment of a boiler house. The work has been agreed since 2021. No progress on it, so they're sitting again waiting. Simple thing like a heating system breaking down. I had a school in my constituency that had their heating system break down at the end of the last term. They had multiple call-outs in relation to this. They went days without heat, days without hot water, which then left that they couldn't have hot school meals. And when the engineer turned up to do the repairs, it took him all of an hour to sort the problem out. Once again, there would have been a plumber locally, there would have been a contractor locally that would have been able to do that for a fraction of the price in a fraction of the time, and this is causing an awful lot of frustration. I've had a principal tell me that they had an area of empty space behind the school that they wanted to turn into like a playground, an extra facility for the children to enjoy. They were told by the Education Authority it was going to end up costing £15,000. They have a local contractor who would have been able to do that work for buttons, and they've ended up having to abandon the plan because they can't afford that within their school budget. I have one particular school principal who's been contacting me about an ongoing issue with sewage, where basically as of December 2020, after having the upgrade of their sewage treatment plant at a cost of £111,000, they had a bad smell coming from a classroom just a few months later, December 2020, and they've had reports of this problem, correspondence back and forth between themselves and the Education Authority. They were told in September 2024, so almost 4 years after, that the sewage pump had burned out and that they required a new one. And this job then was completed on the 7th of January, and again, as of the 7th of February, the sewage pump isn't working, despite one being fitted a month ago, and they now have a situation again where the same P2 children are sitting in the classroom with the smell of raw sewage coming in through their classroom. So I suppose what we're hearing very clearly from our school principals, from parents of children, from staff working in these schools who want a safe and healthy environment to be able to do their work in, is that the current system is not sustainable, it's not working for them, and they want to see a common sense approach taken and some, I suppose, practical thinking around this to try and make this, the current way of going more efficient and to cut out the unnecessary bureaucracy.
Thank you, Emma. I call on Keith Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And first of all, I'd like to thank my constituency colleague for bringing this debate to the Chamber today. There are many challenges for the Education Authority regarding maintaining an ageing school estate and ongoing capital projects and enhancement programmes. Balancing the budget for both major works and necessary maintenance can indeed be tough. School governors and principals work tirelessly to ensure their schools are maintained as well as possible, but sometimes the procurement process can be problematic. Therefore, a simplification of the procurement of maintenance is necessary, and indeed the previous speaker did refer to this. If the Minister could advise in his remarks currently what the EA are going to do about this, I would call them small or low volume maintenance works, giving the schools more flexibility. As the previous speaker had said, there's loads of people within governors or school PTAs, example, can do this work, so they just aren't getting the green light, or indeed they're somewhat concerned from an insurance point of view. But loads of people have loads of skills that could be availed of by the school community, but we just need to give them the stripes to do that.
Would the member give way?
Well, indeed, yeah.
Thank the member for giving way on that particular point. And would he also maybe go further? Not only there's the skills there within local PTAs and local communities, but also there's huge savings for government when we look at the huge cost in relation to procurement.
Yeah, I would agree.
The member has an extra minute. I think the member has up to 7 minutes now.
Thank you. I think the member referred to, was it buttons or pittance? I think you used the term. And indeed, you're correct. You know, if those people in those boards of governor or parents want to see their own little school develop and go forward and not, save them money, so if their Johnny or their Mary will be looked after better. So yes, there's definitely an opportunity there. I think the Minister can maybe give us some degree of indication where the EA is going on that. A more efficient and effective model for low-value maintenance work could lead to more efficient operations, and there could be significant cost savings to school budgets if they could outsource some of these works locally, or indeed if they could be carried out by the caretaker and maintenance team if they exist already employed by the schools. Mr. Speaker, it can be a frustration to the school that small jobs cannot be completed by or sourced by them, and the system seems to be slow, cumbersome and costly to do simple tasks like changing a projector bulb. And indeed, I did hear of an example of a projector bulb costing hundreds of pounds to replace, which just doesn't stand up. I'm sure you've all heard that example. It's also essential that the school maintains a safe learning environment when implementing essential maintenance tasks. If possible, the implementation of a new delivery model within this academic year would be positive and beneficial. It is important that EA maintains maintenance based on health and safety, statute compliance and urgent repairs, and ensures that schools are safe for pupils and staff. In September, the Minister visited schools with Ulster, as previously referenced, including Kilronan Special School, Holy Family in Markerfeld, Rainey and Dowd Markerfeld High School, Markerfeld High School and Cookson High School. They all principals said the same message, no doubt. They all had the opportunity to meet, talk to the Minister, and they're able to advocate for their individual school needs, as any school is entitled to do, and no doubt they do. Items highlighted at the time include problems relating to mould, as previously mentioned, roofs, secondary heating system. They're all generic. We could talk about these same issues in every school across NI. They're all similar. Indeed, some of those schools have been waiting up to 6 years to get heating issues once and all resolved. Years of underinvestment and budget constraints have meant EA had to prioritise school maintenance and development. I appreciate the Minister's efforts to improve the budget for the department and the school estate, and maybe those that want the estate to improve, which we all do, could have a word with I think it was previously referenced this to the poacher turned gamekeeper, but I'm going to refer to the finance minister. It's probably more beneficial to call it his proper title. So it'd be good if those and anybody that can put pressure on the finance minister to provide an adequate budget that my colleague's department does deserve and need. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Keith. I call on Linda Dillon.
Thank you, and thank you to my colleague Emma Sheeran for bringing this adjournment debate to the House this evening. And the previous member actually alluded to the fact that this could save the government money. It actually would save the schools money. This comes out of the school budget, and we know how difficult schools are having it and how much they are struggling to save money from within their budget. So I suppose to say they address the challenges that have been outlined. We need a balanced approach. That's essential. One that maintains robust procurement practices whilst being mindful of cost efficiencies. Empowering our rural schools across Mid-Ulster with greater autonomy over procurement decisions could be very beneficial for the schools, for the pupils, for the staff, for the principals, for all of those people that are trying to deliver the best education for our children. Simplifying the procurement procedures for lower value contracts can alleviate administrative burdens. Streamlined processes would enable rural schools to respond swiftly to pressing maintenance needs, ensuring that essential repairs are not delayed by bureaucratic hurdles. In essence, while centralised procurement aims to ensure consistency and fairness, it's crucial to allow flexibility with appropriate oversight and accountability mechanisms, as quite frankly, this will allow for significant savings in our schools' seriously stretched budgets. By striking a balance between good practice and cost-saving measures, essential works can be carried out in our schools without imposing undue financial strain, and others have outlined how that can be done within our school family and those people who want to support our schools. So, Minister, I have had practical examples of the current procurement process costing anything up to 3 to 4 times what the schools are being quoted for maintenance works. I have one example where a school was quoted £860 for new flooring to go in. That was everything, work, everything, all in. And they ended up, when they had to go through the EA process, paying £2,400 for the same company to come and put that flooring in. And that company showed them their invoice, and they did not charge EA 1 penny extra than they quoted the school. That is seriously concerning stuff. So, I mean, we could give many, many examples like that, and others have already done so. I don't think we need to, but it just shows the importance and the savings that there could be for schools. So we expect schools to make efficiencies and savings, but we're asking them to do so not with one hand tied behind their back, but actually with both hands tied behind their back very often. Absolutely, yes.
For giving way. And the member makes an important point, because not only is there huge savings, we've seen the examples cited here in the Assembly Chamber and individual communities, but it's not just a Department of Education problem either. There is huge wastage right across government when it comes to procurement, and I think particularly of the need for more government efficiencies to help with our public sector at this hard time.
And the member has an extra minute, and you have up to 7 minutes now.
Thank you. And the member has literally read my mind, because I actually was going to say to the Minister, you could lead the way here. Other departments do similar type of procurement processes that are equally as inefficient, and you have an opportunity here to work with our schools, but actually to show other departments this can be done. And it can be done with the proper oversight and accountability, because I don't want to see that removed either. I do think that we have to be responsible. So I am urging the Minister today to take on board the concerns being raised with us by a number of school representatives across Mid-Ulster, and to review the current procurement process as a matter of urgency. And whilst this is specifically about Mid-Ulster, of course, it impacts all school communities right across the north. So I look forward to hearing your response to this today, Minister, and I'm sure my colleague Emma Sheeran, myself and other representatives across this House will support you in anything you can do in reviewing this process.
Thank you, Linda. And I call on Nick Matheson. Nick.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Look, I don't want to speak for long. Certainly wouldn't want to step on the toes of any of the Mid-Ulster reps, and I won't go into local examples in terms of our own constituencies, but I'm sure every member here has highlighted when you visit a school and you visit a principal, they will complain about the ridiculous scenario of, on the one hand, being pressed by the EA to deliver financial sustainability because budgets are under so much pressure, but on the other, being compelled to pay over the odds for EA procured services. And that's just an incredibly frustrating position for someone who's a custodian of public money to be placed in. So I really just want to echo the comments made already. I think all school leaders find this scenario really frustrating. Many of them are staring into budget deficits that they really can't see a way out of because of the pressures that are there, particularly in terms of staffing costs. And I would at this point just declare an interest that I do sit on a board of governors at Killinsheep Primary School, so I'm well aware of the budget pressures that are faced and the difficult position that principals face when they go to their board of governors to say I've had to spend X on this because the EA procured the service and we were required to, but I know that so and so down the road could have done it for a fraction of the price. It's very, very frustrating. So really, I think the message is clear that schools should be freed up to source the best value for money when it comes to low-level routine maintenance and spending. And that could be anything from cutting the grass to cleaning the gutters to buying play resource equipment at the lower end of the school. Principals should not feel that they are constrained by contracts procured by the EA that end up costing them more money, because we were promised back in 2017 when the EA was established that it was going to deliver economies of scale and that schools would benefit from these savings because the EA would be able to deliver that for them. And while centralised procurement may provide a degree of consistency and a degree of central oversight, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, it certainly has not delivered value for money. And I think we do need to find a way to reset that balance. So I think I would definitely echo comments made by other members that we don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. All of these processes need to be subject to appropriate and robust scrutiny. So whatever the EA would do to review their procurement processes to deliver better value money for school, there needs to be oversight. It couldn't just be a sort of nod to someone who lived down the road. Look, you do that, and we'll make sure we'll get you in to cut the grass forever and ever, and never ask anyone else. These processes should be robust, and I think we all need to be careful and cautious whenever public money is being spent. But value for money has to be balanced with that. So I do take encouragement from previous comments the Minister has made that he is keen to look at this issue. So I am hopeful when the Minister responds to today's debate, which clearly has relevance in Mid-Ulster, but across Northern Ireland. I hope that there maybe will be a sense of a clear timeline of how we're going to maybe see some improvement in this area. So really I just want to thank the members for bringing the adjournment debate today and to emphasise that yes, we want robust scrutiny of public money, but we must deliver value for money for our schools. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call on Colin Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and can I join with others in thanking the member opposite for bringing this adjournment debate to the House today. Although I don't, like our previous speaker, have the pleasure of representing the good folk of Mid-Ulster, I'm pleased to take part this afternoon and make a few brief remarks as the Ulster Unionist Education spokesperson. Mr Deputy Speaker, our schools are not just buildings. They're the heart of our communities where our children learn, grow and prepare for the future. But for far too long, these schools have faced unnecessary delays and deficiencies when it comes to their maintenance and repair needs. This is due in large part to the procurement process that is overly complex, slow and burdened by red tape. Every day, school administrators, teachers and parents are frustrated by the length of time it takes to get basic maintenance tasks completed. Whether it's fixing a leaking roof, repairing a broken boiler, or ensuring the safety of a playground, the current system is not working fast enough. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is not just a minor inconvenience. It directly affects the learning environment and ultimately the quality of education our children receive. Today I join with others right across the House in calling for a simplified, streamlined procurement process for school maintenance. This would mean faster approval times and more autonomy for local decision makers. We need a system where schools can quickly secure the services they need to keep their buildings safe and functional. My ask is simple. Reduce the number of steps involved in the procurement process, cut down on excessive paperwork, and allow local contractors who know our schools and our community best to be prioritised in bidding process. By doing so, we will not only speed up maintenance work, but also boost local business and create jobs. We also need to ensure that the funding allocated for school maintenance is used efficiently. Every penny must be spent where it's needed most on our children's education and well-being. Schools should not be waiting for months to fix critical infrastructure issues. The success of reform depends on the collaboration of all stakeholders: local government, the Education Authority, contractors and community members. Together we can build a procurement process that is transparent, efficient and serves the best interests of our schools. I firmly believe that a simplified process will lead to quicker repairs, safer schools and better outcomes for our children. Our schools must be a priority, and can I thank the Minister for being in the Chamber today to listen and to reply to the debate, ensuring that they are properly maintained without unnecessary delays. Let's make this change happen for the future of children, not only in Mid-Ulster, but for students right across Northern Ireland. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed, Colin. Minister, and you have up to 10 minutes.
Deputy Speaker, thank you, and can I thank Ms Sheeran for bringing the adjournment debate and colleagues who have spoken on this issue, one that I very much share, having been a constituency MLA for quite a number of years. This was a frustration of mine, and now in a position to hopefully try and do something about it, which is what I have been trying to do, and I'll get to that later in the contribution. So this will give an opportunity to provide an update to members on the Education Authority's plans to introduce new contracts for the delivery of maintenance, which will be better value, which will better deliver value for money, also quality and the responsiveness to all of our schools. So I think Ms Sheeran, in bringing this forward, has preempted her colleagues in bringing their motion next week on this particular issue around procurement, and I think we're going to be touching on very much the same thing. So you likely will hear a repetition of what I'm now about to say, and this will help inform your own contributions and speeches, I've no doubt, for that particular debate. Having become Minister, I've now visited over 150 schools, including a number in the Mid-Ulster constituency, and I have listened to concerns from many of those principals on the state of some of their school buildings, and I've heard their frustrations, and the Chair of the Education Committee, Mr Matheson, just outlined those frustrations. I've heard them, trying to get value for money repairs completed in reasonable timeframes. We have an estate of over 1,100 schools, and the recent audit report only served to highlight what we already know. Many of our schools are in extremely poor condition. I see it every time that I go to some of these schools. Years of underinvestment coupled with insufficient budget availability and requiring large number of additional specialist places for rapidly increasing numbers of children with special educational needs has meant the top priority for investment has been keeping schools open and safe. The school's maintenance resource allocation for the current financial year is just over £20 million. This allocation is directed to statutory inspections, response maintenance and the maintenance officers who work on the ground with schools. Planned maintenance has just not been possible within the existing resources, and the focus has had to be on health and safety, statutory compliance and the need to address urgent and emergency repairs which could close the school or present a significant health and safety risk. It is not good enough, and that's why, Mr Deputy Speaker, I am unapologetic in continuing to make a strong case for increased and sustained investment in our education system. Mr Deputy Speaker, if I can take a moment to outline the current arrangements for maintenance. The Education Authority has the statutory responsibility for maintenance in controlled, maintained and other maintained, which are mainly Irish medium schools. Voluntary grammar and grant maintained integrated schools are responsible for their own maintenance, and they receive an enhanced budget for that purpose. Schools report maintenance issues through the EA's Maintenance Help Desk. The maintenance service will triage these requests with the response categorised according to risk. Response maintenance is undertaken by the EA's term service short contractors. Under the current arrangements, there is no scope for controlled and maintained schools to procure their own maintenance works. And this is something that I hear regularly in schools, and I'm sure every member present has heard the same frustrations, and those who have taken part in this adjournment debate have articulated them. So I am pleased to be able to inform you, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the Education Authority has completed a comprehensive review on how it delivers maintenance and minor works to schools. This review has involved many engagements with principals, and feedback has been taken on board. The Education Authority has been working over several years to procure new maintenance contracts, and I am pleased to advise that they are now in the latter stages of this complex exercise to procure the new term service short contracts for maintenance and minor works. There have been 6 separate procurement exercises. Each exercise contains 3 lots based on the type of work and the council area. There are 2 types of work within the exercise: building maintenance stroke minor works and mechanical and electrical maintenance stroke minor works. 2 contracts have been awarded with a planned commencement date of the 1st of April, and the other 4 are well underway. The procurement exercises relating to building and mechanical electrical maintenance and minor works for the Mid-Ulster area closed on the 6th of February, and the Education Authority will soon begin evaluating the tenders. It is currently anticipated that the new contracts will be implemented across Northern Ireland on a phased approach to be completed by September of this year. The new delivery model will include performance measures to monitor early warnings of contractual non-performance and respond immediately, and cost certainty with set prices for most requested maintenance activities. This will deliver an improved and more responsive service for our schools. EA maintenance officers will keep schools informed as contracts are put in place across Northern Ireland in the coming months. While the service transitions to the new model, there are currently contractor contingency arrangements in place for mechanical and electrical maintenance works. This is unfortunately impacting delivery on the ground in schools in some areas. The EA is aware of these ongoing contractor capacity issues and are ensuring that works are appropriately triaged and are implementing alternative contingency arrangements where required. Schools should continue to report urgent maintenance issues via the EA's Maintenance Help Desk. Alongside the new contracts, the Education Authority's maintenance service is currently reviewing how it can provide the most efficient and effective model for schools to procure low-level maintenance works. This will be for maintenance works of currently around £5,000 that form part of the tenant responsibilities. This includes things like painting, carpeting. It speaks to the issue that Ms Dillon raised around flooring, the £800 figure, but whenever it came to EA it was 3 times the price. I think it was around £2,400. This new approach will allow the school to take forward this work in a way that they can procure it at that lower level. So this is a new approach that is being taken forward. It's currently anticipated that any changes will be implemented in the coming academic year. The EA will be advising schools when the change comes into operation. And I'm sure that this change will be warmly welcomed by schools, as it will give them that greater flexibility in terms of those smaller scale works, while also ensuring compliance with health and safety and quality standards. And I think, Mr Deputy Speaker, it strikes the right balance when it comes to ensuring value for money, the health and safety. Schools are all reputable organisations which will not procure work that I believe would be to the detriment of health and safety, but also when it comes to the taxpayer. And I think it's right that we would provide that flexibility, and I think this will be welcomed. I know the £5,000 figure is one that I'll be looking at. I know that this is an issue that the Department of Finance has a role on around the central procurement and policy that other departments follow. I know that the Minister who's in that post has been looking at this particular issue, and where there is scope for me to address the £5,000 figure, I would intend to do that, albeit it wouldn't increase in any significant way, but we need to make sure that we keep that figure under review, and where appropriate, if that can be adjusted, then I would want to do that. But let's get this new approach in place, and then we can look at the particular threshold that currently is set at the £5,000 figure. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, if I can conclude by acknowledging the frustrations that we all feel in relation to maintenance. However, I do believe that the new contracts will enhance the response times and provide cost certainty in relation to maintenance works. The new arrangements for schools to self-procure low-value works will, I believe, make a significant improvement for schools. And for my part, I will continue to make the case for increased and sustained investment in our schools to ensure that all children, both in Mid-Ulster and across Northern Ireland, can be educated in schools which are comfortable and safe, that they are of good quality and are properly designed and resourced to support their learning. So thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and to colleagues for taking part in this debate.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister, and thank you everybody for taking part in this debate, and thank you very much indeed for Emma for bringing it forward. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Assembly Chamber. Sound.